The story opens with a choice laid bare. An old sage extends a red button to the protagonist. A single press promises 1,000,000 years of training. The offer lingers in the air, heavy with uncertainty. Beneath the crimson moon, the protagonist hesitates, caught between doubt and temptation. With a trembling hand, his fingers brushed against the button before pressing down. An age seemed to pass, an entire 1,000,000 years slipping by, before the realization dawned. At last, he understood. He had become the strongest of them all. Long ago, each day for the hero was a grueling test of endurance. Every movement became sharper with relentless repetition. 996 strikes, then 997, each blow executed with unwavering determination. Alan Radorva, 15 years old, attends his 3rd year at the prestigious fencing academy. 2 boys walked by, their eyes landing on Alan. One recognized him and dismissed him as the loser with a sword. The other sneered, claiming he had never seen a worse swordsman. Alan was well aware that the academy mocked him. Students whispered behind his back, calling him a failure and ridiculing the extent of his abilities. His mother pinched every penny so tightly that sometimes there was barely enough food on the table. To escape ridicule, he chose to train in a different location. Driven by the goal of becoming a master swordsman and repaying his debt to his mother, giving up was never an option for him. A striking young man appeared before him, dressed in an elegant suit and accompanied by 2 enchanting women. Wearing a gentle smile, he regarded Alan with a touch of pity, sensing how Alan was once again exhausting himself for nothing. The young man chose to offer some so-called friendly advice, suggesting he abandon fencing and pursue a more conventional career, assuring him that this path would serve him better. Alan asked if Doral had truly come just for that, waving his hand dismissively as if to say he didn't care. Without pausing for even a moment, Doral pressed on with his insults, marveling aloud at how Alan's parents could have raised such a worthless boy, one who couldn't even hold a sword properly. Like father, like son, he added before delivering a harsh blow, implying that since Alan's parents amounted to nothing, Alan himself was destined for the same fate. From the very beginning, his future was condemned to insignificance. With both hands gripping the hilt of his sword, Alan's eyes blazed with sudden intensity. His voice laced with menace, he demanded a retraction of those words. Silence followed. Raising his voice even higher, he declared that his mother was the best, and he would not allow anyone to insult her. A sly grin spread across Doral's face, clearly amused by Alan's anger. No matter how furiously Alan fought back, Doral saw him as nothing more than trash that could never be anything else. Amusement twinkled in his eyes as he mocked Alan's inability to dodge even the simplest blow. That was the reason behind the nickname he had given him. Alan boldly challenged Doral. The girls standing nearby could hardly believe what they were hearing. Even Doral found himself surprised. A failure daring to confront the school's top fighter? Yet, Alan remained steadfast in his resolve. Laughter erupted from Doral as he made his promise. Should Alan emerge victorious, Doral would let go of his grudge and even bow to him. However, if Alan should fail, he would be forced to leave the school at once. Narrowing his eyes, Doral asked with a sly edge if the hero agreed to such terms. Alan's eyes flew open wide, caught completely off guard by this unexpected turn. Alan accepted the challenge, hard conditions and all. With those words, he spun on his heel and dashed away. The duel was scheduled for 9 o'clock the next morning. Driven by this, he pushed himself into training with more determination than ever before. Doral, hailed as a true virtuoso of swordsmanship, had risen to mastery within just a year. Yet not a single challenger had managed to match his formidable skills. The hero shouted a battle cry, swinging his sword in every direction, perfecting each strike with fierce determination. Intense training consumed him, the world around fading into darkness unnoticed. Blood seeped from his battered hands, yet unwavering determination remained etched on his face. Rain poured down as Alan sank to his knees, drained of all strength. His face pressed into the mud, fist pounding the ground, he whispered his desperate wish to win. More than anything, he longed to make Doral take back those words. Soul and the old man appeared before him. The rain had suddenly stopped, though the sky remained cloaked in gray. Gently stroking his beard, the elder asked Alan if anything was troubling him. The question hung in the air, as the old man asked how he appeared in Alan's eyes. Without hesitation, Alan replied that he resembled a hermit untouched by time. A gentle smile formed on the elder's lips, clearly pleased by the remark. Alan, a student of the renowned fencing academy, struggled to find his footing among his peers. Labeled an underdog, He faced constant doubt from those around him, who dismissed any hope of his success. Alan's mother lived alone in the city, quietly encouraging his dream of mastering the sword. Her warmth and kindness left a lasting impression on everyone who met her. Determined to make her proud, Alan vowed to devote himself fully to his training. The gap between them stretched too wide. Fear of leaving school never troubled him, but the thought of walking away without ever making Doral retract those harsh words about his mother was something he could not live with. The old man assured him of his faith in Alan's strength. Yet a shadow crossed Alan's face as he quietly admitted that he had no idea how to become stronger. The old man rose carefully, leaning on his staff while clutching a red button in his other hand. Announcing that the time had come to listen, he extended the button toward the hero. Known as the Million-Year Button, this device sends its user to another world with a single press. There, the hero has the chance to train for 1,000,000 years, facing no limits, experiencing only continuous growth. In addition, a house will be his, complete with a colossal bathtub and an endless pantry overflowing with food. A true banquet awaits, summoned effortlessly at the press of a button. The old sage admitted that he once had the opportunity to obtain a perfect body, yet chose to refuse it. Now he extends this extraordinary chance to Alan instead. Meanwhile, the hero resumed his sword training, rhythmically slicing through the air. Although he tried to block out the elder's persistent voice, the old man pressed on. The idea of honing his skills for 1,000,000 years carried an undeniable allure. Just once, only a single attempt, and regret would never follow. Alan paused, listening intently, as a new thought crept into his mind. What if this was truly his chance to defeat Doral? Tilting his head back, he searched for the sun, yet none appeared. Instead, a flood of light bathed everything around him. Not a single shadow lingered. Without a doubt, this place belonged to another world. A sharp pinch on his arm confirmed the reality of the moment. Before him stood a massive clock, its hands measured and unyielding. If the old man's words held any truth, this timepiece would count down 1,000,000 years. Inside, Alan steeled himself, resolved to endure whatever awaited him. Alan resolved to devote himself to 1,000,000 years of training in this place, certain that such relentless effort would guarantee victory over Doral. Recognizing this as his opportunity, he prepared to seize every single moment it offered. A glance at the clock revealed how much time had slipped by. An insistent growl from the stomach demanded attention. Hunger could no longer be overlooked. Stepping inside, the hero paused in astonishment. The house stretched out far more spaciously than it had appeared from outside. Drifting through shadowy halls, he discovered the kitchen, where unfamiliar tools and gadgets left him pondering their purpose. The gaze settled on a massive wardrobe. Upon opening it, an astonishing realization dawned. It was a magical storeroom. Even more intriguingly, it had a name: Hotel Noah. The discovery felt utterly extraordinary. One shelf brimmed with vegetables, another offered a bounty of fruits. Alone at last, he could indulge in whatever he desired, savoring as much as he pleased. A juicy bite into the tomato brought an unexpected burst of flavor, coaxing a smile onto his face. Tempted by the array of food, he eagerly reached for every delicious-looking treat. Once satisfied, he concluded it was time for a bath. While searching for the bathroom, a door swung open to reveal a massive swimming pool. The perfect spot to unwind unfolded before him. Slipping beneath the water, he began to wash. Warmth surrounded him, muscles loosening as calm settled over his body. A sense of lightness and quiet happiness filled him. After a soothing bath, stepping into a bedroom with a grand bed invited relaxation. Collapsing onto the mattress, the comfort felt extraordinary. Training in a place like this truly seemed a blessing. A full decade slipped by. During these years, Alan gradually uncovered the true essence of swordsmanship. With newfound clarity, he opened his eyes to a world transformed, ready for the next chapter in his journey. Mastery over fatigue allowed energy to flow seamlessly from legs to hips, and from there into the sword. Sensations grew sharper, awareness heightened with every movement. Each strike landed with such precision that their sound barely registered. Everything suddenly felt much easier. Naming each movement, he believed he had crafted a style uniquely his own. Memories of his mother surfaced, filling him with hope that she was safe and well. An ache of loneliness crept in. 2,000 years had already slipped by, and yet every meal tasted lifeless and dull, like chewing on stones. After 5,000 years, doubts crept in, pondering whether true strength was growing within or if time itself had simply frozen. A quiet fear lingered about losing every memory upon awakening. Alan trembled with fear, caught in the grip of emotions he barely understood. The torment he inflicted on himself seemed endless, stretching on through the years without any escape. 7,000 years slipped away. Any sense of identity had long since faded. In silence, he endured relentless training, his voice echoing into emptiness as he gripped his sword with both hands. Memories of being called a failure surfaced, but those words had never rung true. A quiet certainty told him he possessed a strength others could not see. His family had always been called trash, and those same words had been thrown at him. Still, determination pushed him forward. He had no choice but to prove everyone wrong. The only reassurance he allowed himself was this: just keep swinging the sword. That was all he could do, all he had to do. And so he did, again and again. After 10,000 years, Alan discovered a new technique: combat against his own self. He fought with every ounce of strength he possessed. The commotion raged on without pause until a bound guest in the tavern quietly reminded them all that they had forgotten where they actually were. An endless war raged on, yet within that turmoil, the long-dormant flame of fencing reignited in his heart. Gratitude filled him for enduring this battle. Greater strength now flowed through both his body and spirit. Yet uncertainty lingered over whether he could truly defeat Doral. Doral stands as a once-in-a-century prodigy, dedicating countless hours to mastering the legendary art of the Shigararu sword style. Among all apprentices, his reputation as the unrivaled favorite remains unchallenged. Alan glanced down at his hands, already aware that victory was out of reach for now. No remarkable talent had ever set him apart. Yet time itself remained an enigma. With unwavering focus, he could accelerate its flow. There was no time left for him to make any changes. His chance slipped away, and the end arrived without warning. Silent and still, he watched as 1,000,000 years slipped by. The numbers on the chronometer had frozen, refusing to move forward. Fear seized him. Doubts gnawed at his resolve, whispering that he might never find the strength he needed. Suddenly, everything shifted. He found himself once again in that familiar spot, standing before the button. The old man waited patiently nearby. Something about the situation felt off. The old man claimed that 1,000,000 years had not passed in vain, yet Alan sensed no change within himself. The elder suggested testing it in practice, by simply picking up the sword. Laughter escaped Alan as his hand reached instinctively for his weapon, guided by some mysterious force from within. The sensation felt unfamiliar. The old sage chuckled, his eyes twinkling with mischief. "Isn't this marvelous? Surely this isn't what you expected, young swordsman." Alan stared down at his hands, uncertain, and quietly wondered aloud if this could all be just a dream. Powerful, sweeping strikes cut through the air with flawless precision. The old man chuckled again, and remarked that it was as if a new life had begun within him. The hero sensed a lingering insufficiency. Movements like these would never defeat someone who had mastered the Shigararu style. His predecessor mastered a lethal technique only after enduring years of relentless battles and tireless training. Alan possessed neither remarkable technique nor exceptional talent. Overcoming Doral demanded something far greater. What he needed was a true breakthrough. The old man handed him the button once more. Disbelief flickered in Alan's eyes, but gratitude quickly followed. With renewed determination, he felt certain that this time he would discover a way to win. Once more, his finger pressed the button, yet a distant voice called out to him, urging him to wake up. Alan cracked one eye open and mumbled, "What time is it?" A persistent voice demanded that he get up, growing louder until it became a shout. Alan's eyes snapped open in fright, and he found himself lying on the grass. Sitting upright in an instant, he tried to recall the day, the month, the year. Everything around him felt strangely unreal. Shaking his head, he murmured, unsure, "I have no idea where the Hermit of Time is now." Behind him, the nurse stood silently, her presence still unnoticed. The woman approached, leaned in, and mentioned that she had seen him fall asleep just about anywhere. She asked if he was all right, noting that it looked as though a nightmare had disturbed his rest. Alan offered a sheepish smile, scratching the back of his head as he admitted that yesterday was a complete blur. With a stern expression, she ordered him straight to the dormitory. Rising to his feet, he gave a quick apology. She reminded him that if he skipped breakfast, it would end up in the trash. Confusion clouded his mind, making it hard to grasp what had just happened. It all felt unreal, as if the events were nothing more than a fleeting dream. Then his gaze fell upon a button lying on the ground. Curiosity guided his hand as he picked it up, turned it over thoughtfully, and pressed it several times. A faint smile crossed his lips as he considered that perhaps it really had been nothing more than a dream. He let the button slip from his fingers, dropping it onto the ground. A woman called out to him, her voice tinged with curiosity as she asked what brought him there. Alan replied that he was just leaving. The button remained broken, resting quietly in the grass. She had given him food. Alan expressed his gratitude for the bath. Observing his eager appetite, she glanced at the clock and noted the time, 7:50. With a gentle inquiry, she asked if he had any lessons today. The boy's eyes widened as he remembered. Today at 9 o'clock, the match with Doral awaited. The journey to school stretched nearly 3 hours ahead. Time was running out. Alan declared he had to run. The woman urged him to be careful and avoid getting hurt. With that, he dashed off at full speed. Upon entering, he offered a quiet apology for his tardiness. In the hall, the professor waited, already settled into his seat. The clock neared 9, the hour set for his duel with Doral Button. The professor calmly reviewed the documents in front of him and reassured him that he had arrived just in time. Much work still lay ahead. An entire hour remained before the battle. He pointed to his watch. It was only 8 o'clock. Alan continued on his way, still puzzled over how he had managed to arrive on time at all. Pausing briefly at the entrance, a flicker of nervousness crossed his face. Summoning every ounce of strength, a calm focus settled within. Concentration became the only path forward. Equipped with the full weight of his training, he would face Doral. Victory might remain out of reach, yet surrender was never an option for him. Alan paused, tightened his grip on the sword, let out a steady breath and pushed the door open. Yet, for some reason, no trace of joy greeted his arrival. In the center of the hall stood Doral. A warm laugh escaped him as he expressed his respect for the other's courage to show up instead of running away. Button replied that he wasn't to blame, clearly just as surprised as everyone else. Apparently, someone had gone and told everyone. A quiet laugh escaped him, certain that one of the students must have let the secret slip. Her intention was to humiliate him in front of everyone. Yet the school should have prevented it. That was their responsibility. Shouts erupted from all corners of the room with students urging, "Give that loser a proper thrashing. Every day he swings his sword like a fool." Amid the noise, one voice remarked that Alan should be grateful, since at least he would lose to the very best. The doors swung open as the professor entered the hall. Surprise flickered across the hero's face. Checking his watch with practiced precision, the professor solemnly announced the start of the duel between Doral Button and Alan Redorva. Alan silently wished the professor would intervene and put an end to the fight. However, the professor showed no intention of stepping in. It seemed as though the whole school stood against him. Without emotion, the professor simply asked if both were prepared to continue. The declaration of a duel hung heavy in the air. Though the hero understood his odds were slim, retreat was no longer an option. Doral's fighting style brimmed with danger. A direct assault would surely fail. Alan resolved to evade his opponent's blows and strike at an exposed side the moment an opportunity appeared. Steeling himself, he assumed a fighting stance. Facing each other in stillness, neither moved. The hero wondered why his opponent remained motionless, silently questioning what held him back from attacking. Without warning, Doral shouted Alan's name, demanding an explanation for his actions. Alan stood there, baffled by the accusation. Doral's anger flared even higher as he accused Alan of playing dumb and called him worthless. Laughter burst from Doral as confusion rippled through the crowd. Though nobody understood what was happening, eager voices encouraged him with cries of, "First strike!" Doral steadied himself, preparing for what came next. Gripping his sword tightly, he drew back his arm and launched himself into the fray. Shigeru's signature move unfolded, a blazing strike delivered with lightning speed. The hero believed there was no time to dodge, yet at the very last moment managed to slip away from danger. Surprise flickered in Doral's widening eyes. Alan had dodged his strike for the very first time, leaving Doral astonished. Doral bellowed that the next attack would come 3 times faster, warning that luck would not be on their side this time. Calling upon the secret art of Shigeru, Eternal Rift, he surged forward, arm outstretched, determined to break through. Alan stood prepared, eyes locked on his opponent, tracking each precise movement with unwavering focus. The pace intensified, yet the hero followed every shift and turn, nothing escaping his attention. Steeling himself, he braced for the incoming attack. calling out in a low voice for his opponent to come closer. Alan raised his sword, memories of Doral's mocking laughter flashing through his mind. Channeling that surge of emotion, he met his opponent's attack with a powerful blow. Doral was flung to the side and landed with a muffled groan. The force of the blow left him unable to rise. A heavy silence settled over the hall. Astonishment lingered in the air as everyone struggled to grasp what had just unfolded before their eyes. Astonishment flashed in Alan's eyes as they widened, disbelief settling over him at what he had just done. With a single motion, he unleashed 7 consecutive strikes, pouring all his strength onto Doral. The professor rushed to Doral, desperately working to revive him. At that moment, the truth became clear. The old man, the button, and those million years of training were all real. With somber certainty, he declared Doral Button defeated. Victory belonged to Alan Radorva. Disbelief lingered in the hero's eyes. Perhaps this was just a dream, he wondered fleetingly. Several days had passed since the match, bringing a noticeable change to the atmosphere. Alan pressed on with his training, undeterred by the new reputation that clung to him. Branded a fraud, he found that people kept their distance, wary of getting involved with him. Fear of sharing Doral's fate kept everyone on edge. Whispers circulated that his victory had been less than honorable. With tensions rising, students turned even more ruthless, picking fights at every opportunity. Alan, however, always stood his ground and responded in kind. Relentless training forged his strength, and he used it to tirelessly punish those who bullied the weak. No one insulted him to his face anymore. Whispers followed his every step, branding him a failure, a disgrace to the school, a coward who claimed victory through tricks. In the past, such words might have broken him, yet those days had faded away. Strolling leisurely through the city, he caught sight of a woman with a child. The image stirred memories of his own mother, and a wave of longing tightened his heart. The news had already reached his mother. Her son would be coming home for the holidays. In his mind, Alan pictured the small gifts he wanted to bring her. Delicacies she adored, like senbei and sweets. He could almost see her eyes widen in surprise the moment she saw him at the door. Lost in thought, he wondered just how much money remained in his wallet. He turned it upside down, letting the contents spill into his palm. Not much at all. Resolving to find a job, he listened as his caretaker mentioned a place where he could earn some extra money. Delight sparked in Alan's eyes. He asked where the place was. She began searching for the postcard, assuring him she would certainly help. There, he could earn a decent amount of money. At last, she uncovered the postcard and held it up for Alan to see. His eyes widened in surprise. It was something entirely unexpected. With a cheerful tone, the woman explained that everything was correct. The city of Orbis hosts a swordsman's tournament every month. To take part, one must have unwavering faith in their abilities, as each contestant steps forward to showcase their skills. A truly exceptional prize awaits the victor, a reward reserved solely for those deemed worthy as true warriors. A fencing tournament presented a daunting challenge, yet Alan believed he could claim victory in at least a few bouts. The suggestion sounded reasonable enough, but signing up would take 1,000 gold coins. At this, the woman bristled with disbelief and demanded to know if he had lost his mind. She devoted herself to caring for the home and everyone in it. If he lacked the funds, she would provide them. Her trust in him remained unshaken. Delight lit up Alan's face as he asked if she truly meant it. The woman confirmed with a nod, but explained her condition. She expected his wholehearted effort and wanted his word on it. Alan gave his promise without hesitation, declaring he would dedicate himself entirely. Gratitude toward her fills his heart. His sights are now set firmly on triumph in the tournament and claiming the grand prize. A sudden tremor ran through him. The whole situation felt unreal, as if it were nothing more than a joke. Surveying the other contestants, it became clear to him that each wielded their sword with far greater skill. Naivety, it seemed, had clouded his judgment. The very first thing he did was sign up for the tournament. Suddenly, someone gave him a push from behind. Turning around, he quickly offered an apology. A burly warrior with the eyes of a killer stood before him, dismissively calling him a brat and declaring that this was no place for childish games of war. One of the companions addressed the warrior, questioning whether it was right for Babel to pick on someone weaker. Another glanced at Alan's sword and suggested that Alan might also be a participant. The third one burst out laughing, doubting the boy would last even until lunchtime. Alan mused over how rough these people seemed. Babel clenched his teeth, tensed his body, and challenged, staring intently. asking if he was looking for a fight. His strength radiated as if it surpassed human limits. With a calm demeanor, Alan replied, "First of all, you were the one who pushed me." Yet inwardly, doubt crept in, aware that getting into an argument might jeopardize his spot in the tournament. Bubble addressed the girls, insisting there was no reason to waste words on such a loser. Relief washed over the hero as the confrontation quietly dissolved before it could begin. Alan chose not to waste any time and headed straight back to registration. For a long time, he wandered, unable to locate the registration tent. Eventually, a shelter adorned with magical runes caught his eye. Inside, a young woman managing admissions called out to the next in line. Drawing a steady breath, Alan stepped forward and declared his intent to sign up for the swordsman's tournament. The woman announced that the entry fee was 1,000 gold coins. Without a moment's hesitation, Alan handed her the required amount. The young woman expressed her gratitude and politely requested his name as well as his fencing style. With a hint of embarrassment, he introduced himself as Alan Radorva, yet struggled to immediately describe his style of swordplay. Reluctant to voice his thoughts, he finally admitted that this was his own unique style. The girl burst into laughter and replied that she understood. Alan, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched the back of his head as he considered his own unique style. Walking away after registering, unease lingered in his thoughts. Only a madman would say something like that out loud. Refusing to dwell on it, he shifted his focus entirely to the upcoming tournament. Watching her walk away, he couldn't help but notice her striking beauty. A thought crossed his mind, wondering if she was also competing in the tournament. The city mayor stepped onto the stage. In his welcoming speech, he expressed delight at the peaceful atmosphere of this year's tournament. Yet, as he spoke, his cheerful smile gradually twisted into a predatory sneer. The mayor's voice echoed through the microphone, calling for the crowd's attention. He invited everyone to witness the breathtaking radiance of clashing swords, declaring this event a grand battle where only the mightiest swordsman would face off. With a commanding voice, he called upon the heroes to display their skills in this unforgettable tournament. The crowd erupted in wild excitement, and anticipation crackled through the air. A wave of anxiety washed over Alan, as if the audience might devour him. Finishing his speech with practiced calm, the mayor invited the contestants to proceed to the waiting area. Leah gently urged the mayor to set aside his worries. Her visit today was simply to observe the troublemakers. She found that word perfectly fitting. The mayor caught her meaning at once, realizing she had already taken a liking to the previous champion. Leah admitted her curiosity about last tournament's champion, Rosa Valencia. She longed to catch a glimpse of her in person. At the same time, Leah hoped to discover a hidden talent among the newcomers, though she tried not to get her hopes up. The host's voice rang out loud and clear across the venue. Fina-chan, introducing herself with a beaming smile as the master of ceremonies, graciously thanked everyone for their patience and promised to explain the tournament rules. Duels unfold one-on-one, with victory granted to whoever forces their opponent out of the ring or renders them unable to continue fighting. Killing remains strictly forbidden, and any violation of this rule results in immediate disqualification. Alan concluded that the rules were straightforward and easy to grasp. Fina slipped her hand into the lottery drum, her voice calm as she spoke. "Let's see who will be the first to fight." Drawing out the cards, she read them aloud for all to hear. The opening match will be Bubble Domingo versus Alan Radorva. Alan tensed, a wave of fear passing over him. Stepping into the arena first was the last thing he wanted. With nowhere left to retreat, he stepped onto the arena. Babel recognized him instantly. With a low growl, he snarled his threat to crush the boy. The audacity of such a youngster daring to show up in this place left him seething. Alan, too, recognized the person who had shoved him in the back on the square. Fina-chan announced through the microphone that, according to her information, Bubble was demonstrating the Congo ball style. With a single blow, enemies are shattered to pieces. This is an ancient and incredibly powerful sword style. Alan showcased his unique fighting style, entirely his own without borrowing from others. The audience stared in astonishment before bursts of laughter rippled through the crowd. Encouragement echoed from the crowd, urging the young man not to let himself be crushed. Voices called out for him to show his true style before he was turned into pulp. Alan bowed respectfully to Bablu, signaling his readiness. From the VIP box, Leah observed closely. She noticed the young man's unwavering spirit, recognizing how rare such determination was at his age, even under these circumstances. Fina inquired whether the fighters stood ready. Once assured, she declared the start of the battle. With both hands gripping his sword, Babel launched himself into a fierce assault. Alan narrowed his focus, every sense sharpening in anticipation. After 1,000,000 years had passed, the true extent of his mastery with a sword would finally be revealed. Now, the answer awaited him. Raising his sword high, Alan prepared to unleash the very first technique he had forged during countless hours of practice. The flying shadow style. Their blades met in a clash of steel. Babla's face froze in a terrifying animalistic snarl, eyes blazing with a predator's fury. The blow landed with astonishing force. A strange sound escaped Bubble as the fight abruptly ended. His body hurtled out of the arena and crashed to the ground, falling silent and motionless. The host stood frozen in place, unable to move. The spectators on the benches remained perfectly silent. Leia's eyes grew wide and round like saucers. An unbroken, lifeless quiet pressed in from all sides. Alan stood rooted to the spot, his sword lowered, shock etched across his face. No conscious thought had time to surface before him. The girl he noticed after registration fixed her gaze on him, this time with a touch more confidence. With a cheerful voice, she announced into the microphone, "Alan Radorva is the winner." No one had expected an outcome like this. A single strike had secured victory. The arena erupted in applause while the hero stood stunned, struggling to believe what had just happened. The force of his strike must have been immense, yet there he was, standing tall, the victor. Reality made itself known. This was no dream. Confidence took root within him, leading to a remarkable streak of 5 consecutive victories. Such a triumph had never crossed his mind, not even in his wildest dreams. At last, the grand finale arrived. Fina-chan took the stage to open the tournament's concluding bout, expressing gratitude to everyone for their patience. The final match was about to begin. In the final round, only 2 competitors remained. The first was Rosa Valencia, the very girl who had caught Alan's eye during registration. Known to all, she carried the legacy of the secret Okido sword style. Every battle ended in her favor, leaving not a single mark upon her. Her victories were always graceful, always flawless. On the far side of the arena stood Alan Radorva, a true original, forging a unique style all his own, untouched by the influences of others. Now recognized for his extraordinary skill, no one dares to mock his mastery. From the stands, voices rang out in support, hailing him as unique. Some eagerly asked to become his disciples, while others confessed their love with shining eyes. Alan faltered, taken aback by words he had never heard before. Pushing aside his confusion, he focused his thoughts, bowed respectfully to his opponent, and declared that it was an honor to cross swords in battle. Admiration filled him whenever he thought of her. Rose, the former champion, held a name that echoed everywhere. Her victories nothing less than flawless. Dangerous criminals fell into her hands, and she delivered them to the Holy Knights, while still so young herself. Rare talent merged with lethal skill, all wrapped in stunning beauty. Even with her delicate frame, she possessed the strength to overcome any opponent. Underestimating her would be a grave mistake. Caution was essential. Alan drew his sword with a steady hand. Rose had already assumed a fighting stance, her eyes sharp and focused. Meanwhile, Fina-chan began narrating the unfolding battle. Both opponents sized each other up, silently searching for the perfect moment to strike, she observed. Rosa lunged forward with a swift attack, yet Alan effortlessly slipped out of her reach. Her eyes widened in surprise, unable to comprehend how he managed such a feat. Sensing an opening, the hero launched an attack, but she slipped away with expert agility. Amidst the bustling crowd, a young man called out once more, eager to become Alan's apprentice. Another spectator quickly retorted, mocking the first, and insisted Alan already had more than enough to handle. The battle raged on as Rosa turned to Alan and inquired about the source of his impressive sword skills. After a brief hesitation, he replied that he had taught himself. Disbelief flickered in her eyes. Accusation colored her voice as she insisted, "Don't lie. Every strike carries the weight of dedication and years of relentless training. No beginner could fight with such skill. Play the fool all you want, but deep down, something tells a different story." Launching herself forward, she employed the Hokkaido style. With swift precision, she unleashed a sharp strike, Mirisakura. Despite her graceful movements, Rosa had yet to attain perfection. Small gaps of vulnerability lingered between her strikes. Strangely enough, Alan possessed a technique made up of 8 strikes as well. At this very moment, he was about to unleash it. Though his method differed completely, he harnessed her power in his own way. Every element of his strategy held firm, revealing no weakness. Rosa cried out, declaring it was the end. Summoning all his strength for a single blazing surge, Alan unleashed 8 strikes within the span of one fluid motion. His focus reached its peak, every fiber of his being intent on this instant. Rosa defended herself with the advanced techniques of Yadgras Todos, showcasing a mastery of high-level defensive arts. Amazement flickered across her thoughts as she marveled at his impossible feat. While Alan had already accepted that everything was over, the crowd erupted with excitement, swept up in the thrill of his victory. Lifted high onto their shoulders, he basked in the collective cheers and heartfelt congratulations surrounding him. Several days slipped by after the tournament. Alan received a summons to the principal's office. Thoughts raced through his mind as he guessed the rumors about his alleged cheating during the fight with Doral might be the cause. Punishment seemed likely. Alan entered the office accompanied by the professor. The director greeted them with a warm smile, expressed gratitude for their visit, and offered them some tea. After thanking him, Alan inquired about the reason for his summons. The principal announced that it was a great honor for their student to receive an invitation from such a prestigious academy. Though uncertain why he had been chosen, he noticed the excitement radiating from everyone around him. The professor joined in, expressing that from the very beginning, faith in these abilities had never wavered. During the graduation ceremony, this achievement would be shared with everyone. It turned out that their faith in him was genuine. Alan apologized and asked for a little time to consider their recommendation. The director and the professor froze in disbelief. The director's voice cut through the silence as he repeated the word, trying to grasp its meaning. The professor leaned in, seeking confirmation. Did Alan truly intend to turn away from this path? Alan calmly admitted he was still undecided, torn between embracing the role of a sacred knight or that of a dark swordsman. For now, he simply wished for time to weigh his choices. Above all else, the longing for home fills his heart. Seeing his mother again and sharing a conversation with her become his deepest wishes. Only after that will he be ready to answer this important question. Despite the director and professor's continued efforts to change his mind, Alan stood firm, resolutely refusing to be swayed by their arguments. Within a few days, all preparations for the journey were complete. Before leaving, he went to say farewell to his nurse. She asked if he had forgotten anything and whether he had packed the sweets they had bought together. He assured her that everything was in order. After stepping outside, Alan decided to warm up before starting his run. A quick set of stretches prepared his muscles. Then he set off down the path. His journey led him through the forest, pressing northward for 3 hours as towering mountains slipped past in the distance. Moving at this pace, he should have already reached his destination. A wave of joy washed over him as he finally arrived at his native village of Goza. From the hilltop, a cluster of familiar houses came into view. A wave of nostalgia swept over him as he made his way into the village. Tajaki, the antagonist, greeted him with a pleased grin. Noticing the change, the old man joked that he seemed to have sprouted up overnight. Alan chuckled in response, calling it a sudden growth spurt. The reunion brought a sense of warmth and ease to them both. After a brief conversation, Alan took his leave of Tajaki. Tajaki assured him that he was always welcome and invited him to visit whenever he needed anything. The hero continued his journey through the village, heading toward the familiar house where his mother once lived. Pausing at the doorway, he found the house unchanged since the day he left it. Everything remained just as it was, as if time itself had stood still. The sudden shock caused their mother to drop the pot lid. Disbelief filled her eyes. In an instant, they rushed into each other's arms. Amazement flickered across her face as she noticed how much Alan had grown. He remarked, with a touch of pride, that he was now somewhat bigger. Mentioning how long it had been since their last meeting, she inquired if everything was all right with him, to which Alan nodded in reassurance. Observing the change in his manner, she commented that even his speech had matured. He sounded like a grown man now. The meal was nearly finished, prompting Alan to step forward and offer his help. Over dinner, stories spilled from him as he shared tales of the tournament and the candies he had picked out with Porison. Eager to recount every detail, he couldn't keep anything to himself. His mother simply smiled, content to listen. Alan paused for a moment, then quietly admitted he wished to discuss something important. He asked if it was all right. Calmly, she replied that of course it was, and gently inquired whether he was worried about the future. He nodded in agreement and shared his worries with her. Should he become a holy knight, a dark swordsman, or attend the Academy of 1,000 Blades? 3 distinct paths stretched out ahead. Which would lead to his true purpose? She offered a gentle smile and said it was an easy choice. For him, though, the answer seemed anything but simple. With a raised eyebrow, his mother reminded him of his plan to enroll at the Academy of 1,000 Swords. "You can't fool your mother," she added. Since childhood, the dream of becoming a swordsman had filled his days. Constant training and a firm grip on his sword became second nature to him. That weapon had always felt like a part of his soul. In that quiet moment, a peaceful silence settled between them. Her hand moved gently over his hair as she nestled close and whispered softly, asking him not to worry about her. With a gentle smile, she announced that since everything had been discussed, it was time for dinner. She placed Alan's favorite stew on the table. Some time passed quietly, and in an instant, she froze. An icy wave of anxiety gripped her. The voice sounded hauntingly familiar. Meanwhile, the old man calmly sipped his soup, methodically guiding the spoon into his toothless mouth. Glancing over her shoulder, she spotted him sitting at the table. Her voice brimming with anger, she admitted that the disappearance of food had seemed strange to her from the very beginning. At first, she dismissed it as her own imagination, but now it was clear. The culprit was him, the hermit of time. Their acquaintance stretched back years. Meanwhile, Alan reclined comfortably in the bath, savoring the gentle warmth. Nothing compared to the soothing embrace of a hot bath at home. As he splashed in the water, thoughts drifted to how swiftly time passed, and he realized his mother had grown a little older. Playful splashes accompanied his thoughts as he considered the long years of study still ahead. Yet determination filled him, certain that soon he would rise to become a master swordsman. The hermit remarked that Alan had hidden himself well, and it was her actions that made finding him so incredibly difficult. With those words, everything suddenly became clear to her. Without hesitation, she lunged at the old man, swinging her arm to strike him from behind. In a firm voice, she asked if they should leave this place right now. The swing missed its mark, shattering the table into splinters. The hermit mumbled that it had been ages since he last tasted anything delicious. With those words, his form began to fade, dissolving gradually into thin air. His parting words lingered in the air. "I hope we meet again." Amid the wreckage of the shattered table, she stood with her fist clenched, quietly muttering, "Coward." The door swung open without warning as Tajaki entered. Doubt clouded his expression. He couldn't believe the hermit had actually been here. She explained that the mysterious man had only just vanished. Tajaki's curiosity pressed on as he asked if she thought he had used that device. The conversation pointed straight to Alan. She nodded in agreement. It truly seemed that Alan had pressed the million-year button. Her name was Daria. That was how Tajaki addressed her. The mystery of how the hermit managed to find Alan lingered in his mind, for Alan had been expertly hidden, and such a discovery should never have occurred. Thoughtful silence settled over Daria before she quietly suggested a possibility. Perhaps Alan had found himself in circumstances where his emotions overshadowed reason. His letters always claimed that things were going well, that he was having fun. Yet something seemed amiss. The sequence of events defied logic, given that every clue suggested the hermit of time had gone to great lengths to thwart their efforts. This time, she resolved not to let him slip away without facing the consequences. Later, Alan departed from Goza village and made his way back to the Porosan Hotel. Joy filled his heart after speaking with his mother. For the first time, all worries about school faded away. However, upon learning that admission to the academy required an interview, uncertainty crept in. At the interview, he declared that he had been preparing for 1,000,000 years. The professors looked at him, puzzled by his words. Nevertheless, he was allowed to proceed. He could only whisper his gratitude. Some time later, a letter with the decision arrived. The director had mentioned never hearing of anyone failing the interview. Alan broke the seal slowly, his heartbeat quickening as uncertainty crept in, fearing he might have been rejected. The letter held the confirmation. Alan had been accepted. He had gained admission to the Academy of 1,000 Swords. Delight filled him as if he were floating above the world. Just a month earlier, ridicule and whispers of failure had shadowed his every step. But now the academy stood before him as a new beginning. In an instant, everything had changed. Racing to the kitchen, he called out with excitement, "Porosan, I did it!" The words burst from him as he announced his acceptance. Porosan looked at him, surprise written across her face. Alan nodded and handed her the letter as proof. Porosan picked up the letter, her eyes sweeping over its contents, and remarked that what she saw was truly astonishing. Certain that his mother was happy at that very moment, a sense of contentment blossomed within her as well. Missing out on this simply wasn't an option for them. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity had arrived. That evening, a celebration would be held in his honor, lasting until dawn. Alan expressed his gratitude with a respectful bow. Afterwards, he sent a letter to his mother, while Poro-san arranged a small gathering. Several weeks slipped by. As Alan prepared to leave, Poro-san saw him off, her gaze gentle as she asked if he remembered everything. Alan smiled, reassuring her that he had packed all he needed. He bowed politely, expressing that living here for 3 years had truly been a pleasure. With a dismissive wave, she insisted he not exaggerate, and assured him this was hardly a final farewell, convinced their paths would cross again. Words could never fully express Alan's gratitude. Their first encounter found him penniless and hopeless, yet she welcomed him as he was. Each morning her gentle voice woke him. She offered him food and stood by his side through every hardship. "I may never be able to repay you fully, but thank you for everything," he said, his voice sincere. Tears welled up in Porosan's eyes, and she quickly covered them. "I must be getting old. These days, I get sentimental so easily. If you're ever hungry, come find me. I'll cook whatever you like." A smile spread across his face. "I promise I will." She added, "I'm not sure what kind of academy you're heading to, whether it's 1,000 swords or 1,000,000 knives. But please, do your best not to lose." With a playful wink, Alan replied, "I swear." An hour passed, and Alan completed his fencing school training. Now a student at the Academy of 1,000 Swords, he moved forward as if carried by an invisible force. Silent determination guided his steps as he pressed onward, determined to empty his mind of all thoughts except the path ahead. Soon, the capital city of Arrest rose before him, along with the guardians of the land. Alan struggled to comprehend what stood before him. These buildings were the Academy's dormitories. The city stretched out vast and alive, its bustling energy making every step a challenge as tempting distractions beckoned from every corner. At last, room 501 came into view, a small haven carved out amid the urban commotion. Opening the door, he found himself surprised. The room stretched out before him, far larger than he had imagined. A glance in the mirror revealed the emblem on his shoulder, giving him a sharp, impressive look. On the bed rested a sword accompanied by a note, a detail that delighted him. The thought crossed his mind. Here is where my new life truly begins. Countless adventures still lay ahead, promising excitement at every turn. As Alan walked through the vast building, he noticed that everyone around him seemed to be freshmen. Yet despite their apparent inexperience, each one already possessed considerable strength. Nearby, the conversation of 3 girls caught his attention. One girl asked if it was true that 3 newcomers had arrived this time through a recommendation. Another confirmed, mentioning that they hadn't even faced the dreadful entrance trials. The third laughed, pointing out that the most important thing was that they were all there together. Alan decided it would be wiser to keep to himself the fact that he was one of those 3. Revealing it would only bring back the same tense atmosphere that haunted the Kenjutsu Academy. Determined never to revisit those shadowy days, he resolved to focus on training and forging new friendships. This time, he longed for nothing more than an ordinary student life. Blending in at the ceremony seemed like a wise choice. Alan quietly hoped the gathering would be a small one, sparing him any unnecessary attention. Alan arrived at the ceremony and froze in surprise at the sheer number of attendees. The scene before him hardly resembled a modest beginning. On stage, Leah stood before the audience, delivering a formal address as the president of the academy. With clear authority, she announced the names of 3 students admitted by recommendation: Leah Vesteria, Rosa Valencia, and Alan Radorva, inviting them to join her on stage. Alan clutched his head, certain it was over. The end had come, and the game was finished. There was no turning back now. Only a few minutes had passed since the ceremony began, and already his hopes for a quiet student life had slipped away. Blending into the crowd seemed like the best option, yet Leah caught sight of him and waved from the stage. With a heavy sigh and lowered head, he moved toward the stage. There was no turning back. Looking up, he found Rosa Valencia standing before him. With a warm wave, she greeted him, remarking that it had been a long time since they last met. Alan's eyes widened in surprise as he spotted her. "What brings you here?" he asked. With a playful grin, she replied, "Oh, I just felt like following you for a change." With a playful smile, she quickly corrected herself, admitting it was only a joke. Since the ceremony was still underway, she suggested they continue their conversation later. Each participant was asked to introduce themselves by stating their name, their academy, and then share a personal remark to conclude. Leah stepped out first, greeting everyone gathered there with a bright and cheerful smile. Introducing herself as Leah Vesteria, she spoke of her studies abroad in the Kingdom of Vesteria. Known for her technique, she mastered the style called absolute rule. Although born of royal blood, she lived the life of an ordinary student, earnestly wishing to forge genuine friendships with those around her. The thought flashed through Alan's mind: the princess of a neighboring kingdom. Across from him, Rosa couldn't hide her astonishment either. Leah carried herself with a poise that radiated unmistakable royal dignity. A whisper rippled through the front row. A girl leaned closer and murmured, "That's Leah, the one who awakened her spiritual power at just 5 years old." Another girl chimed in quietly, "They call her the Princess of White and Black." Nearby, a boy sighed, his eyes distant, dreaming aloud, "If only I could be in her class." His friend nudged him out of his reverie, muttering, "Forget it. She's here by special recommendation. She's on a whole different level." The president announced the next participant, Rosa Valencia. Stepping forward, she introduced herself and named her style, OKDO. With a brief, direct request, she added, "Please take care of me." Simple, to the point, and nothing more. In the hall, a young man whispered in astonishment about Rosa Valencia, the notorious bounty hunter and graduate of the Sengen Academy, known for her mysterious past. He confessed his desire to witness her fighting style firsthand. Meanwhile, Rosa had finished her demonstration, and it was now Alan's turn to step forward. Taking the microphone in hand, he hesitated, searching for words. After such powerful performances, it seemed impossible to add anything meaningful. The urge to slip away tugged at him, but retreat was no longer an option. Silence settled over the room. One of the boys, unable to hide his astonishment, exclaimed, "Is that him?" At that moment, the professor approached the microphone and announced that the entrance ceremony had come to an end. The president approached the 3 newcomers and remarked that such an outcome would be too easy. She added that there was something more, and confided that she held high expectations for each of them. Cutting off the speech, Alan spun around and darted away. Eyes widened in surprise as everyone turned to watch him go, unable to understand what had come over him. Without hesitation, he rushed straight into the nearby woods. A wave of embarrassment washed over him, convinced the president had made a fool of him in front of everyone. The sting of it lingered. Meanwhile, the other students busied themselves with introductions and excited chatter about the ceremony. A sense of loneliness weighed on Alan. Actions that once filled him with pleasure now appeared dull and tiresome. Evening shadows stretched across the landscape, and the air grew chillier. It seemed the right moment to head back. Sweat clung to him as nerves took over. A bath offered the perfect escape. Discovering a public bathhouse, he stepped inside. A long corridor stretched ahead, guiding him toward the men's changing room. The thought struck him: an entire building dedicated solely to bathing. The day had been dreadful, leaving him longing to wash away the heavy weight of stress that clung to him. In a flash, he apologized and quickly slipped behind the door. The thought raced through his mind: what is Leah doing in the men's locker room? Peeking out from behind the door, Leah burst into laughter and called out, issuing her challenge to a duel. A bit uncertain, Alan inquired about the terms being offered. Clenching her fist, she demanded in a stern voice, "Do you accept or not?" He lifted both hands in a gesture of surrender, signaling his agreement. Suddenly, the Academy's president, Leah, appeared before them, announcing that she had overheard everything. She practically dragged them forward, urging them to carry out the plan. Leah pressed them with a sense of urgency, insisting that they start at once or risk missing their chance. With a clear, commanding voice, the president officially declared the start of the match between Leah Vesteria and Alan Radorva. Elaine glanced over and asked, "So this is your true form of the soul?" A gentle smile played on her lips as she added, "You really are a good boy." In a stern voice, she commanded him to stop loitering and reveal his true spirit form at once. Alan offered a quiet apology, admitting with a lowered gaze that he simply wasn't capable of such a thing. She asked again if he was serious, and he gave a firm nod in response. The president let out a disappointed snort and turned away. Leah couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Alan mused to himself, considering the princess whose emotions spanned the widest range. From the start, he had never wanted this duel. Being underestimated to such an extent made silence unbearable. The first sword style, Soaring Shadow, swept through the air. Leah's eyes widened in surprise, yet she swiftly countered with her own move, the white scales technique. Employing the 8th sword style, he faced off against her mastery of the Yatagarasu technique. Between them, black flames erupted, swirling through the air with an astonishing intensity. With a single powerful strike, she incinerated all 8 of his slices. The black flames she unleashed became the embodiment of true terror. Alan closed the gap between them, moving swiftly forward, determined to reach her. Leah shouted for him to stay away and summoned a dragon's roar, unleashing a storm that whipped fiercely around her. Alan replied that he had no idea what she was talking about, insisting he had made it all up. Still, she realized that was exactly how he had earned her respect. His determination and years of training were plain to see. At last, Leah acknowledged him as a worthy rival. Alan responded with sincere gratitude for the honor she had bestowed upon him. The girl pressed on, insisting that skill in combat meant nothing without a true sense of self. She then vowed to prove her point right then and there. Launching herself forward with dazzling speed, she unleashed the Supreme King style and delivered a devastating blow. With a fierce battle cry, Leah delivered a powerful blow. Alan staggered to the side, barely managing to keep his balance. The sheer force left a stinging impression. Leah, slightly annoyed, admitted that he probably surpassed her in the art of controlling the sphere, but wondered if he realized what he was lacking. She believed her sword, infused with the shape of her soul, could not be bested by mere improvisation. Meanwhile, Alan observed in silence, his mind methodically dissecting every detail. Understanding dawned on him. Leah relied too heavily on her form. Her strikes had grown predictable, and overconfidence had become her weakness. With careful timing, he could land a precise blow. The second sword style, Veiled Moon, caught Leah off guard with its swift counterattack. In a heartbeat, she lost her balance and tumbled to the ground, unable to process what had just occurred. The title of champion went to Alan Rotorua. The president observed that, as anticipated, his formidable strength truly commanded respect. Alan found himself taken aback. Though Leah had just fainted, astounding strength resided within her, and she would regain consciousness at any moment. With measured movements, Leah eased herself into a seat and quietly asked what had happened. The president replied that, unfortunately, the match was lost. It had truly been a genuine contest. Questions erupted from Leah in rapid succession, demanding answers about what had just happened, why she had lost, and what had been done to her. Alan explained with calm assurance that he had anticipated the exact spot where she would emerge and struck there intentionally. The slices made in the fabric of space were not entirely invisible. Had she looked closely, she might have noticed them. The princess interrupted Alan's explanation, dismissing his method as unfair. Leah stepped in, declaring the duel over and announcing Alan as the victor. Attention then turned to the princess, awaiting her next move. With a look of surprise, she asked for clarification about what was meant by planning to do. A moment of hesitation crossed Leah's face, and then, all at once, the memory returned to her. The words echoed in Leah's mind. The defeated becomes the victor's servant. Anxiety crept over her as she desperately searched for a way to escape the promise she had made. The president noted that since the fight was unofficial, the outcome could remain a secret, provided neither side objects. Relief washed over Alan. Taking a princess from another land as a slave was hardly a wise move. The president addressed the princess directly, asking if she truly was prepared to accept this arrangement. Silence lingered in the room. Yet everyone recognized Leah Sensei's curious spirit. The president went on, explaining that if Leah had stayed out of the fight, her life could have continued as before. Still, seeking the easy path never aligned with Leah's way of living. Annoyance flickered across Leah's face as she finally admitted her understanding. A promise was a promise, and she would honor it. She requested that no one speak as if she had been forced into this. The choice to keep her promise or to run away would be hers alone. The final decision rested solely with her. The president led them to Leah's room. With a bright tone, Leah announced that slaves must devote themselves entirely to their master. She promised to bring Alan's belongings the next day. Alan found his thoughts drifting. The princess, now far from home, had become a stranger's slave. What would happen if those back home learned about this? The president closed the door behind her, a gentle smile playing on her lips. Watching Leah slowly come to terms with the consequences of her choices brought her quiet amusement. She considered the 3 scholarship students true prodigies. A plan had already taken shape in her mind. These were the chosen ones who would represent the academy at the Festival of 5 Saints. Yet, before that moment arrived, earlier events still needed to unfold. The duel with Doral unfolded in much the same way as before. Defeat meant keeping a promise. For this reason, nothing about the current circumstances could be altered. Alan realized that even if he wished to break the slave contract, Leah would never accept it. The only way forward was to defeat her in another duel. Lost in thought, he drifted into silence, while Leah sat quietly on the floor, her eyes lowered and her presence withdrawn. Her uniform hung in tatters, and Alan realized that if he let his gaze drift a bit higher, he would catch a glimpse of paradise. Lost in contemplation, he failed to notice it right away. Leah seemed equally oblivious. The challenge now lay in finding the right words to tell her. He surveyed the room. Warmth lingered in the air, soft toys scattered about, and a gentle fragrance drifting by. Nothing at all like what he had imagined a princess's chamber would be. The spacious room was filled with a gentle fragrance, yet the girl suddenly asked Alan not to stare at her, embarrassed by the attention. He quietly apologized. Nearly missing his opportunity, he now senses the moment when their understanding of each other begins to deepen. Determined, he refuses to let this chance slip away. He explained that his attack had torn the front of her clothes, then handed her something so she could cover herself. Alan suggested setting aside formalities, but Leah hugged her jacket tightly and shook her head. As a slave, showing proper respect to her master felt essential. Despite her elevated position, she remained a swordswoman guided by her own will and sense of honor. Turning back was no longer an option, for her word had already been given. Along with her warrior's pride, Leah intrigued Alan. He made up his mind to mend their relationship, hoping that one day she might even guide him in summoning his soul attire. No other option remained for him. He consented to play by her rules, stating them as commands. From this moment forward, he formally forbade any use of formal address toward himself. Leah bristled at the suggestion. Was this truly acceptable? Alan calmly clarified that a master's privilege was to make a servant do things they disliked. Realizing this, she nodded in understanding, yet felt compelled to confirm whether this kind of relationship was genuinely what he desired. Perhaps a change of heart might come, yet his words remained firm and unwithdrawn. Soon after, she requested that people stop addressing her formally. Finding it rather odd, Alan agreed to call her by whatever name she preferred. A quiet relief washed over him, lightening his mood. He had only just arrived, yet so much nonsense had already unfolded. Leah felt compelled to clarify who was responsible for the chaos. At first, the answer seemed obvious to him, but uncertainty lingered. Choosing honesty, Alan simply asked, when she changed clothes in the men's locker room, did she ever suspect something was off? Leah replied without hesitation that it had been the women's. Now, however, doubt flickered in her mind. Alan couldn't help but note to himself that this girl definitely had a few screws loose. Both of them sighed at the exact same moment, their breaths weaving together in quiet resignation. A fresh argument broke out, this time about who was copying whom. The clock had already struck 11 in the evening. Alan finally admitted it was truly late. Leah made up her mind to go to bed early, knowing a demanding day awaited her. Alan suggested she wash up first before settling in for the night. Crimson spilled across her cheeks, a surge of indignation rising within as the twisted comment echoed in her mind. Alan failed to grasp what the issue was, though by now it no longer mattered. Leah rose to her feet and made her way to the bathroom. Before closing the door, she issued a warning. If you peek again, I won't forgive you. Panic overtook him, and he made a swift escape. Silence settled between them as they sat side by side. Leah remarked how curious it was that they had both left their rooms at the very same moment. Alan agreed with a cheerful nod. She reached over, offering him a bottle of water. He expressed his thanks. While they drank side by side, she suddenly noticed how close he was standing to her. Alan glanced at the clock. Midnight. He mentioned he was on the verge of falling asleep, prompting her to wonder if it could really be considered already. Disbelief colored her thoughts, as she realized this was her first time. and it seemed as though Alan could sense exactly what was on her mind. With gentle reassurance, he promised that nothing would go wrong. He would sleep on the floor. There was no need for her to worry. With surprise in her voice, she asked if he truly had no plans at all. He simply shrugged, feeling content after a shower and brushing his teeth. Leah perched herself calmly on the edge of the bed and asked if he might want to sleep together. Alan flinched, questioning for a moment if he had heard her correctly. Settling down beside her, he asked in a quiet voice if he should turn off the light. Leah nodded in response. For a long while, disbelief kept her frozen, unable to accept that he had done nothing. At last, she pushed herself upright, settled beside him, and gave his cheek a sharp pinch. Alan showed no response, slipping into sleep as though a switch had been flipped. In slumber, he appeared completely defenseless. Gently tugging at his cheeks, she tried to see if he was only pretending. Yet, he remained completely unresponsive, which struck her as rather amusing. After sharing a good laugh, she decided to leave him alone. Luck was on his side today. Turning to face him, she saw not a villain, but a formidable swordsman with a depth of purpose in his eyes and an unexpected charm. Weariness gently dissolved those thoughts. The time had come to sleep. Early in the morning, they walked to school side by side. Leah shared stories about a traditional dish from her homeland called ramzak, describing it as especially delicious. Alan listened with curiosity and admitted he would like to try it someday. Leah promised to do the cooking. There was a shop nearby stocked with every ingredient they could need. Walking next to her, Alan reflected that despite expecting some nighttime upheaval, he had slept soundly, as peacefully as a child. He expressed his gratitude and mentioned he would be looking forward to it. With confidence, she replied that he could count on her. A girl welcomed them into the classroom, addressing Leah-san and remarking that the day looked wonderful. Nearby, 3 students debated the mysterious creature said to roam the forest, a woman as large as a bear. While one doubted the tale, another agreed it could be true, and the third dismissed it as pure fantasy. Alan approached them and offered a polite greeting. The group cast him a chilly glance before turning away, resuming their conversation as if he were invisible. Alan grew uneasy, sensing that the formal introduction left everyone wary of him. Leah walked over to the same group of boys, greeted them politely, and asked if she could have a word with them. Their expressions shifted instantly, concern flickering across their faces as they replied quickly. Of course. Has something happened, Leah-san?" Alan noticed the sudden warmth in her demeanor. Curiosity sparked as he wondered what had prompted Leah to step in. She mentioned noticing Alan's attempt at a greeting, yet there was no reply from them. Perhaps they were simply too preoccupied. Their words faltered. Admitting uncertainty, they murmured that it wasn't quite like that. It was just difficult to put into words. His voice barely rose above a whisper. Smiling, Leah remarked that they were nothing but scoundrels, and she found such behavior disgusting. Embarrassment silenced the boys. Wishing them a pleasant day, she settled down beside Alan, who offered a quiet apology, a hint of guilt in his eyes. Genuine surprise flickered across Leah's face as she wondered why he felt the need to apologize. Watching him being ignored unsettled her far too much to remain silent. She assured him there was no need to worry about people like that. Alan offered a gentle smile and promised he wouldn't let it bother him again. Meanwhile, in the classroom, one girl leaned toward her friend and quietly asked why Leah was sitting at the back with that boy. Her friend simply shrugged in response. Into the classroom wandered Rosa, looking sleepy and sluggish, her mouth stretched wide in a yawn as if she had just rolled out of bed. Scanning the classroom, her gaze quickly landed on Alan and Leah, prompting her to head straight in their direction. Rose settled down in front of them, greeting both the main character and the girl at his side. Alan replied politely, while Leah eyed her warily and asked what was going on. A gentle smile spread across Rose's face as she assured them that everything was fine and there was no need for concern. Alan pondered whether it was actually reasonable for the principal to teach classes on top of running the school. The thought crossed his mind. Could she possibly have enough time for everything? The principal interrupted the train of thought, signaling the beginning of the lesson. While it felt a bit early to bring it up, she needed to share an important announcement about the Sacred Festival. The Sacred Festival serves as a novice tournament, where the academy selects 3 first-year students to represent their school in matches against rival academies. For the students, this was an opportunity to earn fame and move one step closer to their dream of becoming a great swordsman. The reason behind everyone's excitement suddenly became clear to Alan. The principal explained that while participants were usually selected through a series of practical challenges, this year things had taken an unexpected turn. The choice had already been made. This time, the Academy's representatives will be Leia Vestaria, Rosa Valencia, and Alan Rotorua. Alan clutched his head, sensing the outcome before it even unfolded. Yet before the principal could finish her sentence, a boy sprang to his feet and shouted a firm, "No!" The director arched an eyebrow. "What is it, Tessa Vermont?" Tessa answered, "I understand why you selected Leia and Rosa. Both possess skill and experience as swordswomen. But why Alan? He is a nobody. I have no idea what he is capable of." A flush of embarrassment colored Alan's face as Tessa fixed a furious glare on him. Leaning forward with surprise, Leia asked, "You really think only strength matters?" The two other boys stood up, backing Tessa. Tessa pressed on, "Is he really stronger than all of us?" Alan sat in silence, confusion swirling within him as he struggled to grasp why he was being humiliated. Uncertainty clouded his mind over whether this was worth mourning. Leah cast a sorrowful glance his way, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, and gently asked how he was holding up. Alan assured her that he was fine. Yet the principal called his name, prompting him to ask in surprise what had happened. Her eyes rolled skyward, dismissing him as hopeless. She wondered aloud who was truly to blame for this predicament. Alan released a weary sigh, realizing there was no sense in being angry. Despite his fear, he accepted that things had unfolded this way. The principal expressed her surprise, admitting she hadn't expected Alan to endure insults with such composure. In a calm, subdued voice, Alan replied that it was enough for him. Rising to his feet, he moved closer and quietly confided to the principal that perhaps someone else would be a better choice. Participating in the festival held no interest for him. Taking part simply didn't matter. Resting her hand gently on his shoulder, she offered her thanks for his honesty before stepping out into the classroom. Announcing her decision, she declared that Alan would not be participating. The boy lowered his head in silence. The whole situation felt as if she had orchestrated it from the very start. Shock washed over Alan when he realized the principal had set him up. The three boys suddenly grew animated as one of them declared Alan called all the shots. Another reacted with indignation, demanding to know who had just been called incompetent. A third, refusing to be outdone, shouted even louder, promising to help the offender meet his end if that was truly what he desired. Alan made an effort to calm everyone, insisting he never said such a thing. The principal, however, stepped in and suggested that if he was truly a swordsman, he should head to the training grounds. Frustration flared within Alan, while the principal met his anger with nothing more than a sly wink. The whole class moved toward the sports ground. A quiet shadow hung over Alan as he walked, surprised to find himself here for the second time in just 2 days. Tessa drew his sword, his voice dripping with scorn as he declared his intention to crush this pitiful newcomer. Alan steadied himself, knowing he had to deal with them one at a time. Confidence filled him as he surveyed the equipment, certain that mastering its operation would come easily. Yet Alan effortlessly deflected the blow and knocked Tessa off her feet. The announcement of the match's end echoed, and inwardly he hoped that this time his efforts might finally earn him a bit of recognition. Once again the principal stepped in, her voice cutting through the commotion as she declared the situation unfair. This was supposed to be a 1-against-3 match after all. She invalidated the fight, and Alan found himself puzzled, unsure which side she truly supported. 3 boys closed in around Alan, each one bracing himself to strike. The pattern of their assault became clear. One would draw attention from the front while 2 circled behind to strike. Despite recognizing their strategy, a lingering sense of confusion clouded his mind as he wondered why he was caught up in this ordeal. A peaceful school life was all he yearned for, yet fate often chose a different path. The first step is to focus on the person standing before him. Dealing with each one individually is the way forward. Advancing with the grace of the Yatagarasu's 8th form, he launched his assault, only to be met by counters in the form of Cloud Style, swiftly followed by the Feather Style. Alan delivered a powerful blow, sending his opponent crashing to the side and claiming victory for himself. Next, Tessa stepped forward. With a shout warning Alan not to get cocky, he lunged into the fray. Alan's strike landed with greater force, sending Tessa sprawling to the side. The third opponent remained on the field, rising from the ground and launching an attack from behind. Employing the moonlight technique in the new moon style, he acted just as Leah suddenly let out a sharp cry. Alan unleashed the second sword alongside the misty moon technique, so swift and seamless that his opponent could not grasp how it all transpired. Thus, the third opponent fell as well. Once again, Leah witnessed the familiar technique, the very move Alan had used to defeat her. The spectators watched in awe, eager to know his secret and asking him to teach them how to deliver 8 consecutive strikes. They congratulated him on a brilliant victory while Alan accepted their praise with gratitude. Leah offered her praise, while Rose became curious, eager to learn the secret behind the magical trick that created that invisible cut. Alan expressed his gratitude and clarified whether she meant Misty Moon. He explained how everything had worked out. Rose commented that the technique was truly fascinating, while Leah remarked that it seemed like a trick. Alan replied that on the contrary, it was actually very convenient. Meanwhile, the defeated fighters gradually regained consciousness. Approaching Tessa, he asked if everything was all right. One by one, all 3 slowly got to their feet. Alan was taken aback. The second boy gave a respectful bow, sincerely apologized, and admitted he had underestimated him. He declared that Alan truly deserved to represent the academy, while the third suggested they all start over from the beginning. A gentle smile spread across Alan's face, reassuring everyone that there was no reason for concern. No trace of anger lingered in his expression. Every student endured rigorous training just to earn a place here, yet by a twist of fate, he found himself chosen for the sacred festival. One of the boys admitted that he had lost not only in battle, but also in kindness. The other agreed. With everything settled, Tessa added that now he hoped to become friends with Alan. Alan nodded eagerly, expressing his delight. The group reached out, layering their hands together in a show of unity before giving a firm, collective squeeze. The director stepped in and inquired if anyone else had objections to Alan representing the academy at the festival. Alan halted her with indignation, questioning why she spoke as if others had complaints as well. Tessa reassured him, explaining that now everyone agreed he was deserving. Another boy clarified that at the academy, students are divided into classes. Amid the group, Alan rubbed his hands together, trying to fend off the chill, and remarked that their outfits were far too flimsy for a morning like this. Everyone wore only t-shirts and shorts. A quiet sigh from someone nearby carried a complaint about how harsh April mornings could be. Suddenly, a boy gave a sly wink and gestured toward the doors, just as the girls made their way outside. Shivering, they grumbled about the cold, and among them, a delicate girl struggled to keep her footing. The girls wore fitted t-shirts and athletic pants that hugged their figures. The boy explained that this attire was a long-standing tradition at the academy. In truth, most of the girls found it quite unbearable. The 2 boys pressed their hands together in a gesture of prayer and softly murmured their gratitude to the academy's tradition. Alan greeted Leah warmly, prompting her to smile before she asked him how he found the spectacle unfolding before them. Pretending to be lost in thought, he tried to avoid looking at her. Yet the weight of her gaze unsettled him, and despite his efforts, he couldn't tear his eyes away. Porosan's advice came to mind. Whenever a girl asks about her appearance, always say it suits her perfectly. Those words were offered to Leah, and her face lit up with gratitude as she thanked him. After Leah moved on to join the others, a lingering sense of confusion settled over the hero. The reason behind her question remained unclear as yet another call beckoned him elsewhere. Turning around, he noticed Rosa standing there. He asked if something had happened, but instead, she wanted to know what he thought of her appearance. Without a moment's hesitation, the hero told her the dress suited her beautifully. Rose flashed a grateful smile and joined the other girls. A wave of confusion washed over him. Was this some kind of ritual? The headmistress of the academy appeared out of nowhere, her voice booming louder than any referee's whistle. One had to wonder why she even bothered carrying the whistle at all. Today, she announced, a trial would take place. Novices were forbidden from relying on their personal styles, ensuring their true skill could be properly assessed. The test will be divided into 3 sections: a basic cut, 10 strikes, and a continuous assault. If everything is clear, we'll start with the basic cut. For those unfamiliar with the practice, the task begins by standing before a bamboo stalk and taking up a firm stance. In a sudden, fluid motion, the sword is drawn and used to slice the bamboo clean in half. The exact time taken for the cut is carefully recorded. The man responsible for evaluating your results has amassed 50 years of experience in this field, so treat him with the respect he deserves. On average, freshmen take about 0.8 seconds to complete this task. Without uttering a single word, she approached the bamboo, drew her sword, and sliced through the stalk in one precise motion. A joyful shout burst from the man. Half a second, A remarkable achievement. Satisfaction lit up Leah's face. The director commended her, calling it an excellent start. Next in line was Rosa Valencia. The swift Sakura technique unfurled at her command, drawing an admiring remark from the evaluator, who found the display impressive. In just 0.3 of a second, victory seemed certain for Rosa, her delight unmistakable. Displeasure flickered across Leah's face as she let out a huff and pouted in protest. With a gentle smile, Alan watched their exchange, pleased to see how well they were getting along. The director observed with satisfaction. As expected from the art of single-handed swordsmanship, the outcome was nothing short of impressive. Next up was Alan Rotorua, whose only task was to perform a straightforward cut. This once stood as his weakest point. Yet after countless millennia of training, it was time to see how it would perform now. Approaching the bamboo, he swung his arm and struck with force, yet the stalk remained upright. The entire crowd fell silent, and the judge made no note of the attempt. The audience sat in stunned silence, unsure of what had just occurred. The evaluator remained seated, eyes fixed intently on Alan. Confused, the hero quietly asked what had happened. The man frowned, prompting Alan to repeat his question. How many seconds? Silence hung in the air. Alan stepped closer, curiosity glinting in the director's eyes as she drew near as well. Suddenly, the judge became visibly animated, his emotions flaring. The appraiser exclaimed in outrage, demanding to know what was being said. Alan, according to him, had not even sliced the bamboo. Unable to endure the accusation, the hero insisted he had definitely cut through. He stepped closer and reached out to touch the bamboo. At last, the top of the bamboo snapped and tumbled down. Startled, the man jumped up in disbelief. It seemed impossible. Whispers rippled among his classmates, none of them having caught even a glimpse of the strike. No one noticed when he drew his sword. Concern flickered across the director's face. The thought that an expert with 5 decades of experience had failed to notice the blow signaled a serious issue. She asked Alan to repeat his explanation, this time more slowly. The hero agreed, though the idea of intentionally slowing down his technique at a competition designed to test speed had never crossed his mind before. At last, the principal announced the end of the test and commended everyone for their hard work. Leah informed the group that the training hall would remain open all day. Alan glanced at his results with curiosity, noticing a remarkable improvement in his progress. On the verge of leaving, a classmate called out, halting him in his tracks. A young man inquired whether Alan's technique during the 10 strikes was called flying shadow, or something similar. Alan affirmed this, and then curiously asked what prompted the question. The student requested to be taught this technique and, in return, offered to share his own style, iron cleave. Alan, however, declined, insisting he was not worthy to be anyone's mentor. Persuasion hung in the air as the boy pleaded, even addressing him as sensei and asking for just a brief demonstration. Alan paused, scratching his head in thought, before nodding in agreement. The boy's face lit up with delight, and several others hurried over, drawn by the prospect. Someone suggested trading for the new moon style, and soon others joined in, including the girls. Leah and Rosa expressed their eagerness to learn as well. The stream of interested people continued without pause. Alan urged everyone to remain calm and assured them that he would do his best to teach anyone who wished to learn. Everyone eagerly exchanged their own techniques and trained together in high spirits, laughter echoing as they supported and encouraged one another. Alan reflected on how he had always longed for a day like this, where swords and camaraderie blended effortlessly during training, free from any sense of rivalry. Tears shimmered in his eyes, but he quickly insisted it was nothing, just a speck caught in his eye. Someone in the crowd wondered aloud where to begin. A gentle smile touched the hero's lips as he replied, "Raise your sword." The following day brought a welcome break from routine. Alan saw it as the perfect opportunity to dedicate himself to a full day of training. Suddenly, Leah turned to him and asked if he was free today. The question made him pause and think. Noticing his silence, she offered an apology and gently inquired if he was busy. Alan found himself torn. The importance of his training weighed on him, yet the value of his friends pulled at him just as strongly. A memory surfaced. Leah had already mentioned a wonderful nearby restaurant known for its ramzak. She suggested they have lunch together, and he saw no reason to refuse. The two strolled down the street as Leah remarked on the beautiful weather. Alan nodded in agreement, observing that it was a perfect day for training. A scowl darkened her face at his words. Had he really mentioned training? Alan quickly dismissed her suspicion, assuring her she must have misheard. Fencing hadn't even crossed his mind as they walked side by side. Rounding the corner, Alan asked if there really was a passage here. Leah, filled with confidence, replied that she had visited this place many times before. Quite suddenly, Rosa appeared in the middle of the road. She paused, surprise flickering across her face as she caught sight of Alan and Leah standing together. The hero explained they were on their way to eat ramzak. Unfamiliar with the dish, Rosa looked curious. Alan mentioned that ramzak was a traditional Vesturian meal and invited her to join them. Without hesitation, she accepted the invitation. Leah opened her mouth to protest, but Alan swiftly cut her off, announcing it was time to leave. The waiter approached and asked if they were ready to order. Leah requested a selection of ramzaku, eagerly praising the restaurant's reputation for serving the very best. Rosa looked surprised, while Alan remarked that he simply couldn't wait any longer. After 10 minutes, the waiter returned, apologized for the wait, and set down a massive plate overflowing with fragrant ramzaku. With admiration in her voice, Leah declared she looked absolutely stunning. Alan noted the impressive quantity, but admitted the scent was truly captivating. Rosa agreed, adding that the aroma sharpened her appetite. Leah suggested they begin while the food was still warm, and wished everyone a pleasant meal. Rosa responded politely, echoing the sentiment. The group eagerly devoured their meal, savoring every bite. Alan commented on how delicious it tasted, while Leah smiled in quiet satisfaction, recalling that she had mentioned this before. Rosa agreed with the praise, and Leah added that the dish was a popular specialty from her homeland. Alan admitted he could never have imagined how delicious it would be. Rosa echoed his sentiment, confirming his words once more. Half an hour slipped by. Leah described the moment as a wave of true nostalgia washing over her. Alan struggled to maintain his composure, ultimately choosing to let her have the rest. At that very instant, his eyes locked with Rosa's in an unexpected meeting. A thoughtful pause settled over the hero as he pondered the peculiar situation. Rose interrupted his musings, insisting he stop using the respectful honorific. He agreed with a simple nod, addressing her as Rosa-san. Irritation flashed across her face as she demanded he drop the honorific entirely. Accepting her request, he replied, "All right, Rosa." Relief washed over Rosa. This was a much better outcome. Meanwhile, Leah finished off the last bites of her meal. Expressing her gratitude for the meal, she rose to her feet and mentioned it was time to keep moving. The others asked for a moment to catch their breath, weighed down by their full stomachs. But Leah had already surged ahead, refusing to slow her pace. After enjoying a hearty meal of ramzaku, they wandered through the aquarium, explored pastry shops, browsed department stores, and visited countless other places. Eventually, they arrived at the most renowned jewelry store in the city. Taking turns, the girls tried on different pieces, glancing at Alan for his opinion. Each time he assured them they looked stunning, but added a gentle reminder to handle the treasures with care. The sheer financial power of these two was intimidating. A single careless mistake that led to breaking something could mean falling into debt, expulsion from the academy, and the daunting task of searching for a new job. Facing his mother after that would be impossible. Alan settled onto a bench and let out a weary sigh. He apologized to the girls, explaining that he was a bit tired and needed a moment to rest. Leah inquired if everything was all right, while Rosa wondered what had happened. Alan assured them that he was fine. A slight dizziness crept in, but reassurance followed, along with a gentle request to simply enjoy the jewelry without worrying. One person nodded in agreement, while another offered a cautious warning, noting that if anything felt wrong, it should be mentioned right away. The girls stepped aside to have a private conversation. Leah inquired how many months Rosa needed, wondering if 3 was the usual amount. Rosa confirmed with a nod, but emphasized that the real focus was on the feeling. Meanwhile, Alan sat nearby, puzzled by their mysterious discussion. Armed men in masks burst into the shop without warning, their presence filling the room with tension. Their voices rang out, commanding everyone to stay still and raise their hands at once. One of the thieves barked an order at the shopkeeper, demanding she gather every piece of jewelry into a sack. Her desperate pleas for mercy fell on deaf ears as he struck her back with his sword. The tension finally snapped as the boys sprang into action, launching themselves straight into the fray. Panic flickered across one criminal's face as he demanded to know who they were. It was already too late for the bandits. Each fighter unleashed their own unique fencing style, moving with such precision and speed that the thieves could not even react. With unwavering confidence, Rosa assured everyone that they could handle the situation. Alan chimed in, stating there would be no trouble. Determination flashed in his eyes as he made up his mind not to let a single attacker escape. The enemy remained within striking range. Alan unleashed the first style, delivering a shadowy blow. With lightning speed, the move knocked the attacker off his feet. He was apprehended on the spot. The following morning at the academy, someone mentioned to Alan that they had caused quite a sensation the previous day. Curiosity prompted him to ask what they were referring to. A classmate displayed the newspaper. Rose and Leah appeared tall and prominent, while Alan lingered somewhere in the background. Alan's figure may have been small in the photo, but what mattered most was that they knew the truth. Rose remarked that even a small achievement is still an achievement. The article described the principal as someone who manages tasks each day that would overwhelm most people. Yet she remains composed and confident in front of the students. Leah introduced the man as number 18, explaining that he was her servant. The students exchanged uneasy glances, puzzled by the use of a number instead of a name. The principal gave a stern warning, explaining that this man was a convicted criminal, sentenced to 100 years of hard labor. Leah, visibly upset, demanded an explanation for why the teacher had brought a prisoner into their midst. It turned out that this man harbored a particular weakness for the female form, especially for teenagers, and made a living from it by working in academies throughout the country. The girls exchanged looks of disgust. Such repulsiveness. To them, he was the sworn enemy of all women. Sentences of imprisonment kept increasing with each act of spying or daring escape, eventually adding up to a century behind bars. Alan grasped the gravity of the situation, yet Leah's worries would not rest. The question remained, how could such a dangerous man still walk free? Leah reassured that everything with him was under control. Obedient, he respected the rules she set. In a sudden burst of admiration, he declared her the most magnificent of all. The director mentioned it was time to move on to the main topic. She also pointed out that the newcomers probably were unfamiliar with the Academy's history. In earlier days, the Academy of 1,000 Blades stood unrivaled at the top, while the Ice Academy consistently found itself in second place. This was particularly true during the sacred festival of the Five. People spoke of this era as the Golden Age. Times have changed. Plagued by various troubles, both academies lost their former glory and sank into decline. Public opinion and the media only intensified the tension, joining forces against them. Their school surrendered its position to the Ice Academy and now lingers in last place at every tournament. Once a worthy rival, this academy now lingers only as a shadow of its former glory. Unable to compete on equal footing anymore, and merely casting a pale reflection on its illustrious past. Barely containing her fury, the director considered such insolence unforgivable. That was why the Ice Academy had to be destroyed. The prisoner muttered under his breath, refusing to accept defeat at the hands of such scoundrels. Just last night, without so much as blinking, she managed to assemble the strongest team imaginable. The director introduced the lineup: Alan, Leah, and Rosa. In that moment, the reason behind her tension became clear to the protagonist. Her plan carried risks, but its logic was undeniable. His task was to scrutinize enemy styles, tactics, and behavior, and ultimately, to secure victory. Leah couldn't hide her surprise at seeing Alan placed among the vanguard. In her mind, he was destined to lead. Rosa expressed her agreement, but the principal only let out a quiet sigh and hinted that there was a significant reason behind the decision. Realization dawned on Rosa. True victory required Alan to make the first move. A sinister laugh escaped Leah as she realized the opponents would never suspect their strongest card was hidden right in the front line. The girls embraced the idea with eager enthusiasm. Alan briefly imagined how this would intimidate their rivals and give an impression of strength, but he quickly pulled himself back to reality, knowing better than to get carried away. Facing the daunting task ahead, he needed to defeat the Elite Academy's first-year students 3 times in a row. Securing even a single victory would have been a remarkable feat. Yet their expectations for him were clearly set far too high. Dreamily pictured the opposing team quaking with fear after suffering 3 consecutive defeats. Valentine's Day arrived, coinciding with the sacred festival. The participant list left Leah stunned. She saw the opposing team had no vanguard, and their center consisted only of a frail figure. The absurd arrangement sparked outrage among everyone present. Anger flared within Alan as well. 2 warriors stood ready, Confident that their strength alone could topple the fallen academy of 1,000 blades, Leah hoped to adjust the lineup, making only minor changes to the roles. However, the secretary politely apologized, explaining that the rules were clear and no alterations were allowed. The hero sensed the teacher's frustration. Those who lack self-control often look for someone else to blame for their troubles. Before the sensei could respond, something unexpected happened. Ferris stepped through the door and greeted Leah, noting how much time had passed since their last meeting. It turned out to be the director of the Ice Academy. The encounter proved to be an unwelcome surprise. The teacher, irritation clear on her face, demanded to know what she had done. Surprise filled her as she realized she had never imagined the student capable of such a cruel act. Ferris responded that this wasn't about malice, but rather a smart approach. Turning to one of the guards, she asked if he could back up her claim. The guard instantly confirmed her words. The two girls clashed once more. Leah shouted that her rival remained exactly the same, and wondered aloud if she had forgotten that string of defeats. Ferris, however, quickly countered, reminding her that their academy had long since pulled ahead. Insults flew between them, and the argument flared up again, teetering on the edge of a fistfight. Silently observing the scene unfold, the hero pondered in his mind. If these individuals were the heads of the academies, what future awaited the country? Leah declared once more that she would restore the Academy of 1,000 Blades to its former glory before the day was out. In response, Ferris remarked that boasting was easy, but soon enough, Leah would be the one on the verge of tears. Suddenly, a calm settled over both of them as they quietly drifted back to their teams, acting as if nothing had occurred. Alan's body began to tremble as confusion clouded his mind, leaving him at a loss to grasp what was unfolding. Suddenly, a deadly intent pressed down on him. Sid Euclius, one of his rivals, stood nearby. From the very first moment, the hero sensed that challenges awaited him at this academy. At last, the tournament announcer expressed gratitude to everyone for their patience. The grand announcement marked the start of the first match between the two renowned academies. Inside Alan, something began to stir. The crowd of devoted fans shouted with unwavering enthusiasm, urging him onward and demanding victory over his unworthy opponents. A tender smile played on his lips, revealing the change within. Gone were the days of solitude. Now, others stood by his side. For their sake, he knew he had to prevail. Alan stepped through the eastern gate, where the crowd eagerly welcomed their hero. The rival addressed him, declaring that today they would clash as true swordsmen, allowing even the gods themselves to witness their disgrace. The hero agreed, his guard slightly raised after Leah's warning, though the opponent appeared courteous. The commentator signaled the start of the battle. The opponent wasted no time and instantly accepted the challenge, summoning a strangely shaped sword forged from infernal essence into his grasp. Alan recognized the weapon instantly. It was indeed the very same infernal creature. The opponent surged forward with impressive speed, yet every stride betrayed his intentions. Each step unfolded in a predictable pattern, exposing him to a calculated counterstrike. The opening was perfect, inviting a swift retaliation. Suddenly, something went awry. Confusion rippled through the crowd as no one could grasp what had happened. Alan dropped to the ground. Whispers spread among the spectators. Whispered confusion spread through the crowd as people wondered aloud about his actions. Meanwhile, the opponent shouted triumphantly, eager to bid farewell to the foolish swordsman. Time materialized before Alan's eyes. 99 years, 12 months, 31 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 42 seconds. In that surreal moment, memory flooded back. He had been struck down by his enemy. Antagonist glanced around, taking in the scene before him. Everything looked exactly as it must have 100 million years ago. Perhaps he had entered a world shaped by the spiritual weapon Cain. Testing its function became his next priority. The sight of 99 years made him believe that the Hermit of Time had granted him exactly 100. Yet, before anything else, a bit of training awaited him. The commentator's voice echoed from the screen, announcing that Cain's deadly blow had brought his opponent to the ground, just as predicted. It seemed wise to finish off the remaining challengers as well. Yet, perhaps it would be better to end the match here and now. At that moment, Alan sprang to his feet and called out for everyone to stop. The man was alive and eager to carry on. Wasn't the match still yet to begin? The judge stood in stunned silence, hardly believing what he had just witnessed. Alan admitted his own confusion, yet declared his readiness to continue the fight. Even the enemy could hardly believe he was still standing. Without missing a beat, Alan employed Sakura's technique, a one-handed style paired with a mirrored strike. The enemy raged with unrestrained fury, wielding a weapon straight from hell, one designed to imprison Alan for a century. Yet, in spite of every cruel intention, his spirit remained remarkably unbroken. Alan delivered the final decisive blow and remarked that a century is hardly a long time. The commentator hurried over to the defeated Kane and declared that he could fight no more. Victory belonged to Alan, earning him the title of champion. The entire team brimmed with excitement as Leah called out his name with pride. The principal praised his efforts, acknowledging he had done well, yet advised that it would be wiser for him to steer clear of spiritual weapons in the future. With a hint of surprise, Rosa asked when he had managed to master her technique. Alan explained that during his confinement in the spiritual realm, he spent 100 years in intense training. Over that time, he mastered all the techniques taught in class, and even managed to replicate Sakura's style by carefully observing her movements. Amazement washed over her as she realized that what had taken her years to master had been memorized and replicated by him. Yet Alan was quick to clarify. His version stood apart. He had blended her approach with his own unique Yatagarasu technique. The girl remarked that his version was even sharper, which explained its effectiveness. A flush rose to Alan's cheeks as he hesitantly offered to teach her this style. Delight sparkled in Rosa's eyes as she eagerly agreed. Just then, the commentator apologized for the delay and announced the start of the second match. The judge announced the arrival of Alan Radaruya, vanguard of the Thousand Blades Academy, stepping forth from the western gate. Next to appear was the representative of the Ice Academy from the east. The commentator continued, noting that the Ice Academy had not registered a reserve fighter, making this their final contender. Should Alan emerge victorious, it would mark the first time in a decade that the Academy would lose its top position. Remarkably, both fighters were self-taught. The judge anticipated a spectacular and unusual duel, a true rarity these days, especially between self-taught fighters. Yet, all at once, something unexpected occurred. A blade shattered against his window. Seething with irritation, Sid realized he had missed yet again. Meanwhile, that bastard had the nerve to grin right in his face. Alan committed the boy's face to memory, knowing that greater caution would be needed after dark. Still, the mystery of the boy's identity lingered in his thoughts. Eventually, the man hurled his knife, intent on ending the commentator's life. Hitting a target with such precision and force from that distance clearly set this person apart from ordinary fighters. After collecting his thoughts, the judge announced that the second match was about to begin. He asked if everyone was ready. Alan fixed his gaze on his opponent, observing the stillness. The man seemed content to wait, silently inviting Alan to make the first move. Accepting the unspoken challenge, Alan prepared to act. Perhaps this is yet another spiritual technique at play. If that's the case, launching the first attack will be necessary once more. The same technique met with no success this time, as the enemy effortlessly blocked the attack without lifting a finger. Alan suspected that Sid was merely mocking him. During the attack, the motion of Sid's blade was almost too quick for Alan to catch. His opponent had even called him a fool. Sid lunged forward, attacking with fierce determination, yet Alan deftly deflected every strike with agile precision. The hero noticed the opponent's reactions growing slower with every passing second. Sid unleashed his superhuman strength, cleaving through everything in his path without a hint of restraint. What truly set him apart was an unyielding desire, a genuine passion worthy of a master fencer. Alan made a decision. This was the one area where defeat was never an option. His gaze dropped for a moment before settling once more on his opponent. Sid muttered under his breath, wondering what was so strange about his face. Let him accept the truth. Talentless mediocrity could never triumph over true genius. Yet Alan responded calmly, acknowledging Sid's brilliance but asserting that in the end, victory would belong to him. Alan unleashed a blend of the cloud and dark sky styles, while his opponent showered him with insults. Blending the techniques of Okido and Sakura Bloom, a subtle shift revealed itself as Sid lost his balance. Alan unleashed a mirrored strike, yet the attack failed to turn the tide. Drawing upon his eighth sword, he shifted into the elegant Yatagarasu style. The fight paused for a brief moment. Alan admitted that Sid was truly remarkable. In response, Sid acknowledged Alan's impressive talent as well, yet he went on to explain that possessing talent alone was enough for him. His swordsmanship far surpassed the ordinary, reaching a much higher level. Raising his voice, He demanded Alan be quiet, insisting that all the effort and training meant nothing, and only highlighted how truly repulsive Alan was. No matter how hard someone tries, trash remains trash. Soon, he will demonstrate just how pitiful effort appears when compared to true talent. Then, almost without realizing it, he admitted aloud that things had become more interesting. Sid laughed and agreed. Yes, he had noticed everything correctly. Sid hurled an icy spear at Alan, but Alan swiftly dodged the attack. The sheer force of the attack stunned him, surpassing any display of power he had ever witnessed. The rival sneered, mocking his stare, before launching another strike with his icy weapon. Alan realized that even a single moment's pause would spell the end. Retreating step by step, he dodged the attacks, which only fueled Sid's anger even more. Alan found himself in trouble. Once Sid unleashed his cold weapon, his speed became astonishing. Rapid thinking became essential to keep up. Curiosity sharpened in his voice as he inquired about the meaning of this strange turn. The rival simply gestured toward his hands. Glancing down, Alan's eyes widened with fear. The skin had turned a chilling shade of blue. Realization dawned. Sid had caught him. The situation had become dire. The opponent smirked, as if mocking his limits and questioning whether he had finally reached his breaking point. With that, he offered his help and launched into an even fiercer assault, striking over and over without pause. The situation had spiraled out of control. Enthusiasm had carried him too far, and he lost his grip on reality. The roar of the crowd and the desperate shouts of Alan's friends filled the air. Sid turned to address them, signaling with a cold glance that this would end quickly. No torture, just a clean execution. He raised his sword, its blade poised for a swift, icy strike. Fearful cries rose from Alan's friends as they watched in horror. In that moment, Alan seized the blade of the sword with his bare hand. Frozen in place, he was unable to move. Was this truly how his life would end? So simply, so suddenly. The will to live burned within him, refusing to surrender to death or accept defeat. With a bitter whisper, he admitted defeat to himself, as always losing in the end. Sid swung his blade once more, but Alan held his sword with unyielding strength. A triumphant glint appeared in his opponent's eyes as he declared that Sid had finally awakened. It felt as if 100 trillion years had silently slipped by. Alan's allies breathed a sigh of relief, their confusion about the unfolding events evident on their faces. In that moment, the director allowed himself a thought. At last, he has arrived. Sid's mocking continued, his words laced with scorn. Such overwhelming power, yet no purpose. Clearly, talent isn't something you possess. So what does that make you? A spiritual core. There's no point wasting words on someone who will soon be nothing more than a fading stain on the ground. Alan replied that it didn't matter who he was. His words seemed to carry no concern for identity. Sid bristled with anger, taken aback by the audacity in Alan's tone. With the icy spear summoned once more, Sid readied himself for another assault on Alan. From the stands, friends shouted encouragement for Alan to run and dodge, their voices filled with urgency. Meanwhile, Sid simply sighed, boredom settling over him. At that moment, a transformation overtook Alan. His frame grew slender, long hair cascading down his back. Fixing his gaze on his opponent, Alan calmly asked what was wrong with his face. It seemed almost laughable that anyone could believe their puppets might frighten him. Just then, Alan's attention landed on the old hermit seated silently in the commentator's booth. Cursed old man, all skin and bones. Was he mocking him? Just wait until he finds him. The old man won't be pleased then. Just as the sword neared Alan, he spun around, seized the blade with a steady hand, and said in a calm, measured voice that it was a mistake to assume he had lost focus. Everything remained firmly within his control. A wave of sympathy washed over Alan for Sid, leaving him at a loss for words in the face of his rival's dejection. Alan loosened his grip on the sword and pushed it aside. The very first enemy encountered after reincarnation turned out to be a fool, but that hardly mattered now. The time had come to grow accustomed to this new body. Alan pressed forward, considering that if the source of this power lay within the spiritual core, that means it only lasts for a certain period. Should he endure in the arena until the effect subsides, the possibility of victory remains within reach. Dodging Sid's latest strike, he called out with delight, clearly enjoying the response it provoked. With those words, the black sword sprang to life in his hand. His very being seemed to split in two. One half softly murmured that the enemy had already fallen. Alan unleashed the time-stop seal and summoned a cascade of ice, shattering the enemy's defenses before demanding an answer. So this was the defense in question. The opponent barely managed to raise the shield once more, thoughts racing through his mind. The sight before him revealed a true monster. Alan summoned the double seal of time once again, conjuring another icy waterfall. Sid reeled in astonishment, unable to comprehend such raw power packed into a single blow. Alan drew his arm back, his gaze cold and focused as he counted down. 3, 2, 1. The monster advanced, declaring it would finish him off with a single swift and effortless blow. Yet, just as the sword swung down, a girl suddenly stepped in front of Sid, shielding Alan with her own body. The young woman shouted for him to stop, insisting he wasn't as cruel as he seemed. Recognition did not flicker in his eyes. Instead, he stared with bewilderment, silently questioning her identity. Leah calmly spoke her name, searching his face for a hint of memory, and asked if he had truly forgotten her. With another entity now inhabiting Alan's body, recognition eluded him. A sharp warning followed. Step aside, or face the same fate. Leah asked quietly if he really didn't remember sharing Ramzak or their lively arguments. Memories of their joyful moments flickered in her mind, but the monster cut her off sharply and said, "Stop talking. Your life ends here." With all her heart, Leah pleaded for him to return. She longed to see him become the person he once was. Her request came from genuine hope and deep sincerity. Yet once more, the voice of the Soul Core echoed in Alan's mind. That young man possesses enough determination to seize control. Holding himself back was a waste. Despite the mounting pressure, Alan refused to give in and soon found his way back to himself. Alan collapsed straight into Leah's arms. Concern etched across her face as she quietly asked if he was all right. Offering a faint smile, he reassured her that everything was fine. Offering an apology for frightening her, he expressed his gratitude. She truly believed in him. The sound of her voice reached him, guiding him back from the darkness. A swell of gratitude ignited in his chest. Yet at that very moment, once again, the voice of the core echoed in his mind, asking if he could hear it. Alan slipped into unconsciousness. When he finally came to, his surroundings felt unfamiliar and strange. Rising to sit on the edge of the bed, confusion washed over him, until, all at once, his friend lunged at him. Instinct kicked in, and Alan swiftly deflected the blows, turning defense into a sharp counterattack. Lying nearby, Leah slept quietly. Calling her name, he glanced around and realized he was in a hospital. The memory of how he had arrived here completely escaped him. The last clear memory lingering in his mind was the sharp impact of Sid's ice attack. After that, a strange sensation erupted inside him, bursting with an unexpected joy. Curiosity stirred as something unusual happened. Leah was the first to awaken. Deep concern shadowed her face, stirring Alan's heart with a rush of empathy. Embarrassment colored his cheeks as he realized his instinctive response to the beauty before him. She teased him playfully, calling him a rascal. At that moment, Rosa stirred from her sleep. Greetings were exchanged, and she inquired about his well-being. Alan assured her that he was fine, and that answer put her at ease. His gaze fell upon the spot where the wound had pierced his body, but now not a single trace remained. The director calmly explained that the core represented the soul's embodiment. It had taken command over his physical form, and beings of such overwhelming power were extraordinarily rare. A unique danger lingered deep within his soul. Alan pondered those words in silence. Leah reassured him, mentioning there was no need for fear. The activation of the core had drained all its energy. Now, she suggested, it was time to decide their next steps. Just then, Leah entered the room and noticed he had regained consciousness. Relief swept over her, and she let out a soft sigh. Alan offered an apology for making her worry. The girls urged the principal to share what had happened to Alan. She assured them that she would explain everything in due time. First, it was essential to convey the essence of the situation to the protagonist himself. The director announced that both academies were disqualified for breaking the rules. Alan admitted with regret that he was to blame and apologized. Their teacher reassured him, explaining it had been an unfortunate accident. However, consequences were still to come. The executive committee of the 5 academies had already made its decision. A 1-month ban from setting foot on academy grounds became his punishment. Rosa sought clarification, wondering if this meant not just suspension but a complete ban. Leah confirmed her suspicions, assuring her the principal had made no mistake. Leah admitted it with difficulty, but both Rosa and she had been punished as well. The principle of collective responsibility had swept them up together. Alan shouted, demanding to know why this was happening and questioning the reason for their suffering. The director calmly replied that, as representatives of the academy, they failed to intervene. At least, that was the official explanation. In truth, she suspected a plot unfolding. Someone aimed to weaken them. In just a month, the crucial trial, the spiritual attire, would take place. Being barred from lessons now could undermine their strength when it mattered most. With a somber look, Alan offered his apology, but the girls responded with gentle smiles, assuring him it was nothing to worry about. All that truly mattered was that he had survived. Even his suspension, they joked, seemed like a good reason to celebrate. The principal turned to the girls and confessed her guilt. A more persuasive approach on her part might have allowed her to protect them. Instead, only shouting and the stubbornness of two elderly people remained. Leah spoke with conviction, taking full responsibility upon herself. Yet, the punishment had been given to everyone together. Rosa stood by her side, insisting that none of them would allow one person to bear the blame alone. The director simply sighed and repeated her apology. Alan pondered aloud, wondering if he was supposed to sit idle in the dormitory for a whole month. The thought of losing his fitness nagged at him. A gentle smile appeared on the sensei's face as she assured me there was no need to worry. They had come up with an excellent idea. Over the next month, each of them would be transformed into a magical sword. A few days earlier, the friends had paid a visit to the director. Leah welcomed them warmly and inquired about Alan's well-being. Alan assured her that he was feeling fine and that even his test results were normal. A wave of joy washed over Leah at these words, and she opened her mouth to respond. Before she could speak, Alan gently interjected, asking for permission to pose a single question. Curiosity flickered in his eyes as he inquired about the events that had befallen him during the sacred festival of the 5 academies. The principal offered a brief response, calling it the spiritual core. She added that Leah had probably already figured it out herself. With a nod, she explained that the spiritual core was the soul's strength, hidden deep within every person's body. Some take the form of ancestral spirits. Others appear as legendary beasts or elusive ghosts. According to the principal, they would spend the next month assigned to the Magic Swords unit. With this punishment deemed official, no payment would be given. Their first stop, Alexto, assigned to the Unification Division under the guidance of a commander well known to her from the past. After some time had passed, they arrived to find themselves standing before a large, old brick building. Its worn walls and small windows hinted at years of forgotten stories. The friends exchanged surprised glances, hardly believing this was the legendary Enchanted Sword Squad. With a gentle smile, Rosa asked whether the sight before them failed to impress. Leah hesitantly suggested that they at least step inside. Alan offered his support, hoping that things might not be as bleak inside as they seemed. After knocking on the door, they were allowed to enter. The place brimmed with people, the air thick with an overwhelming stench. Alan brooded in silence, realizing his fears had come true. Everything here truly was dreadful. Noticing the girls, one of the men remarked on their charm and offered them some wine. Alan politely declined, explaining that they already had other plans. The man shouted, insisting no one had asked for his opinion, and hurled a mug of beer at him. Leah let out a startled cry, but Alan gently reassured her, promising that everything would be all right. Raising a commotion, he explained, might bring trouble for the principal. The situation wasn't as frightening as it seemed. Just a splash of beer had hit him. He suggested it was time to leave. One of the onlookers spoke to the aggressor. "Hey, Dread, looks like the guests don't think much of you. Show them what you can do." Dread's voice rang out as he declared that no one could mock him and walk away without consequences. This had crossed the line, but drawing the sword was out of the question. Alan merely rested his hand on the hilt, a fiery aura sparking around him. "Any objections?" he asked quietly. Dread's demeanor changed in an instant. He apologized, blaming the drink. Alan chose forgiveness, but gently reminded him to treat alcohol with more caution. Turning away, he asked the girls if they were all right and suggested they might take a short break. A gentle sigh escaped Leah as relief settled in, even though a hint of fear lingered in her chest. A burly man, muscles as solid as mountains, approached them. He sat with dark sunglasses perched on his nose, quietly engrossed in a newspaper. Alan resolved to extract the necessary information from him. The girls, however, objected. Leah shot him a sharp glare, clearly thinking he had lost his mind. Rosa sided with her. This man was dangerous. From the look of him, he had killed before, Alan chuckled and remarked that the place felt like a waiting room for killers. Leah echoed his laughter, while Rosa suggested they should brace themselves emotionally. With a tone of apology, Alan addressed the man. Rising slowly, the giant of a man loomed over them like a mountain and demanded to know who they were. He mentioned that he had never seen them here before. Perhaps they were new volunteers from LIA. Alan nodded in agreement with the man's assumption, prompting a satisfied remark that it was good he had remembered at least something. He went on, mentioning that she had recently called to ask him to keep an eye on the students, but offered no further explanation. When he tried to call her back, she didn't answer. The friends apologized for their teacher's behavior. Introducing himself as Bones Dalton, the leader of this unit, the man expressed his pleasure at meeting them. In response, the friends shared their own names. Polite greetings were exchanged as Bones introduced each person, recalling with certainty that these were indeed the ones with experience. The memory stood clear in his mind. Bones pointed out that the first order of business was completing the registration process as magical knights, though this requirement applied only to Alan and Leah. As her friend's silent inquiries lingered in the air, Rosa calmly explained that she had previously worked alongside the Magic Knights and had registered with them long ago. Realizing this, Alan noted that she must already possess valuable experience. After completing the questionnaire, he handed it to Bones, who studied it closely and assured him that all information would remain strictly confidential. Bones then asked them to wait while he crafted the tokens. As he stepped out, laughter bubbled among his friends at how frightened they had been. Rosa pointed out that although he seemed intimidating, he turned out to be rather kind. Alan remarked that there was a gentle look in his eyes. With a playful glint, Leah warned Alan not to let his tongue run wild. Meanwhile, a commotion erupted in the tavern. Angry voices accused someone of ruining a job, and others egged on the fight, shouting for a blow to the gut. The friends exchanged surprised glances. Another fight brewing already. Did chaos always reign in this place? Bones poked his head through the doorway and demanded to know the reason for all the commotion. Rosa replied that there was another fight breaking out. He only muttered that it was always like this with them. Both troublemakers scrambled to explain themselves, insisting it was all just a joke. Bones, his tone menacing, declared that in their squad, fighting meant both parties shared the blame. Anyone daring to break the rules will soon discover the strength behind his fist. True to his word, he dealt harshly with both of them. The others couldn't help but notice the severity of the beating. It was merciless. Bones apologized afterward, explaining that tempers in this place flared in an instant. Then he handed over the badges, symbols of their new rank as magical knights. Alan's eyes caught a smear of blood. One of those on the receiving end admitted it was his, left by the commander's hand. In that moment, everyone silently reached the same conclusion. Angering this man was never a good idea. Bones asked if they were ready to take on their first mission. Alan replied that everyone agreed. Curious, Bones inquired about their reasons for joining. The friends shared a brief account of their journey. Bones suggested that those eager to learn more should try hunting monsters, as nothing teaches better. His friends exchanged surprised glances. Monsters were hardly what they expected. They thought it would be butterflies. Bones chuckled, dismissing the idea of chasing butterflies as a mere pastime. True warriors, he thought, find purpose in hunting monsters. Alan objected, explaining that the idea of hunting butterflies had come from Leah. The commander simply waved it off, muttering that Leah always confused monsters with insects, and then handed them the hunting instructions. Leah admitted that she once hunted goblins in Vesturia. Rosa pointed out that chimeras are powerful, yet together, the three of them would surely prevail. Thoughts of ogres, goblins, and chimeras swirled in Alan's mind. He had never fought monsters before. But now, he wasn't alone. Experience would be their greatest ally, and with enough practice, they could handle anything. Approaching Bones, he handed over 3 sheets, and explained that they intended to accept jobs for 3 monsters. The commander examined the papers with careful attention. They set out on a hunt. Curiosity sparkled in Leah's eyes as she asked Alan if he had ever seen any monsters. Alan shook his head and quietly admitted that he never had. Tales of them had reached his ears more than once. Their presence along the highways was a common occurrence. Alan revealed that his childhood and youth unfolded in a remote village deep within Goza. Alan halted abruptly, his senses sharpening as he detected something unusual nearby. Goblins stood before them. Alan reminded everyone to stick to the plan since this was just a training exercise. The strategy was simple. charged straight at the enemy. The girls nodded in agreement and advanced with determination. Alan issued the command to launch the assault. The first sword advanced at the forefront, swiftly followed by Shadow in flight. Ogres emerged from the shadows. Leah took the lead, charging into battle ahead of the others. Striking the ogre with a sword proved futile, just as she had anticipated. Taking the initiative, she launched her assault. Meanwhile, Alan prepared himself to join the fray and support her efforts. Leah managed on her own and apologized for getting ahead. Barely had they caught their breath when a chimera appeared before them, a creature far more dangerous than any they had faced before. They chose to launch a coordinated attack. However, Alan moved quicker than the rest, closing the distance to the beast in the blink of an eye. Astonishment flickered across his face as he realized he had somehow crossed such a vast distance without even noticing. With no time to spare, he lunged forward, wielding blade number 8 and unleashing the Yatagarasu technique. By the time the girls arrived, the chimera had already fallen lifeless. Outraged, Leah could barely contain her frustration. Learning anything would be impossible for them with Rosa around. Alan offered an apology. Leah asked if that meant he was now stronger than the ogres. Rosa chimed in, curious about where such strength had come from. Alan simply shrugged, admitting he had no idea himself. Perhaps the reason lies in the battle with Sid, or in contact with the core. Rosa insisted that they could no longer let him rush ahead alone. Leah agreed, adding that they too needed to train their spirits. Alan reflected on the time he still had to grow stronger. Upon returning to the squad, Bones looked astonished to see that all 3 monsters had already been defeated. A week later, Dredd approached Alan at the tavern. Sliding into the seat beside him, Dredd asked who his companion was. Alan couldn't quite grasp the topic of conversation. However, Dredd remained persistent, refusing to let him feign ignorance. He pressed Alan, demanding to know who he was seeing, Leah or Rosa. Annoyance flashed across Alan's face. Everyone had gotten the wrong idea. There was nothing going on between them. Yet the knights merely chuckled, dismissing his protests. Realization dawned. There was no point in trying to explain. Alan let out a sigh, remarking that if rumors started to spread, it wouldn't be his fault. The knights had no choice but to agree with him. Just then, the girls arrived, apologized for being late, and suggested they take on a new mission. Bones announced that today's mission would be straightforward. He trusted them with it. Alan raised an eyebrow in surprise, expecting monsters, not a security detail. The commander calmly elaborated on the reasons behind this assignment. The order had come from an elderly woman suffering from back pain. Then Bones revealed there was another task. This one, a personal request from him. The friends exchanged surprised glances, as Bones explained that the previous assignment would take them all the way to Dresia. A grand festival known as the Dido Shopping Celebration was about to unfold there. Their mission involved quietly observing what people purchased throughout the event. A wave of astonishment swept over the friends. The festival was open to them, even though they were supposed to be serving out their punishment. With indignation, Bones burst out, complaining that every single day felt like the first day of school. All anyone ever talked about was studying. He insisted they were just kids. The allies welcomed this opportunity with eager anticipation. The commander reiterated his words. This was an order. Anyone wishing to object should speak now, as regret would come too late. Alan expressed his heartfelt gratitude, while the commander offered his well wishes and reaffirmed that the decision was final. Upon their arrival, Miss Shandy's face lit up with delight. Students from the Academy of 1,000 Blades had come to her door. Relief washed over her as she greeted them. Despite the rumors that the school was in decline, these children clearly embodied its enduring reputation. Memories flooded back. Leah Blackfist stood out as an exceptional force. Her skills lay in hand-to-hand combat. With striking beauty and overwhelming strength, she could topple sword wielders with a single blow. Only Ferris from the Ice Academy could rival her, yet even Ferris had never managed to defeat the dazzling Leah. The old woman seemed eager to share more stories. By this time, they had arrived in the bustling trade city of Dresia. News came from their friends that everything was prepared. Miss Shandy expressed her gratitude, admitting she hadn't shared such a heartfelt conversation in ages. Suddenly, a sharp pang shot through her back, forcing her to clutch it and let out a muffled groan. Alan immediately inquired about her condition. She explained that it was just back pain. The group prepared to escort her to the hospital, but she protested, insisting she hadn't fulfilled her agreement yet and still needed to deliver the wheat. Alan volunteered to handle the task in her place. The elderly woman accepted his offer. He instructed his friends to take her to the hospital. They agreed, though they wondered if he could manage alone. Alan assured them he would, and mentioned they would all meet by the clock tower once everything was over. Their farewells exchanged, the two went their separate ways. Alan arrived at the designated shop, announced that he had brought wheat from Miss Shandy, and stepped inside. Rocky, the shop owner, asked for clarification about exactly who had sent them. With a skeptical glint in his eye, he declared his disbelief that such a youngster could be a real knight. He asked to see the contract, and began inspecting the grain himself. After inspecting the wheat, Rocky declared that it was of poor quality. Only half the price was being offered for it. Outraged, Alan sensed that something was amiss. He requested another inspection. The merchant's patience snapped, demanding to know what right he had to judge the quality. Was he perhaps a second-rate knight? Alan bristled at the insult, declaring that he hailed from a village renowned for its agriculture. Alan spoke with conviction, praising wheat as one of the finest crops, noting that he had grown up with it. The merchant grumbled a comment resembling "annoying kid," and called out to someone deeper within the shop. Two burly guards stepped forward as the owner announced that the young swordsman was getting out of hand, gesturing towards Alan. The thugs closed in on him, insisting that children must obey their elders. They assured him there would still be time to set things right. Demanding immediate action, they ordered him to apologize to Rocky without delay. Refusing to give up, Alan made one final plea to reconsider the price, believing it was unjust to undervalue such excellent wheat. The vendor ordered the guards to teach the insolent boy a lesson. Nodding in agreement, the guards remarked that today's youth needed to be disciplined with a firm hand. At that very moment, both of them found themselves sprawled across the floor. Alan refused to tolerate their arrogance and demonstrated what true discipline looked like. He needed no sword. His unwavering will spoke for him. The young man repeated his question, pressing Rocky to accept a fair price. Nervously, Rocky agreed, apologized, and handed over the full amount, asking him to check it. Alan counted everything and found the numbers matched perfectly. He prepared to leave, but the merchant asked about his identity. Offering only a quiet smile, Alan replied that he was no one special. Alone, without the princess or the scholarship hunter by his side, solitude envelopes him. Yet, even in this quiet emptiness, it is enough. Meanwhile, three girls dressed in black caught sight of Alan. One of them suggested dealing with him swiftly, keenly aware that their next mission awaited. The girl with two ponytails commented that she found his face appealing, then curiously inquired if she could claim his head after the fight. The third girl let out a sigh, resigned to the fact that her friend's tastes were always so peculiar. At that moment, a man's voice echoed through the room. The mysterious number 18 had arrived, offering a polite greeting and reassuring the lady that causing her fear had never been his intention. One of them responded with icy detachment, admitting ignorance of his identity, but remarking that because he had noticed them, he must be ready to cross into the next world. All three sprang into action, weaving their techniques. The two-tails commanded, "Kneel, king of submission." Another froze him within a cocoon of ice, while the third summoned the great devourer. The strangers promised him a painless death, but in an instant he hurled them aside. Shock and disbelief spread across their faces. A cry escaped him as he wondered aloud how it could be that nature had granted them such power. Yet they remained oblivious to their own gifts. All around, their vulgar clothing spoke volumes, designed solely to draw the eyes of others. Having no objections to those who knowingly drew the eyes of others, he drew the line at excess, convinced that letting it go too far was another matter entirely. The girls looked at him, puzzled, unable to grasp who this stranger was or what strange ideas he brought with him. With a heavy heart, the man remarked that watching nature's gifts go to waste brought the deepest sorrow. In his thoughts, the man conceded that Leah possessed remarkable foresight, having anticipated that a hunt for Mr. Allen would soon be underway. The principal came to him with a request to look after Allen. Concerns weighed on her mind that the other principals, intent on his expulsion, might resort to harsh measures. Number 18 gave his word to carry out the order, though uncertainty lingered about his own assignments. Leah granted permission to take all the materials, prioritizing Allen's safety above all else. Preparing to leave, he paused and asked to share one final thought. Turns out, his curiosity extended to both girls as well. Captivated by their charm, he politely asked for permission to watch over them too. Tempting images instantly flooded the man's imagination. Leah, however, bristled with anger. Had he really just said that? He hurried to retreat, mumbling to dismiss it and urging her to forget it happened. A chilling warning slipped from her lips. Should he lay a finger on them, she would resume his so-called education. That memory lingered sharply in his mind, a lesson not easily forgotten. The man grew uneasy and stepped out. Inwardly, he grumbled about the dreadful job of guarding Alan, supporting Leah, and keeping himself under control. On top of it all, his mustache felt unusually itchy today. Meanwhile, Alan strolled along the bustling market alley, casting a curious glance at his surroundings. An inner voice hinted that Dido's shopping festival would not pass without its share of unexpected adventures. A bustling crowd filled the festival, stretching as far as the eye could see. The day ahead seemed barely enough to explore everything it had to offer. They chose to dress in matching outfits. Later, the girls appeared before Alan, transformed by their fresh new look. Their appearance left him utterly spellbound. Rose announced that it was time to get started on the tasks. Alan wondered aloud where to begin, and Leah, brimming with excitement, eagerly suggested the food court. None of them disagreed. The table groaned under the weight of all the food they had ordered, barely leaving any space for their plates. After enjoying a hearty meal, their attention was drawn to the shooting range and a variety of other amusements nearby. In the end, they claimed victory in every possible event at each location. In the end, they returned all the prizes. Everyone agreed it had been ages since they had so much fun. One vendor watched in surprise, wondering if they would regret letting go of their winnings. Alan smiled, content that they already had more than enough memories, and there was simply no room for all the trophies anyway. A massive building drew his attention. Rose explained that this was the Dito Trading House. 5 influential merchants, each possessing extraordinary wealth and formidable political power, rule over the territory. Only the directors of the 5 most prestigious academies stand as their equals. At last, understanding dawned on Alan, revealing why everyone around him carried such solemn expressions. Alan marveled at the depth of Rose's knowledge. She explained that she had visited this place before with her grandfather. Alan quickly inquired if her grandfather happened to be a master of the soccer style. Suddenly, chaos erupted in the street as panic swept over the crowd and people fled in all directions, their cries echoing through the air. Alan caught sight of several figures dressed in black swiftly moving away. Their identities remained a mystery, as did the purpose behind their presence. Rose guessed that they had slipped into the trading house, most likely in search of the 5 principal merchants. Most likely, they were behind the explosion. The crowd was filled with wounded people. A man struggled to remain standing, desperately asking for doctors and knights to be called. Meanwhile, the unit commander gathered his subordinates to evacuate the merchants. Everyone who could still walk followed him. Alan shared his intention to join the defense, and the girls immediately rallied behind his decision with enthusiastic support. Approaching the knight commander, Alan introduced himself and explained that he had come to offer assistance. The commander welcomed him warmly, pointing out that the merchants were located on the upper floors. He then invited Alan to join their efforts. Reaching the right level, a fierce battle unfolded before their eyes between the attackers and the merchants' guards. The young man noted that these guards were true professionals, coordinated and seasoned in combat. The commander ordered the heroes to push forward. Higher up, they encountered a wounded knight. Delirious, he mumbled incoherently about his sword, acting as if nothing were amiss. Concern clouded their faces, confusion flickering in their anxious eyes. From the shadows emerged a man cloaked in a hood and mask, while fallen guards lay scattered around him. A broad grin spread across his face as he spotted the newcomers, announcing with excitement that fresh toys had just arrived. Alan grew tense, his eyes narrowing in suspicion at the stranger whose odd behavior instantly set him on edge. The stranger suddenly called out his name, leaving Alan too stunned to react. The stranger nodded once more, confirming without a doubt. It was truly him. There could be no mistaking that face. Alan leaned in and asked quietly, wanting to know at last who he really was. In response, he took offense at her words, a sharp contrast to the tenderness they once shared in their moments of intimacy. Rose and Leah stood protectively in front of Alan, urging him to move ahead. They decided it was best to split up, promising to hold back the madmen themselves. Meanwhile, the man mockingly suggested they perform a love duet together. Alan hurried to the door, convinced that the merchants must be inside. Pushing it open, he discovered a group of frightened traders huddled together. He asked whether they were all right. The young man declared that he had come to save them. One of the merchants scoffed and asked if that meant he was a magic knight. A mere mercenary, in other words. He also demanded to know where their guards were. Yet before Alan could reply, the scene shifted, for his powers were no ordinary magic. Alan fought to keep his composure, teetering on the edge of an outburst. The petite woman merely observed that a boy so earnest was unlikely to lie. Her co-worker, however, bristled with indignation, questioning how anyone could place their trust in a stranger under these circumstances. The young woman retorted sharply, blaming his cowardice for leaving them without protection. Now, as the forest falls to the axe, splinters fly. It's too late for choices. As they left the room, Alan expressed his gratitude for her support. She replied that she simply wanted to leave as quickly as possible. Still, a certain admiration lingered in her thoughts. So young, and yet he had already made it to the top by himself. Alan quietly corrected her, saying he had not done it alone. A gentle smile played on her lips, recognizing in his gaze and stance the unmistakable signs of years spent in rigorous training. Modesty seemed unnecessary here. Without a word, Alan led them toward a hidden exit, pointing out that this passage would bring them straight to the first floor where the guards could easily be found. The girl noticed quietly. Without this plan, Alan never would have come for them at all. Embarrassment coloring his cheeks, the boy admitted he was in a hurry to meet his friends. Leaving them behind, he quickly set off. While moving forward, I reminded myself that Rose and Leah possessed remarkable strength. Both of them were more than capable of handling whatever challenges lay ahead. An uneasy feeling tightened his chest. Racing forward, he silently pleaded for their safety. Upon returning, a desperate cry echoed as he called out for them. His voice broke, halted by a chilling scene. Both girls lay motionless while the stranger had vanished without a trace. Alan rushed toward Leah, only to be interrupted by a stranger's voice behind him, welcoming him back. According to him, he spent some time with their allies, but they turned out to be disappointingly weak and refused to even speak. In a hushed voice, the young man apologized for arriving too late. The enemy's overwhelming strength left both girls defeated. A fierce hatred burned in Alan's eyes as he refused to let anyone treat them with contempt. A smile played on the stranger's lips, as if to say that with a gaze like hers, all self-control slipped away. As Alan approached, his opponent admitted that he had been anticipating this confrontation. The hope of crossing swords with him flickered within his thoughts. Could it be that Alan still failed to recognize him? After all, he was the same luckless swordsman from before. The young man flinched, startled by the realization that his secret had somehow been discovered. Leaning in for a closer look, the stance became unmistakable, autumn rain style. Only one person had mastered it, Doral Button. Laughter bubbled from the enemy, and in that instant, Alan finally recognized him. Rumors once spread that he vanished after that duel. Doral simply offered a crooked smile, as if to say the truth should have been clear all along. Noticing Alan's surprise, Doral went on to explain that after that battle, he was no longer the same person. A mind as brilliant as his losing to someone like that seemed unthinkable. He let his wounds fester, refusing to heal, determined to keep the sting of hatred alive. A blazing fury ignited a transformation within him. For the first time, true strength surged through his veins, fueled solely by the desire for vengeance. As those words left his lips, laughter broke from him, wild and unrestrained. Revulsion washed over Alan as he recognized the blade before him. It was his own lost power, now wielded by another. Yet Doral calmly explained that only with this might had he managed to silence a heart that cried out for love. Was this not the true core of the spirit? Doral praised his keen eyesight, acknowledging a rare understanding between them. Without hesitation, he lunged into the attack. Alan watched with surprise. The blows matched those from long ago, yet this time not a trace of impact resonated through him. The opponent offered a sly smile, as if to say, "Did you truly believe that was the extent of it?" Autumn rain swept through the scene, and then he added, summoning a torrential summer downpour. The rhythm of the strikes shifted. A completely different swordsman now stood before me, and it seemed possible that his earlier techniques had merely served as a clever lure. The speed at which he gained a spiritual core and mastered the style defied belief. A true prodigy, yet one born of corrupt roots. Doral shouted after him, demanding to know where he thought he was running, calling him a fool. Alan realized he couldn't gauge his opponent's strength and sensed himself losing momentum. The only option was to force his rival into a defensive stance, making him expend energy on protection. Whirling around with swift determination, he unleashed the eighth sword, Yatagarasu. Torrents of rain, a relentless downpour, and a piercing storm swept through the world. Wild Doral twisted his face in pain, yet insisted that this contorted expression was the very image of exquisite beauty. The sensation of a blade slicing through flesh brought him a twisted sense of satisfaction. Cutting, stabbing, hacking, tearing, shredding. Through these brutal acts, he felt an undeniable connection. Resolute in spirit, the hero refused to let madness cloud his judgment. Calm determination became his guide as he sifted through the memories, weighed every detail, and searched for the elusive key. Suddenly, a hint struck his mind. The words burst from his lips like a bolt of lightning. The rival nodded in admiration, acknowledging that someone had finally guessed correctly. An understanding seemed to pass between them without a single word. Something deeper, an invisible red thread of fate, quietly linked their destinies. But what did it matter? Within the shadow world, not a single attack could reach him. Untouchable, invincible. Yet the hero had let him down. Such defeat would not come to pass. A sly smile tugged at Doral's lips, challenging the hero to reveal his true skills. Alan steeled himself and summoned his secret technique, the Murasame rainfall stream. Channel every ounce of spirit into a single strike, the most powerful blow, one capable of cleaving the world itself. Shock washed over Doral, his mind struggling to comprehend the feat. Somehow, despite being trapped in the realm of shadows, he had done the impossible. Even Alan found himself a bit stunned by his own achievement. After hundreds of millions of years had elapsed in the realm of time, his blade suddenly cleaved through the very fabric of space. At last, the realization washed over him. This was the elusive something he had been seeking for so long. Hundreds of millions of years later, mastery was finally achieved. The most powerful strike, one capable of cleaving entire worlds, became his to command. Doral conceded that the hero had indeed pierced the world of shadows. The achievement was impressive, though not unexpected. Unfortunately, time remained short. Their paths, however, would cross again. Very soon. Alan sprang into action, racing after him and making a desperate attempt to halt his escape. But the enemy had already vanished. The ground quivered beneath their feet. The hero's voice trembled with apprehension as he wondered aloud if explosives had been hidden nearby. Clutching the girls tightly, he dashed away, shouting warnings that everything was about to explode. A powerful explosion tore through the air, and in a split second he shielded the girls with his own body. Suddenly, Raiz dashed over and extinguished the flames using her dry garden technique. A gentle smile appeared, regret flickering in her eyes at the thought that the festival lacked fireworks as dazzling as these. Instantly, everyone dropped into a battle stance, eyes searching for the swordsman. The hero assured everyone that all was well, declaring his victory over the foe. Rose acknowledged his strength with a nod of respect. With a hint of regret in her voice, Leah admitted that she hadn't been able to help him. Raiz, her voice trembling with worry, asked if he was all right. Alan offered his gratitude for saving him. In response, she brushed off his thanks, saying she simply did what needed to be done. Amazement colored his voice as he remarked on the impossibility of instantly extinguishing such an explosive force. A calm smile curved on Raiz's lips as she explained it was merely a basic defensive move. On a related note, she realized she still had not introduced herself. Among the 5 merchants, the owner of a modest little shop called the Fox's Boutique voiced her name. Alan introduced himself as a student of the Academy of 1,000 Swords. Raiz replied that she had already heard about him from her younger sister. Ferris is her sister, hailing from the Academy of the Ice King. Apparently he defeated her favorite student. Fury flashed across her face, but that anger hardly matters now. In truth, she owes him far more than he owes her. Alan started to protest in surprise, insisting that he was the one who owed her. Raiz gently pressed a finger to his lips and offered him a warm, reassuring smile. "All right," she replied, her voice steady. "If you ever find yourself in trouble, I'll lend you my strength, but only once." He agreed to her proposal. Genuine fondness shone in her eyes as she wrapped her arms around him and playfully flirted. Yet her friends wasted no time, quickly pulling her away while uttering sharp reproaches. Friends pulled Raiz away and muttered with disgust, telling her not to cling so desperately because it looked unseemly. With a gentle smile, Raiz acknowledged the loyalty of his guards, yet cautioned him to remain vigilant at all times. Cloaked figures shrouded in black robes, the Black Knights earned their reputation through relentless raids, kidnappings, assassinations, and smuggling operations. Whispers circulate about the presence of formidable swordsmen among them. Having already stood in their way, they should remain wary of retribution. With a cheerful farewell, Raiz took her leave. Many tasks still awaited her, but their paths would cross again soon. Alan admitted he had expected the merchants to be stern, yet found her kind and pleasant instead. Rose, feeling offended, challenged him by asking where exactly he had seen such behavior. 3 weeks slipped by. Reviewing the paperwork, Bond smiled with satisfaction as he noted the final task was complete. Their efforts brought impressive results, finally clearing away all the pending requests. The other mercenaries now have a standard to aspire to. Outside, the hero spoke with a smile, admitting that although the path was difficult, he enjoyed the life of a swordsman mage. Leah confessed that at first, fear had gripped her, but now she found it even entertaining. Rose added her thoughts, remarking that though the work carried risks, it remained a noble pursuit. The hero asked if it was time to head back to the dormitory. With a sparkle in her eyes, Leah replied that tomorrow they would finally return to the Academy of 1,000 Swords. Rose eagerly anticipated the upcoming lessons on the soul shell. A smile played on the hero's lips as the thought crossed his mind. Perhaps at last, he would master this power. Tomorrow promised to be a day unlike any other. Later that evening, Leah offered heartfelt praise to the group. She remarked on their impressive progress over the past month. Courage and confidence now shone clearly in their expressions. Later, back in the classroom, a cheerful smile played on Leia's lips as she remarked that the boys from Class A hadn't been seen in quite some time. Rose, quick with her wit, chimed in that they were an entire month behind and needed to catch up. Noticing Alan's confusion, the girls asked what was wrong. He confessed his worries, admitting that everyone had been disqualified because of him. Leah assured him he was not to blame. Rose chimed in, urging him not to be so hard on himself. Shido had actually been the first to break the rules. Making her way to the door, Leah announced that the first lesson would cover the soul shell. Most of the others had likely gathered in the classroom by now. The hero resolved that his first priority should be to apologize. The moment he stepped inside, classmates welcomed them back with cheerful greetings. One of the knights noticed his somber expression and wondered aloud why he looked so gloomy, especially after scoring such a remarkable victory. The hero, caught off guard, asked if they weren't angry with him. With a deep bow, he offered heartfelt thanks and voiced a sincere apology. With a broad grin, Babel wrapped his arms around him and blurted out, urging him to share how their little stop had gone. Leah interrupted, reminding everyone that class was in session and conversations could wait until the break. With everyone finally present, a new lesson began. The study of the soul shell was about to start. With a hint of surprise, the hero asked why soul shell classes were beginning in this way. The explanation came quickly. It was all decided by their classmates, or Nietzsche agreed to lead these lessons once they returned. With a wave of melancholy, the hero reflected on how deeply grateful he felt to everyone. Awkwardness filled the air around him. Bubble rested a hand on his shoulder, puzzled by this sudden gloom. Was he under the impression they had spent the past month doing absolutely nothing? Under Leia's watchful eye, everyone focused on rigorous physical training. Soon, they stripped down completely, proudly displaying their newly sculpted muscles. With a broad grin, Bubble admitted that the training had been nothing short of brutal, yet completely worthwhile. Eager for more, he challenged for a match. Leia quickly stepped in, halting their excitement, and firmly instructed everyone to get dressed. Ahead lies a true test of endurance. The weapons you'll carry are heavy, so brace yourselves for the strain to come. The teacher offered a warning, emphasizing the value of these swords. Great care, he insisted, must be taken when handling them. Weariness etched across her face. Leah reached for the sword. Concern flickered across the hero's face as the atmosphere shifted. Leah quickly apologized, admitting she had been making strange noises. Rose confessed that an unexpected heat and excitement had washed over her. Leah offered an explanation. This was not just any weapon, but a rare sword that only awakened its powers when paired with the soul shell. True swordsmen sense pain when they touch a blade like this. This is a sign that the spirit within has awakened. The moment has come to listen closely to its call. Let someone speak to him, challenge him, and attempt to control his strength. The very embodiment of this power is the soul shell. Fear holds no place here. Should anything go awry, her strength will shield them all. The moment of beginning arrived. Eyes closed gently, focusing inward. Awareness slipped into the realm of the soul. Success would reveal the core within. Gazing into the reflection on his sword, the hero slowly slipped into a trance. In the realm of souls, A spiritual core appeared before him, its sly smile suggesting old familiarity as it greeted. "It's been a while." The hero recognized the creature before him as his own core. The being affirmed this and, with a mysterious tone, simply agreed. So be it. Perhaps the time had come to finally return the body to him. The hero protested with indignation, certain that if this were to happen, rage would once again consume him. The demon replied with a single word: rage. Possessing such power and never using it seemed like utter folly. Unleash it, dominate, take delight in the chaos. Yet the hero stood firm in his resolve. Their desires could never align. He longed only for a peaceful existence. A grimace flickered across the rival's face, dismissing peace as something tedious. Yet the hero stood firm, refusing to surrender control of his body. After all, wasn't it he who had once saved the rival's life? Repaying kindness with cruelty seemed unbearably harsh. Energized by this conviction, the hero agreed, only for the story to suddenly break off, unresolved. With no way out, taking the first step seemed necessary. Yet instead of springing into action, drowsiness began to weigh him down. In the end, there was nothing to be grateful for, yet nothing to regret either. If the body would not be surrendered, departure was the only option. The demon craved rest. The hero shouted, insisting that he had come to him of his own accord. With lightning speed, the monster lunged forward, declaring that even as a joke, none of this was even remotely amusing. The blow landed with such force that the hero was sent flying backward, a cry of fear tearing from his lips. An overwhelming force surged through, nearly snapping the arm in two. The demon muttered under his breath, ahead of schedule, but there was no turning back now. If you wish to avoid death, step forward with the resolve to die. Without waiting any longer, the hero launched into the attack on his own. The eight-sword technique was unleashed, yet the spirit materialized behind, calmly declaring that such a blade could never slice through its flesh. Grabbing the hero by the face, he slammed him down against the ground. Here, true strength stems from the heart, and he has yet to prepare himself for this battle. The hero's friends realized that overcoming his second nature would prove to be a challenging ordeal for him, especially now, as the antagonist had chosen to abandon all pretense and engage with him in earnest. Leah intervened with her power, prompting her opponent to cry out in shock, demanding to know what kind of technique she had just used. Realizing he had walked straight into a trap, he bared his teeth in a mocking grin. "Is this the technique of a fool like you?" he sneered. With calm composure, she replied that she simply despised his filthy hands. Then, without hesitation, she finished him off. After that, she remarked on the body's fragility, yet marveled at its tenacity, a resilience one would expect from a monster. Leah inquired about what had happened and how she was feeling. A troubling thought crossed her mind. Could this be Alan's core? Its strength felt overwhelming, and the malice radiating from it was absolute. Gradually regaining his senses, the hero asked about his whereabouts. The director brightened at the sight, relieved to see him awake at last, and remarked that now she truly understood the power of recovery. Memories flooded back, and he turned to the sensei, quietly inquiring about the fate of the monster. With calm assurance, she told him there was no need for concern. Her power had kept the creature at bay. Grateful and a bit embarrassed, the hero offered his apologies and thanks, to which Leah replied that this was exactly as she had expected. A wave of sadness washed over the hero as memories of the principal's words echoed in his mind. She had spoken of resolve and endurance. It became clear to him that this challenge demanded more than he could give. Turning to his classmates in astonishment, he asked who this person was. Their reply revealed the truth. The newcomer was none other than Raisu Bortgun, the leader of the notorious gang known as the Crooked Blades. Waves of shock washed over the hero as he realized it was the same delinquent from school. How had someone like him managed to get in here? The security guard promptly apologized to Leah and assured her he would remove the troublemaker at once. Leah nodded, signaling that everything was under control. Fiery students like him always caught her interest. Barely had he arrived, and he was already picking fights. The scene brought back vivid memories of the old days at the Academy of 1,000 Swords. Meanwhile, Alan only longed for a peaceful life. Stepping forward, the hero introduced himself and asked what the other wanted from him. Razuo glanced back at his friend with a mixture of disbelief and curiosity, wondering aloud how someone so weak could possibly take part in the sacred festival of the 5 academies. The only explanation that made sense to him was bribery. Turning to Alan, he asked with a sneer whether this was the same loser from the Kenjutsu Academy, and what exactly this unschooled, self-taught style was supposed to be. In his mind, Alan and Doral's previous victory still seemed tainted by unfairness. Yet the hero simply answered, his voice calm, dismissing the rumors as nothing more than idle gossip. At that moment, Tesla stepped forward and commanded silence, demanding an end to the foolish chatter. Alan tried to hold him back, but Tesla only grew more passionate. Tesla turned to Razuo and asked if he had watched the festival's final battle. At first, the fighter seemed weak, but by the end, he had consumed his own spiritual core, surpassed the accepted limits, and was disqualified as a result. That's how it happened, isn't it? Alan's ally remarked that after that battle, no other conclusions could be drawn. In response, the opponent sneered and dismissed him as just as worthless as Alan himself. Tesla drew his sword with a swift motion and unleashed the rusted iron style. His opponent scoffed, dismissing him with a sneer as if to say, playing at friendship and daring to fight. From the stands, the Class A students erupted in shouts, urging Tesla to take him down. Under the mounting pressure, the hero watched his friend with admiration. Precise, minimal movements allowed the friend to deflect and dodge with remarkable skill. A dramatic shift had transformed his entire defensive strategy. The opponent responded by summoning 3 skeletons. Astonishment washed over Tesla as confusion swirled in his mind. The enemy declared it was all over, and in that instant, a rain of skeletons descended upon him. As soon as their ally collapsed, his friends rushed to his side, anxious to see if he was all right. Meanwhile, Razuo sneered and muttered under his breath, calling him weak, and remarked that only hopeless cases like this one end up in Class A. Just like the protagonist. Always getting in the way. Never quite fitting in. The girl shouted that perhaps enough was enough. With calm composure, he suggested she explain exactly where she believed he was mistaken. In the world of swordsmen, after all, everything depended on possessing a soul's shell. Focusing solely on building muscle was nothing short of foolishness. The moment had come to see what Class A was truly capable of, especially since Class B had already left them behind. The group exchanged uneasy glances, uncertainty clouding their faces. Could it be that each of them already possessed a soul shell? Meanwhile, Alan quietly asked his companion to set up the trial, and then strode purposefully onto the battlefield. Leah and Rose stepped forward, eager to join the fight at his side. However, the hero gently declined and offered his apologies. He requested permission to face this challenge alone this time. The girls, though surprised, agreed. His opponent sneered and taunted. Finally decided to show yourself? Where are your friends now? Planning to attack 5 against 1 again? Alan realized he no longer cared about the teasing. Class A belonged to a completely different world. Their pursuit extends beyond mere swordsmanship, and no regret lingers over setting aside the training of the soul's vessel. The opponent sneered, mocking him as a weakling. Undeterred, Alan's focus sharpened and he launched the first attack. His blistering speed stunned everyone, catching them off guard with such unexpected agility. He fought fiercely. Alone against 5 adversaries, he stands firm, determined not to let them insult his friends. He will never forgive such disrespect. Alan summoned the 8th sword, Yatsugarasu, and in the blink of an eye, subdued all 5 opponents. Watching in disbelief, Raiju murmured softly under his breath. The onlookers struggled to comprehend how they had lost to such a fool, especially one without a soul shell. Calm and collected, the hero offered an explanation. When a swordsman lacks experience, even the finest soul shell becomes useless. Their defeat made one thing clear. A straightforward, even dull, but essential lack of physical training held them back. Alan silently admitted to himself that he was still inexperienced. If only he could master his spiritual core, no one would dare lay a hand on his friends. Suddenly, something burst open within his soul. The sensation lingered, unfamiliar, yet slowly unraveling its secrets. Only now did understanding begin to dawn on him, after countless millennia of rigorous training had left this mystery unsolved. Strength springs from the resolve to fight for those dear to us. This determination fuels unwavering confidence and leads to certain victory. Now it became clear what Leah meant when she spoke of inner strength. Cheers from his friends snapped him out of his thoughts. Excited voices praised his skill, marveling at how he had taken down 5 opponents protected by shells in mere seconds. From across the room, Rose offered him a playful wink. Meanwhile, Lilimue and Teresa scrolled through the latest news. The reports revealed that Razuo, along with 4 thugs, had launched an attack on the first-year students. However, after clashing with Alan Rodoruya, every one of them ended up in the hospital. Once again, that same name surfaced. Standing by the window, the third girl, the president of the History Student Council, mused aloud about the turmoil of the heart, the uncertain acceptance into the Academy of 1,000 Blades, and the bloodshed at the sacred festival. Alan's involvement in the explosion lingered as a possibility, yet no one could dispute his remarkable skill. The sacred festival was fast approaching, stirring excitement over which first-year student would claim the title of the strongest. Meanwhile, a fresh wave of new recruits poured into the academy. The hero waited patiently for Leah, and when she finally arrived, she offered a quiet apology for being late. She admitted that sleepless nights had plagued her ever since the lessons on the soul shell began. For an entire week, her mind refused to quiet down. Embarrassment colored her cheeks as she quietly asked him to avert his gaze in the morning. Alan apologized and then mentioned that she looked just as beautiful as ever, even half asleep. A blush crept across Leah's cheeks. Had he really just called her beautiful? Did he always look at her that way? Stumbling over his words, Alan awkwardly denied it. Stepping out into the courtyard, they found themselves confronted by a sea of students. Leah turned to him and remarked that it seemed a bit crowded here. The crowd erupted in shouts, recognizing them as heroes. Invitations for the cheerleading team quickly surrounded the girl. Meanwhile, the hero received an offer to join the mountaineering club, where climbing to the summit was praised as the greatest thrill. Overwhelmed by such intense pressure, the friends faltered for a moment, uncertainty flickering in their eyes. But soon, a silent agreement passed between them. The wisest choice now was to make a swift escape. Bursting into the classroom and pausing for breath, Alan let out a sigh, admitting their real trouble. Leah nodded in agreement, the fear already clear in her eyes. Suddenly, Tesla stepped into view and greeted Alan, gesturing towards a mountain of flyers. Each leaflet came from one judo club or another. The memory of Barker catching him at the door and trying to lure him into the club, promising a stronger back, resurfaced. Resignation settled in. Joining the club seemed almost inevitable. The week of the so-called freshman hunt began today, plunging the campus into an air of anticipation and mischief. Tesla suggested they stick together for safety. Alan admitted this week would be anything but easy. Leah had heard rumors of the chaos, but witnessing it firsthand left her stunned by its intensity. Alan cast his eyes once more over the towering stack of papers, recognizing the effort poured into every page. Curiosity stirs about the person who went to such lengths to print all of these pages. Rose approached them sleepily, barely parting her lips in a faint greeting. Leah mentioned that wandering around the academy half asleep had become risky. Rose nodded in agreement, noting that the hunt was already underway. She asked which club they were considering joining. Leah admitted she hadn't chosen yet, and Alan was still undecided as well. Lost in thought, Rose suggested exploring the area together after class to see what interesting things they might find. The hero picked up a handful of flyers, and as he flipped through them, mused that this was what true student life felt like. The thought of discovering something uniquely his stirred a quiet excitement within him. Just then, the principal entered the room, signaling the start of class. Class is over, the friends stepped outside, thoroughly drained. Alan let out a sigh, acknowledging another grueling day had come and gone. Leah muttered her discontent, complaining that, once again, only the shells of their souls remained. Rose chimed in, admitting her exhaustion stemmed not from her body, but from her mind. Thoughts drifted to his spiritual core as Alan fought on. Despite facing defeat, he had mastered swift dodges and learned to make quick decisions. Each time danger passed without leaving a scratch, a sense grew that the mastery of his shell was within reach. Somewhere nearby, Leah called out, but her voice barely reached him. Instead, Rose broke through his concentration, asking if he cared to watch the cheerleading club. Upon arriving, an astonishing sight unfolded before their eyes. Performers showcased acrobatic feats, their voices ringing out across the hall as they chanted in unison, declaring the Academy of 1,000 Blades to be the finest. Alan watched in awe as the movements unfolded, each gesture more impressive than the last. Rose echoed his enthusiasm, admitting it had turned out even better than she had hoped. Leah admitted that cheerleading wasn't her style. Revealing outfits made her uncomfortable. Rose disagreed, calling them cute. With keen interest, they watched the ongoing training and hands-on exercises unfold before them. The break was announced, and Alan admitted that the club was nothing like he had imagined. Longing for the freedom and fluidity found in fencing, he suggested exploring other clubs as well. Suddenly, a voice called out to him from the crowd, asking, "You're Alan, aren't you?" Without waiting for a response, the girl exclaimed confidently that it was indeed him. Delight lit her face at the thought of his interest in her fencing club. Alan considered explaining that, in truth, he wasn't particularly thrilled. However, she interrupted him to ask what he thought of her training sessions. She suddenly remembered she hadn't introduced herself yet. With a polite nod, she gave her name. Shiruti Rosetto, vice president of the judo club. A bright smile followed as she expressed her pleasure at making their acquaintance. Upon hearing Alan introduce himself, her delight burst forth as she exclaimed, clearly thrilled to recognize him. Shiruti could not hide her excitement, overjoyed by this unexpected encounter. Shiruti suggested a sparring match on the spot. Alan politely declined, explaining that he and his friends planned to visit a few more clubs that evening. She repeated her offer, but Alan politely declined once more. The girl thought to herself that he had refused her for the second time. At that moment, she blocked their path, summoning faceless, translucent warriors to stand in their way. With an apology, she made it clear that leaving would not be so easy. Alan realized she had no intention of letting them leave without a fight. Shiruti remarked that newcomers with such remarkable talent were a rare find. Alan let out a silent sigh, realizing once again that something had slipped off track. Meanwhile, the coach announced the start of the match between Shiruti and Alan. Determined to stay optimistic, the protagonist shrugged off any worries about sparring with the Kendo Club's vice president. Here, the bouts took place without soul shells, relying solely on wooden swords. With a gentle smile, she admitted she would go easy on him. Alan nodded, expressing his gratitude for her thoughtful gesture. The battle commenced. The hero studied her intently, yet not a single weakness revealed itself under his gaze. Perhaps she merely shifted her center of gravity, or maybe that subtle movement signaled the beginning of an attack. Choosing to try the first sword, known as the Soaring Shadow, brought an unexpected turn. The girl, startled, let out a cry as she managed to block the attack. But it was already too late. Alan had unleashed the power of the eighth sword, Yatagarasu. Shiruti countered with a spinning technique, gracefully unleashing the style known as wind circle. Amazement flickered across her face as the hero deftly slipped out of danger and launched a swift counterattack. Still, she pointed out that his strike had lacked strength. Though a hint of surprise flickered across her face, she calmly ordered a more forceful assault. Alan's strikes met an impenetrable defense, her sword turning aside every blow. Still, confidence did not waver in his eyes. He remained certain a breakthrough could be achieved. Never before had he faced such an opponent. Her technique stood in stark contrast to those he had battled before. With every passing moment, his curiosity deepened. Determined to give his all, he prepared to commit himself fully. Alan pressed the attack, his strikes growing faster, sharper and more powerful with every move. Shiruti tried to intervene, but the moment slipped through her fingers. He caught the flicker of hesitation. Was it all moving too quickly? Mastery demands constant refinement. A truth Alan kept close as he watched his lightning-fast strike narrowly miss its target. The vice president's swift evasion matched her reputation. The outcome only fueled Alan's determination to quicken his next move. Suddenly, she called for a break and asked if he had cheated at the festival. Noticing how much faster he was now, Alan asked again if she truly believed that. Hearing her words brought an unexpected sense of pleasure. She explained that she needed some time to work out a strategy. The idea of taking a break to devise a plan left him genuinely surprised. He asked if she had a little time to spare. Shiruti nodded with a warm smile and expressed her heartfelt gratitude for his support. The thought crossed his mind that luck must truly be on his side. Meanwhile, she slipped away into the shimmering night, vanishing in the midst of the tournament. The coach rushed over, and Alan gave a quick order to bring the stretcher. In the end, the officials declared him the victor. An hour slipped by as the friends in the classroom eagerly discussed the recent duel, while the protagonist quietly admitted feeling completely drained of energy. Leah praised his efforts. Despite a few mishaps along the way, his performance proved impressive. Rose then asked which club he had decided to join. His reply was that he hadn't made up his mind yet. Everything seemed appealing, but nothing truly felt like his own. The girls looked disappointed, leaving him to wonder in surprise if he had said something wrong. At that moment, Leah suddenly voiced an idea. The suggestion came unexpectedly. What if they started their own club? The friends exchanged surprised glances, while Leah turned her attention to the protagonist. Perhaps he would be interested in starting some training sessions. Together, they could even form a club dedicated to practice. The young man hesitated for a moment, then admitted that the idea truly did make sense. Delight danced in the girls' eyes as they leaped with excitement. The idea that simply practicing together could count as a club filled them with joy and disbelief. Imagination swept them forward, and in that moment, Leah sensed that finally, something long awaited was drawing near. A legitimate reason appeared, allowing 3 entire years to be spent by his side. Delight sparked in Rose's eyes at the thought of honing her swordsmanship by his side. Both eagerly declared that it was time to start training right away and dashed off together. Left behind, the hero stood lost in thought. A sudden wave of warmth stirred deep within him as the realization dawned that they truly desired to train. Within minutes, they burst into the classroom, permission to open their club in hand. Leah announced her role as the club's advisor, while Rose read aloud the requirements. 3 members were needed to make it official. Perfect timing. There were 3 of them. The hero marveled at how swiftly everything had unfolded. Rose mentioned they needed to fill out an application. He would be the leader, while Leah and herself would be members. Soon after, the moment arrived to choose a name. Without hesitation, he suggested a straightforward name, Training Club. Then he asked for their thoughts on it. The girls raised no objections. The next matter to settle was the location for their training. With a weary murmur, the hero suggested a quiet corner of the schoolyard. At that moment, Tessa and her classmates peeked inside and asked what was happening. The mention of a new club instantly sparked their interest, and they eagerly wanted to join in. One girl mentioned her wish to combine training with swimming. The protagonist advised her to take her time, reminding everyone that they had yet to decide exactly what activities they would pursue. Tessa figured that if the main character was present, this had to be a training club. The girl standing nearby confirmed her suspicion, explaining that he really was the star. Leah encouraged anyone interested to add their names to the list. As soon as registration wrapped up, training would begin without delay. The announcement was met with cheerful approval, and everyone welcomed the plan with genuine enthusiasm. Before long, the first training sessions began, and their club quietly came to life. Out on the schoolyard, they stood in silence, swords in hand, an odd group, yet focused and resolute. A modest tournament awaited them on the horizon. The protagonist remained completely unaware of the matter, and reacted with surprise. Leo inquired how it was possible that he had never heard about the inter-club competition. Teams of 3 from each club face off in the tournament. Each match continues until only one remains. The champion will secure a prize for their club. According to Rose, this promises to be nothing short of all-out war. After carefully reading the rules, the protagonist was startled by the stark contrast between the rewards for first and last place. Leah remarked that participation was mandatory for all first-year students, with the exception of those on the student council. Due to the fate of the newcomers, the use of combat armor was banned. Rose remarked that now it would be a fair duel between master swordsmen. After reviewing the budget, the protagonist inquired whether the funds would be sufficient. Leah suggested pooling resources with other clubs to purchase equipment together. The proposal struck everyone as an excellent idea. The issue of who would represent the club arose. Tessa declined since he was competing in judo. Another girl was already representing the swimming club. Were there any volunteers left? The hero referred to those who belonged to other clubs. Every hand went up except for Leah's and Rose's, just as everyone had anticipated. Leah announced that the 3 of them would be performing together. Rose remarked that, just like always, only they remained. Gathering in a tight circle, everyone pledged to give their all for victory. With that, the tournament officially began. The participants whispered among themselves. 2 burly young men spoke up with pride, promising that this time they would prove themselves. Last year's humiliating defeat weighed heavily on their minds, leaving them wishing they could simply vanish from sight. This year, they set their sights on a single goal: victory. Ambitions ran so high that they even entertained thoughts of toppling the student council. The spectators marveled at the intensity in the air. The atmosphere grew electric around the protagonist, tension thrumming in every corner. Leah quietly explained that for the biggest clubs, this event meant survival. For Rose, however, it represented a battle among the elite. The hero agreed, recognizing that clashes with those who gave their all would serve as the perfect test for their trio. At last, the host announced the official opening of the competition for the club's budget. Last year's champion had the honor of initiating the ceremony. The president of the student council, Sia Custoria, stepped onto the stage and welcomed all the participants. The hero asked Leah if, as the leader, she must also be strong. Leah replied without hesitation. Every academy head possesses incredible strength, true beasts among their peers. Last year, Rose explained, Xiao was just a freshman, yet she managed to defeat a third-year member of the fencing club. Her approach to the sport revolves around absolute dominance. The hero found himself wishing to witness their swordsmanship firsthand. The head of the council ceremoniously declared the competition open. With excitement, the assistant announced the arrival of the long-awaited event. Soon after, the hero's girls stepped forward, ready to accept the challenge. One of them had the spirit of a true warrior. Following another victory, Leah remarked how their club had surged ahead. Rose agreed, noting it as an excellent start. Confidence filled the protagonist, certain that the basics of fencing had proven effective. The host announced the final round, declaring that the strongest would soon clash in the arena. Word spread quickly, and the training group was soon dubbed the Mysterious Society of Swords. Until next time, warriors. The training club gained the nickname the Dark Horse. The hero suspected this was nothing more than a distasteful performance put on by their own team. The announcer revealed that their opponent would be the undisputed champion from the Academy of 1,000 Swords. At the front stood Lilimut Saren, the diligent secretary. Teresa Macdelot, the skilled accountant, managed the foundation. Leading the team was Zia Custoria, the head of the council. The vice president stated the consequence. The defeated must leave the country. The hero felt a surge of indignation at such a punishment. The announcer summoned Leah and Lilimut to the arena, signaling the start of their match. The protagonist quietly offered a wish for good luck, while Rose asked if there was any room for mistakes. With steady confidence, their friend assured her that everything would turn out fine. Mia sprang into action, launching the first attack, but no matter how hard she fought, defeat awaited her in the end. The judge announced the end of the match, declaring Lilimut, the representative of the vanguard, as the victor. In the main event, victory belonged to Teresa. The student council claimed the win for themselves. Lilimut remarked that it had been easy. Teresa disagreed, stating their opponents were nearly on equal footing. It was hard to believe these were just first-year students. Leo apologized to her friends with a heavy heart. Rose pointed out that luck simply hadn't been on their side. The hero responded calmly, suggesting that second place was already an impressive accomplishment. A hint of regret lingered within him for not having faced the chairman of the council in battle. The host announced the commencement of the awards ceremony, but before it could proceed, Zia stepped forward with a sudden desire to speak. She declared that the champion of the tournament was none other than the main protagonist. The main battles had already faded into the past, she noted, yet the decisive clash remained on the horizon. Neither she nor Alan had joined the fray, an omission that struck her as slightly unfair. Delight sparked within the hero, surprised by such an unexpected opportunity. Yet, something seemed to be missing in his life. At the same time, a genuine desire to challenge the head of the council stirred within him. Grateful for her honesty, he nodded in appreciation. She responded with quiet resolve, suggesting they move forward. The teams voiced their support for the decision, while the host confirmed that the main match would proceed as planned. Concern showed in the eyes of his friends as Leah urged him to be careful. Rose chimed in, noting that the council girls possessed remarkable strength. Alan simply smiled, assuring them that he understood. Stepping into the arena, he was greeted by Sia, who mentioned that his reputation had already reached her ears. The hero responded with a wry remark, suspecting that not all the stories were flattering. She confirmed his guess, and coolly announced her intention to tame the devil before her. Today, a genuine friendliness radiates from him. Yet this is the moment to cast emotions aside, for the true duel of swordsmanship awaits. The hero accepted the challenge. The host introduced them. A troubled student, suspended 1 week after enrollment, Alan Radaroa, and the heiress of the Acastoria family. With a subtle gesture, she signaled the beginning. The hero launched the first attack, unleashing the flying shadow technique, yet she slipped past his assault. Her mist technique performed flawlessly, letting her evade every move. Surprise flickered across his face as he wondered how she could have anticipated it so precisely. Alan unleashed the cloud style and summoned the feathered cloud technique, yet his efforts went unrewarded. Each strike missed its mark as she slipped effortlessly out of reach. Pearls mentioned having heard about his distinct style, yet wasted no time in launching a counterattack of her own. Her nervous system registered a distinct response to his movement, prompting her to offer praise. The hero expressed his gratitude and marveled at her ability to deflect the force of his sky technique. Her swift reflexes left a strong impression on him. She asked again, seeking reassurance that this wasn't the extent of it. If there was more, she wanted to witness his true strength. Confronted by her skill, he acknowledged that her fundamental techniques surpassed his own. The instructor noted that his strength had increased, yet his movements remained far too predictable. The hero replied that this was only the beginning. Harnessing the Sakura style, Alan unleashed the mirror slice technique. For a moment, victory appeared to be within his grasp. She prepared to strike back, yet in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. The world felt emptier without him. Her eyes searched the surroundings with quiet hope, longing to catch a glimpse of his familiar figure. Yet every shadow remained unbroken, and her search proved fruitless. Wasting no time, the hero delivered a fifth strike with his sword. Still, she managed to withstand the attack. Shia acknowledged the force behind the blow, but noted its lack of speed. To her, the attack was so insignificant that she didn't even bother to block it properly. The realization struck the hero. She had immediately noticed every one of his weaknesses. Sia smiled warmly and asked what he would reveal next. Was that truly the end? Frustration ignited within Alan, propelling him into a fierce assault. The announcer remarked that the council had effortlessly deflected every strike. Leah quietly prayed for his resilience, while Rose observed, astonished by her composure. The hero pressed on in the battle, silently acknowledging her flawless technique. Every parry and strike revealed the hand of a true master. She instantly sensed the gaps in his experience. Despite everything, engaging in battle with such a formidable warrior brought the hero immense satisfaction. Each clash drew him deeper into the thrill of competition. Urging himself onward, he pushed for greater speed, his every thought consumed by the dream of overtaking his powerful rival, even if it meant exhausting every last ounce of strength. Suddenly, her sword snapped in two. Disbelief washed over her, leaving her momentarily stunned and unsure of what to do next. In the blink of an eye, everything changed. The outcome took even Alan by surprise. Delight sparkled in Leah's eyes. The defeat of the council leader had come as a complete surprise. She offered her friend words of praise, while Rose eagerly inquired about the technique he had used. Meanwhile, the announcer declared Alan's performance an incredible fight. Confusion clouded the hero's mind, leaving his feelings a tangled mess. He asked his rival if she was all right. With a calm smile, she assured him she hadn't suffered so much as a scratch. In a moment of honesty, she admitted that a draw was exactly what she had expected. Later, as the friends enjoyed their lunch in the cafeteria, Zia appeared and quietly asked Alan to step outside for a moment. Surprise flickered across his face at the sight of the council head. With a gentle smile, she apologized for interrupting his meal. The students whispered among themselves, surprised that the head of the school had come in person. Curiosity brewed about what trouble he might have caused this time. She invited him to the council office. Although he tried to delay, she remained firm and insisted he follow her immediately. Leah quietly suggested to Rose that they should follow after them, but Rose waved her off, insisting he should at least finish his meal first. In the quiet of the office, Zia confronted him directly, asking whether he had deliberately let her win during their match. He started to deny it, only to have her sharply cut him off, insisting there was no need for lies. At that point, she asked for clarification. Which blow had actually shattered her sword? The hero admitted honestly, he had no idea. The power that broke the blade hadn't come from him. It felt as though something else had intervened. She replied that because of him, she now carried emotional scars, and insisted he take responsibility for what had happened. A sudden jolt of fear swept over the hero, haunted by the thought that he might have actually hurt her. Uncertainty pressed in, searching for a way forward. Yet, with calm assurance, she replied that the solution was simple. Without a trace of a smile, she added that he had shamed her in front of everyone. As recompense, he would now have to join the student council as a public figure. Surprise flickered across the hero's face as he realized this was punishment for causing an emotional wound. She nodded, admitting that his victory had shattered her authority. He protested, reminding her that he only ran a training club. Teresa and Lilimit increased the pressure on him. Would he really refuse? A partner like Z was a rare find. Surely he wished to play an active part in school life. Confusion swept over the protagonist, This was nothing short of blackmail. The council reassured him that being a public figure did not require much effort. Attending council luncheons would suffice. His unique approach drew attention, and that suited them perfectly. Without hesitation, she asked directly whether he was with them or not. Grateful for the offer, the hero began to express his thanks, but hesitated. Suddenly the girls burst into the office, determined to keep their hero by their side. The club had no intention of letting go of their leader. Alan hadn't expected to see them here. Sia clarified, asking if these girls were from the training club. Leah reiterated that their club leader was their hero, determined not to let anyone take him away. Xia frowned, unimpressed by the commotion over what she considered a small matter, suggesting all that was needed was for him to attend council lunches. Leah countered, explaining that he always shared meals with them. Rose quietly insisted that she would not allow anyone to steal those precious moments. Out of the blue, Sia extended an invitation for them to join the student council. Now, everyone waited to see how they would respond. The girls hesitated, caught off guard by such an unexpected offer. Sia went on, explaining that there was always work for people in the public eye, and she would be delighted to have them join her team. In the summer, they plan a trip to a resort. From morning till night, the boys and girls lounge around in swimsuits, splitting their days between training sessions and moments of relaxation. So, what do you think? Startled, the hero asked why everyone had frozen in place. Suddenly his friends began urging him to join in, assuring him that the head of the council was a remarkable person. Disbelief flickered across his face as he turned to Zia, eager to know what she had told them. Zia responded with a gentle smile, assuring him it was nothing remarkable. She had merely clarified a few details. The decisive moment had arrived. All eyes were fixed on him, waiting to see what choice he would make, to join the council or turn away. His friends watched in quiet hope, their gazes silently pleading for his agreement. Realizing the futility of resistance, the hero accepted the invitation to join the council. Saya and her friends celebrated with bright smiles, unaware of the warning Lilimit gave. Trouble awaited him, and at the heart of it all were the girls. An hour later, the newly formed student council gathered for its inaugural meeting. The first order of business was for everyone to introduce themselves. Lilimute Saren stepped forward to introduce herself first. Serving as the council's secretary, she hailed from Group A of the second-year class. Next was Teresa Mekdelot, an accountant and a second-year student from Group A. She politely requested to be treated with respect. Next to take the stage was Zia, a fellow second-year from Group A. She encouraged everyone to work together in harmony and make the experience enjoyable. The hero's friends introduced themselves as well. Zia mentioned that she had delegated all her duties to her deputy, assuring everyone that she would have little work to worry about. Lilmith mentioned that during regular meetings, they simply share a meal together. At this moment, the hero found himself illegally within the borders of the Hernaria Empire. His friends stood in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the situation. Their thoughts raced to the Empire's notorious reputation as a shadowy realm, infamous for its forbidden magic. The head of the council explained that, when they were deciding on a punishment, she had joked about wanting a blood diamond. To her surprise, he actually set out to find one. Those gems could only be found in a certain place. What a fool he was. Lil Amyaz suggested putting an end to this pointless discussion and enjoying a peaceful meal instead. Teresa agreed with her proposal, and a comfortable silence settled over the group. Breaking the quiet, Zia mentioned that they had already chosen a destination for their summer vacation. Lilimith exclaimed with excitement that the main character was in for a real surprise. At the summit of Vicheria stood a resort where celebrities often came to relax. Teresa, visibly annoyed, interrupted. The privilege of sharing that news clearly belonged to her. Teresa's friend paid her no mind and continued her story. Last year, the group hosted a barbecue at a villa. At last, Teresa made an attempt to join the conversation. She pointed out that the most important feature was the private beach each villa boasted. Alan admitted he had never seen the sea. The others looked at him in surprise while a flush crept up his cheeks. He had grown up in the mountains. Sia gave him a playful wink, wondering if standing before the ocean for the first time would bring him comfort. Leah and Rose fell silent, their sudden embarrassment plain for all to see. Sia smoothly shifted the conversation. Since the topic of summer camp had come up, she brought up the upcoming exams. Both Hero and Leah nodded in agreement, while Rose calmly admitted that she hadn't studied at all. The friends stared in disbelief at such an announcement. With curiosity in her eyes, she asked again what was so unusual about it. Enrolling in the Thousand Blades Academy, she dedicated herself to mastering the art of the Sakura style and refining her one-handed sword technique. Training defined her existence far more than any lessons or classrooms ever could. A wave of frustration washed over Dresia, as she recalled that failing her exams would mean spending the entire summer in extra classes, missing out on the camp trip with her friends. Everyone turned pale. From that moment on, the hero and Leah devoted themselves to training Rose for her exams each day. Together they worked through tests from previous years, and now all that remained was to hope for a stroke of luck. After a while, Dresia returned the graded assignments. Curiosity sparked in Leah, prompting her to ask Alan about his results. He replied that he did well, and in turn, Leah proudly revealed her top score. Alan offered her genuine praise for her achievement. Soon after, the conversation turned to Rose. A bright smile spread across Rose's face as she announced her success. She had passed. She met the minimum requirements. Joy lit up the faces of her friends as they celebrated her achievement. Grateful for their support, she expressed her thanks, knowing their help had made everything possible. Leah, barely able to contain her excitement, announced that they would all be heading to summer camp together. The thought filled her with anticipation. Meanwhile, the main character wondered why their journey first led them to the council chairman's house instead of heading straight to the airport. The following day brought everyone together at the academy, where they set off toward her estate. The sheer size of the manor drew a silent gasp from the hero, unable to mask his astonishment. Leah calmly explained that, given her status, such grandeur was only natural. The Acastoria family stands among the most renowned, with its members holding prestigious positions within the Ringard government. In her hometown, their name is known by all. If he ever bothered with the news, he would know as well. Laughter bubbled from the hero. Such things held no interest for him. At that moment, she called out to him and began gathering her group. Warm greetings were exchanged among everyone. She inquired about his thoughts on her new outfit, asking if it suited her. He assured her that she looked wonderful. Grateful for the compliment, she thanked him and invited everyone to follow her. The group stepped onto a wide clearing where a massive airplane dominated the landscape. Alan stood frozen in amazement, witnessing such an enormous machine up close for the first time. Never before had he set foot on an aircraft. They explained to him that this was the Acastoria family's private jet. Leah inquired if only council members would be traveling. Sia replied that the consultant would arrive later, and swiftly ended the conversation, urging everyone to board. An hour slipped by and their journey brought them to their destination. Leah gestured for the hero to look at the breathtaking view before them. An endless blue sea stretched out, meeting the horizon in a tranquil expanse. The young hero's heart soared with happiness as he realized that this was the sea, endless and boundless, just as his mother had once described. Awe filled his lungs as he breathed out, marveling at the incredible beauty before him. Sia announced that the villa needed to be cleaned first. The friends asked whether they should join in with the cleaning as well. She firmly declared that there would be no cleaning. They would manage on their own. Inwardly, Lilimit smiled, suspecting the true reason lay in the head's untidy room and clothes strewn about. She suggested to her friends that they take a break by the sea. The main character couldn't help but notice how inviting her words sounded. Once they had taken a moment to unwind, the group set off toward the villa. At the entrance, a warm and welcoming reception awaited them. Astonishment filled the hero's eyes as he gazed at the sprawling villa. Rose observed that everything here exuded an air of exceptional luxury. Noticing a net filled with watermelons, they inquired about its purpose. The locals explained it was part of a traditional game. Participants are blindfolded and must find and smash a watermelon. Intrigued, Leah eagerly suggested they give it a try later. At that moment, an enraged crowd burst into the villa. Their leader seized Leah by the wrist. Unsure of what was happening, the friends rushed to help. The leader abruptly shoved Alan aside. The allies stood back to back, prepared for whatever might come. Counting roughly 20 foes surrounding them, the hero calmly inquired about their identities. The leader shouted that there would be no negotiations and declared the princess would meet her end right then and there. In response, Leah unleashed a sudden flash and launched her attack. Rose shouted a warning for everyone to run, but the gang leader quickly ordered his crew to block the exit. With a sharp cry, he ordered his men to surround everyone, declaring that no one would be allowed to leave. Leah unleashed the Supreme King style, while Alan wielded the 8th sword technique. At the same time, Rose moved gracefully with the one-handed flourishing Sakura form. Next, the hero unleashed a powerful strike, known as Yatagarasu, the Sakura Flash. In the end, the enemies lay defeated. Their leader groaned, muttering in disbelief about how a group of children could possibly have overcome them. Alan acknowledged defeat. Resistance no longer remained an option for them. Turning to Rose, he asked her to summon the knights, then made his way over to Leah. She wanted to know if she had been the target. The hero confirmed it, explaining that they had called her a princess. One of the enemies struggled to his feet, teeth clenched in determination. Muttering about finishing off that freak, he clearly had the hero in mind. His companion glanced over and asked if he had lost his senses. The leader replied that the mission had failed, and sooner or later, the higher-ups would eliminate them regardless. Taking a risk in this moment seemed like the better option. At that moment, the entire gang began morphing into hideous monsters. The friends stood frozen, overwhelmed by confusion and fear. Suddenly, the realization struck the hero. Every opponent stood shielded not just by armor, but by invisible layers guarding their hearts. Leah stood among them, her own defenses carefully in place. Leah noticed the enemies acting in a strangely unpredictable way. Alan agreed, observing that their soul armor flickered with instability, though the reason for this remained elusive to him. The leader struck with such force that the hero stood stunned, unable to comprehend how just one sweeping punch could carry so much power. The blow shattered the beach into pieces, leaving only the question of where such overwhelming strength could possibly come from. At that very moment, Leah shifted seamlessly into the interception stance, then unleashed the Fafnir technique. The hero called out, acknowledging her swift move, and prepared himself for his turn to strike. A group of monsters advanced toward them, and from within their ranks, one declared that it was over for everyone. The hero noticed a remarkable change. The leader's physical strength had increased as well. Something unusual was unfolding here. Leah countered with a powerful strike worthy of the Supreme King's style. Suddenly, the leader seized her by the leg and declared that if they killed her, they could save themselves. Leah. She shouted for him to take his hands off. The hero warned her of the looming danger. Everything became clear to her in that moment. At that very moment, the hero shielded her with his own body. In an instant, they found themselves trapped behind a glistening wall of ice. No one knew where this shield had come from. The leader tried again and again to break through it, yet every attempt ended in failure. Rage boiled within him as he growled, demanding to know what kind of blasted defense this was. No matter how hard he tried, it seemed completely impenetrable. At that very moment, a figure emerged from the chaos, wielding the ice spear style and shattering the enemies with a single devastating strike. The barrier shattered, revealing Sid calmly seated before them, as if nothing unusual had occurred. With a hint of curiosity, he asked if they were having trouble with those fish. Everyone stood bewildered, uncertain whether it was his casual nickname for the enemies as Little Fish, or his sudden mysterious appearance that left them more unsettled. Ferris appeared nearby, her face clouded with annoyance. She demanded that Sid do something about his blasted freezer. It was unbearably cold here. Sid apologized, but she continued, grumbling that this kind of chill made it impossible to enjoy any sort of tropical relaxation. Astonishment filled the hero's gaze as he watched them, unable to comprehend why these people from the Ice King's Academy had appeared in this place. The question was plain to see on his face. Ferris chuckled and explained, "Why are we here?" "Simple. Our student council is running a summer camp here too." The protagonist, puzzled, turned to Sid and asked if Ferris was one of his subordinates. Sid bristled at the suggestion, demanding to know what it mattered. The protagonist replied with a shrug, admitting he was just surprised. Nothing more. Laughter spilled from the girl once more as she remarked, "Come to think of it, he truly is a little mad, isn't he?" Annoyance flickered across Sid's face. What did she mean, come to think of it? He was no fool. Ferris offered a gentle smile, her gaze soft and reassuring as if to say, "Don't worry about it. You're endearing. At least for a human." Observing Sid's courteous behavior toward Ferris, the hero felt a spark of curiosity about the nature of their relationship. Suddenly, a helicopter appeared overhead. Once it landed, Leah stepped out, accompanied by her assistant, number 18. Alan found himself surprised to see her there as well. The girl inquired about how they were spending their time, clearly hoping everything was going wonderfully. Leah asked again if she was really allowed to come. The girl replied that boredom was crushing her, and this invitation was her only escape. Running away had become inevitable. When Leah spotted Ferris, she inquired about her presence there. Boldly, you replied that you too were curious why you had to endure such an awkward face during your long-awaited vacation. Anger flared in Leah as she registered what that fox-faced humanoid had just said. At that moment, Rose arrived with a squad of knights. Their commander boldly announced that they were the Holy Knights and had come to save everyone. Yet, upon reaching the battlefield, they discovered the enemies had already been defeated. Without delay, he ordered the rescue team to be summoned. With an apologetic tone, Rose admitted she was running a bit late. The distance to the Night Watch office had caught her by surprise. The hero reassured her that it was no trouble at all and thanked her warmly. Noticing a group from another academy, Rose glanced over and inquired, curious about what business the Ice King Academy had in this place. At that moment, the leader of the knights raised the crystal and exclaimed that it was a phantom pill. Apparently, the entire gang had taken it. He ordered his men to contact headquarters immediately. The hero looked on in surprise, realizing this was a pill crafted from a phantom crystal. A sudden surge of power and the emergence of soul armor seemed to trace back to those pills. All along, Leah had been the true target. At that moment, Sia arrived with her friends, offering a quick apology for their delay. With a look of concern, she asked what had happened. The hero gave her a brief summary of the situation. After listening intently, an unexpected suggestion formed in her mind, a spark of inspiration born directly from the recent incident. The suggestion of holding a summer camp together with the Ice King Academy left everyone bewildered. The hero broke the silence first, declaring that this would be no ordinary rest but sheer madness. The enemy's intentions weighed heavily on his mind, and he was certain their target was Leah. Suspicions grew that the attackers might be agents from a hostile nation or shadowy organizations. At times he forgot that Leah was a princess, a fact that seemed to draw trouble wherever she went. Still, if there was a way to help her, he would do whatever it took. A sudden shout from his friends snapped him back to the moment. Turning around revealed that all the allies were already dressed in their swimsuits. Leah offered a quick apology for being late. With a playful glimmer in her eye, Rose asked how he would rate their appearance. Embarrassment washed over the hero's face as he mumbled they looked fantastic. Lilith responded that it was obvious. Teresa observed that the truth was written all over his face. Only the principal remained watchful and reserved. She wondered aloud if he possessed even a trace of resistance to the charms of girls. Embarrassed, he asked her not to tease him. Seeing that everyone had gathered, she announced that it was time to set out. A joint summer camp with their rivals lies ahead, demanding that everyone makes the most of this opportunity. The thought crossed his mind. Where could their director be? Perhaps she had already changed and rushed off to the sea. Doubts lingered about whether she truly was their leader. As the allies set foot on the beach, Cain greeted them with genuine warmth. Extending his arms, he welcomed them to the private shores of the Ice King Academy. This reunion had been on his mind for quite some time. The hero glanced at him in surprise, struggling to believe that this was truly the same Cain, and even more astonished that Cain still remembered him. The hero asked Sid if Cain had always been so calm and peaceful. Sid looked surprised and asked what he meant. The hero quickly apologized, not wanting to offend anyone. Sid went on to explain that Cain had changed after the sacred festival. The fool who lost to the hero willingly locked himself away for 100 years. In the end, the isolation shattered his nerves. A century spent in oblivion left a permanent mark. At that moment, Cain hurried over and explained that a hero's spiritual power was a gift from the gods. Unfortunately, he confessed that he himself could not withstand the journey and lost his sanity. The question arose whether the hero could be called a deity. Embarrassed, the hero quickly asked for such remarks to stop. With evident disdain, Sid turned away, clearly irritated by the entire exchange. At that moment, Leah called out to her friends, inviting them over now that they had arrived. She had just finished making arrangements with Ferris, and now understood exactly what their training program would look like. Surprise swept through the group. Their director was actually talking about work, stirring a wave of disbelief. Irritation flashed across her face, questioning silently what sort of assumptions they held about her. Ferris proposed holding some competitions on the sea and the beach, a suggestion met with immediate enthusiasm from Leah, who boldly declared their team would win. Ferris, quick to tease, wondered aloud if Leah had spent too much time under the sun. Observing them from a distance, the hero realized that it was starting all over again. The headmistress of the Ice King Academy suggested starting with a beach volleyball lesson. Alan and Leah formed the first team, while Sid and Kane made up the second. Leah rallied her team with a determined call to move forward, while Ferris shot her own group a warning glance, letting them know the consequences of losing. The game then commenced, the tension thick in the air. The team stepped onto the field, and almost at once, the Thousand Swords Academy surged ahead, swiftly claiming the lead. Several rounds into the match, the hero called out to Leah, signaling that the decisive moment had arrived and urging her to stay alert. The serve sailed across the court, yet Sid shouted out, calling him weak, and struck back with the force of the Ice Wolf. The hero fought back using the cloud with white scales style, yet no matter how hard he tried, defeat was inevitable. Ferris announced the score, 21-19. Victory belonged to the Academy of the Ice King. Xia announced that the next competition would be a beach flag battle. Sid warned Kane to stay out of his way. Kane replied that this wasn't his first time here. She hadn't realized she was in the presence of a true man. The command rings out and Sid bolts forward at breakneck speed, employing the Trojan horse technique. With determination in his eyes, he declares that the flag belongs to him. Ferris offered her praise, telling him he had done an excellent job. Sid reminded himself to stay alert. Ferris cheered enthusiastically, declaring their boy the best. Xia chimed in, noting the decisive round was still ahead and about to begin. Thus concluded the day of the Academy representatives. As evening settled in, the hero replayed the events of the previous day in his mind. Though weariness lingered from the day's efforts, a deep sense of accomplishment warmed the hero's heart. Rivalry proved to be a powerful source of motivation, pushing every limit and fueling determination. Solo training certainly has its benefits, yet practicing together holds its own importance and brings a sense of fun. Upon returning to the room, he mentioned that he had just arrived. Xia and Ferris awaited him there, both unmistakably caught in a peculiar mood that was impossible to overlook. The hero offered a greeting but froze in his tracks. The entire mood of the room shifted in an instant. On the table he spotted truffles made with champagne flowed freely. Teresa and Lilimit found themselves in a similar state of revelry. The secretary boldly declared her intention to wield the legendary Excalibur in battle, while the accountant claimed she would defend herself with a magical shield. Grabbing his arms, they pulled him closer, and wearing sly smiles, asked if he cared to have a conversation with them. Rose materialized in front of him, her presence sudden and unexpected. He inquired whether she planned to go there as well. With a quick adjustment of her hair, she clarified, asking if he meant the truffles with champagne. Yes, she had indeed tried them. In her family, resilience to alcohol was second nature. Glancing around, she noticed the others had already drifted off into peaceful slumber. She remarked that they were simply too weak. The hero agreed and declared that truffles were now strictly off limits. Afterwards, he turned his attention to ask how Leah was doing. Rose explained that after the attack, a shadow of worry crossed Leah's mind, though she concealed it to keep others from growing anxious. Her strength showed through, and now she was doing just fine. Deep in thought, the hero considered how he might help as a friend. Rose agreed with his idea. After everyone disappeared into their rooms, he finally let out a sigh of relief, only to startle at the sudden sight of Leah. Quietly, she revealed that she had been waiting for him. Apologizing for the late visit, she explained that she needed to discuss the group that had attacked her. Without hesitation, she got straight to the point. Mercenaries skilled in dark magic might be responsible, or perhaps agents of the Holy Empire of Renaria. For now, she continues to investigate both possibilities. News reached her that 20 people being transported by the Holy Knights had been killed. The attack occurred while they were being moved to prison, making the incident official. The hero could hardly believe it. Murder had taken place. The director went on to explain that, according to the autopsy results, every one of them had burned away completely, leaving behind nothing but ashes. The influence of the phantom crystal pill had been officially confirmed. Memories resurfaced of the gang leader swallowing a strange pill. Leah speculated that today's attack served as a field test for these pills in actual combat. Their ultimate goal appeared to be Leah's abduction. Those 20 attackers had been nothing more than test subjects, while the true masterminds behind this group were unwavering zealots. Caution, Leah warned, must come above all else. A quiet question followed, as the hero wondered aloud why she confided this only to him and kept the others in the dark. Leah hesitated, an important thought about him lingering on her lips. In the end, she decided to keep it to herself, softly remarking that, for now, this was for the best. The following day, beneath the relentless sun, something extraordinary unfolded as bubbles drifted above the sea. Suddenly the water all around began to boil. The friends tumbled straight into the sea, slipping from their floating rings. Sid and Cain had concocted a mischievous plan to send shivers down everyone's spines. Everyone followed their own whims. Some chatted merrily, while others crafted sandcastles by the shore. The entire day drifted by in this carefree manner until evening finally settled in. As evening settled in, Ferris extended an invitation to the students of the Thousand Swords Academy, welcoming them to her villa. There, she treated everyone to a barbecue, promising the finest flavors from her family's cherished recipes. The table overflowed with food, creating a feast that seemed to answer his unspoken hunger. With warm wishes for a delicious meal shared all around, the feast began in earnest. As Sid passed by his friends, he swiftly snatched the fish from Leah's hands, just as she was about to take a bite. Leah cried out, demanding to know what he thought he was doing. Holding the fish in his grasp, Sid remarked that in his opinion, it was a highly poisonous species. Ferris dismissed his words, insisting that local fishermen had already inspected the fish. Sid harbored doubts, suspecting that their examination hadn't been thorough. He demanded that all the fish from the villa be brought to him, determined to inspect everything himself. Surprise flickered in the hero's eyes. Was he really such an expert on fish? With a proud grin, Cain declared that Sid was a true master when it came to seafood. The revelation struck the hero. Cain had remained by his side all along, yet somehow escaped his notice. Cain went on, explaining that Sita had grown up in an extraordinary family, where the pursuit of knowledge reigned above all. The hero couldn't help but think Sita was someone eerily enigmatic, shrouded in a touch of the mystical. With genuine gratitude, he thanked Sid for saving Leah. She offered her thanks as well, admitting that if not for him, she could hardly imagine what might have happened. Sid, clearly embarrassed, brushed off their praise, muttering that she was being ridiculous since he had only stumbled upon the scene by chance. That hardly meant he intended to rescue her, and called her a fool. Sid's good heart did not go unnoticed by the hero, though his sharp tongue left much to be desired. Rose offered a gentle smile and agreed with the observation. Alan suggested letting the incident go and focusing on enjoying the dinner. Despite everything that had happened, the summer camp remained a cheerful place. A strong wish filled him, hoping these peaceful days would stretch on. Later that evening, fireworks lit up the sky, and the friends watched in quiet wonder. Leah came up with the idea of returning to camp again next year. The suggestion met with universal approval. By the next morning, Leah and Ferris had already resumed their squabbling. This time, it was a heated dispute over a drawn game. The hero reflected on how remarkably they managed to bring everything to a close. Unable to endure the ongoing arguments, Zia intervened and requested everyone to stop. The final decision would be made at the Royal Sword Festival. Noticing the students' bewildered expressions, she offered an explanation. A festival where all the fencing schools competed for the title of the strongest swordsman. Sid leaned in for clarification, asking if the festival winner would truly be considered the ultimate victor. The hero expressed no objections, and Sid agreed to the terms. Casting a steady gaze at the hero, he promised to repay his debt from the sacred festival. With a hint of challenge in his voice, he warned not to lose before that day arrives. A student from the Ice King's Academy raised her eyebrows in surprise when he addressed someone by name. Another remarked that perhaps the ice around his heart had finally begun to thaw. Anger flashed across Sid's face as he ordered them to be quiet. Laughter bubbled from Ferris, suggesting they should end things on that note. Sia quietly announced it was time to head back. Everyone boarded the plane, marking the end of the summer camp after resolving all their differences. The place emptied as everyone headed home. Leah turned to the director and asked about her attire. Calmly, the director explained that a gentleman would be visiting her today, so she needed to leave straight for the office. As the director departed, a young man dressed in sumptuous attire appeared before the protagonist. The group's attention shifted to his attire, prompting the protagonist to ask if he truly belonged to the aristocracy. Suddenly, the young man charged forward, unleashing the power of the domination and overwhelm style. Wildly, he launched attack after attack, each more relentless than the last. Astonishment washed over the hero, unable to fathom the source of such overwhelming power. Alan's voice rose in an angry shout, demanding to know what was really happening. Shielding Leah with his own body, he shouted a warning, demanding the intruder stay away from her. Leah, caught off guard, called him Curoto, clearly surprised to find him here. The hero, with evident curiosity, asked if she knew who he was. She explained that this was Curoto Strogonaut, commander of the Western Province Kingdom's Guard. The thought crossed her mind. When had he risen to such a high rank? Curoto remarked that it had been a long time since their last meeting. At that moment, the principal appeared, and Curoto leveled his sword at Leah, demanding an explanation. Leah replied with chilly indifference, greeting him in return. His anger only grew, unable to accept that someone so insignificant stood beside the princess. The principal noted that he was pushing things a bit too far. There was no mistaking it. Those two shared a unique connection. Curoto bristled at the suggestion. What was this talk about a special relationship? Could they really be a couple? Leah quickly tried to clarify the misunderstanding. She was nothing more than the hero's subordinate. In short, she was his servant. Something snapped in the mind of the royal commander. Stunned, he sought clarification. Subordinate? Slave? Turning to the princess, he asked her to confirm. Embarrassment swept over her as she nodded in confirmation. Color drained from Curoto's face. His body swayed unsteadily, and as his mind faltered under the strain, consciousness slipped away from him. Their friends hurried over, concern etched on their faces. The girl shook him gently, hoping to bring him around. The hero suggested they carry him to the infirmary. Gradually regaining consciousness, the boy pushed himself up and looked around. The protagonist gently asked if he was all right. Spinning around with horror etched across his face, Curoto demanded to know if everything was all right. Determination burning in his eyes, he vowed to teach that little pest the true meaning of suffering. He announced that he would tidy himself up a bit, and then return. Without another word, he spun on his heel and strode off. Leah tried to stop him, but her efforts were in vain. Suppressed laughter trembled on her lips. The hero reflected on what had just happened. It struck him as harsh. In fact, it ranked among the most unpleasant moments he had experienced lately. Meanwhile, Curoto arrived at the kingdom and relayed everything he had heard to the king. The king, struggling to believe his own ears, asked for confirmation. Had someone truly brought shame upon his daughter? Curoto nodded in agreement, confirming that everything was just as described. Anger flashed in the king's eyes at this unforgivable act. Without hesitation, he commanded his guards to seize the culprit and bring him forth at once. Justice would be dealt with his own hands. Upon the hero's arrival, the courtiers bowed deeply before the princess. She let out a quiet sigh, admitting that the ceremonial greetings had become a distant memory for her. Turning to the hero, she apologized, confessing that royal palace customs had slipped from her mind. The hero assured Leah that everything was fine and there was no need to worry. Yet when she looked into his eyes, she quietly asked why his face was telling a different story. The exact contents of Curoto's message to the king remained a mystery to him, but the letter pulsed with unmistakable anger. Worry flickered in Leah as well. Her father had ordered her to bring Alan before him. Realizing there was no way around it, Alan prepared himself to explain everything face to face, hoping the king would understand. A court attendant arrived to announce the carriage's arrival, politely urging caution while stepping inside. Cold, unfriendly stares from the courtiers pressed down on the hero, making doubt creep into his heart about whether things would turn out well. Soon after, Leah called him to the carriage, and together they traveled on, arriving at the kingdom before long. Approaching the castle, the hero found his gaze drawn irresistibly to its grandeur, the towering structure commanding admiration with every step closer. Amazed by his fascination, Leah asked if it wasn't impressive. At the gates, the guards saluted. The princess had returned. The gates swung open. As they stepped onto the grounds, everyone warmly welcomed Leah back. The hero noticed even the guards greeted her with respect, which seemed only natural. After all, she was the king's daughter. Upon entering the castle, Alan found himself mesmerized by the opulent halls that stretched before him. In his mind, it felt as though he had stepped into another world. Leah mentioned that it had been 3 months since her last visit, yet she admitted she had missed it all the same. She shared stories of growing up within these walls, recalling how she used to dash through the corridors as a child. A gentle smile played on his lips. Picturing her in those moments came effortlessly to him. Curiosity sparked in her eyes as she asked if his words were meant as a compliment. With a playful tone, he replied, inviting her to decide for herself. The courtier announced that their next destination would be His Majesty's chambers. She requested that they remain. Extreme caution gripped him as panic took hold. Navigating a conversation with the king felt utterly daunting. The slightest misstep or an ill-chosen word could easily spiral into a full-blown international incident. Sensing his unease, Leah offered her support. She reminded him that while she considered him a friend, here he was the guest. The hero expressed gratitude for the support, and added that he would still strive to speak politely and maintain a formal tone. The king's name was familiar to him, yet the moment their eyes met, it became clear this was a monarch in every sense of the word. A warm smile spread across the king's face as he welcomed Leah back. She returned the greeting with a nod. The king expressed how deeply he had worried for her. Relief began to settle over the hero. Instead of the imposing ruler he had imagined, a devoted father stood before him. A warm remark hovered on his lips. Before Leah could make introductions, Alan stepped forward, greeting the king and announcing himself as a first-year student of the Thousand Swords Academy. Suddenly, the king's expression darkened, his voice taking on a chilling edge as he inquired if this was the very scoundrel in question. Confusion flickered across the hero's mind, leaving him to wonder what had just happened to the mood in the room. The king continued, explaining that Curoto had already told him about this boy. In his eyes, this was the very same young man who had led his daughter astray, corrupting both her mind and body. He called him a shameless scoundrel. Alan tried to defend himself, insisting it was all a misunderstanding, but the monarch silenced him with a cold command. The man accused the hero of clouding her judgment with flattery and debauchery. He insisted that such tricks would not work on someone older and wiser. Inwardly, the hero sighed, recognizing trouble ahead. Inwardly, the hero fumed. This madman Curoto had twisted everything. Across the hall, Leah's temper flared as she demanded her father give Alan a chance to explain. The king waved her off, insisting that devil had even ensnared his beloved daughter, yet swore he would never be so easily deceived. Leah pressed on, declaring the hero was nothing like the rumors claimed. If only her father would listen, maybe he would see for himself. The king, voice sharp with anger, accused the hero of brainwashing Leah. In response, the girl erupted, calling his claim utter nonsense. With a dismissive wave, the king brushed off the conversation, convinced it had been pointless from the start, and that the swordsman made a pitiful excuse for a hero. The hero's attempt to calm everyone fell on deaf ears, his words ignored by all. Undeterred, Leah pressed her argument, insisting that Alan was truly remarkable, strong enough to have defeated Curoto himself. The king paused in deep thought before declaring that if she insisted so firmly, her chosen hero would have to prove it through action. Alan promised that if he managed to defeat a swordsman of his own age, chosen by Alan himself, he would acknowledge him as the strongest in the kingdom. The hero struggled to believe what he had just heard. Yet should she lose, Leah must leave the academy forever, her internship cut short with no hope of return. Alan repeated his words, warning that Leah might not come back. In response, Leah burst out indignantly, declaring such an idea completely absurd. The king ordered her to hold her tongue, asserting his authority as her father, and making it clear he would not tolerate defiance. Anger flashed across Leah's face, while the hero silently regretted coming here with her. Certain none of this would have happened if he had stayed away. The king turned to the hero and asked for his thoughts, reminding him that there was still an opportunity to walk away. Perhaps turning around and running away is a choice too. The hero glanced at Leah and realized she longed to finish her training. With calm composure, he replied that everything was clear. He asked for the rules to be repeated once more. If victory was his, he would be acknowledged as the strongest. Excitement lit up Leah's eyes as she looked at him. In a grim voice, Curoto declared that this would be his greatest mistake. The fight was set for tomorrow at 10 a.m. in the main arena. Upon arrival, the hero would be confronted by 3 opponents at once. Leah felt a wave of unease, sensing that the stakes had grown dangerously high. With unwavering certainty, the hero replied there was nothing. He gave his agreement. The royal commander escorted him to a room, gesturing curtly toward the door and declaring it his quarters with undisguised contempt. With a sneer, he wished him pleasant suffering and demanded to know whether he planned to cover up his vile deeds. The strain finally broke Leah's composure. With fire in her voice, she snapped that he was not some slug. His name was Alan, and she insisted it be remembered. If there were any complaints, or perhaps another reason for this attitude, she demanded to hear it. A challenge hung in the air. Would anyone dare to wrestle with me? Curoto shrank back, mumbling a quiet apology. He had gone too far this time. A mocking edge colored Leah's voice as she tilted her head and teased, "What was that you just squeaked?" Curoto turned to Alan and explained that, by order of the king, he would be watching over him. Alan felt a wave of surprise, uncertain about what exactly watching would entail. The commander clarified that his own room was directly across the hall. Should the hero wish to leave, he must inform the commander first. Otherwise, every action would be duly reported. Curoto added that, even though he was certain the hero would lose, it was still important for him to get a good night's rest before the battle. Leah insisted that Alan would win. Playfully sticking out her tongue at Curoto, she wished him good night and began to leave. Alan, surprised, asked why Leah planned to spend the night in his room with that dull fellow instead of staying in her own quarters upstairs. Embarrassment washed over the girl, as it dawned on her that the thought had completely slipped her mind. Outraged, Curoto demanded to know if this freak was really bringing the princess over every day. Leah protested, her temper flaring as she insisted it wasn't like that at all. The hero quickly backed up her words. She asked Alan to escort her to her chambers, then wished him good night before departing. Left alone, Alan brooded in silence, weighed down by the sinking thought that his reputation was slipping into ruin. Everything had changed so unexpectedly. All he wanted was a simple conversation with Leah's father. Complete isolation settled in. The mattress embraced him as he lay down, lost in thought. Never before had such a feeling of loneliness engulfed him. Leah had always been close, a quiet presence by his side. Facing defeat tomorrow would mean losing her forever. He resolved not to let that happen. His determination fueled by the desire to stand by her side once more at the academy. Resolving to claim victory tomorrow, he allowed himself the comfort of rest for now. The next day, everyone assembled in the main arena. Curoto stood nearby, grumbling that the slug had little time left. It was time to move. Alan let out a quiet sigh, feeling the weight of her harsh attitude. Guided into a nearby chamber, he glanced around and inquired about their location. She explained that this was the armory, reserved for those about to enter the arena. With arena rules forbidding personal weapons, he was invited to select any sword he wished from the collection before him. The hero realized this had been done to ensure everyone competed under the same conditions, preventing the quality of the blade from affecting the outcome. The commander pointed out that, despite the quality of the weapon, it would do him no good. Gratefully, the hero acknowledged the opportunity. Realizing this might be the only chance to speak with her, he called out to her and began to apologize for what had happened the previous day. Grabbing him by the tie, she yanked him closer, reminding him that he had seen her naked, and she would not let him off so easily. He needed to choose his sword quickly. She was eager to return to the princess. The hero selected a sword, and Curoto instructed him to follow her. Alan realized she didn't seem the least bit interested, not even attempting to mend their relationship. She simply pointed toward the arena's entrance, and instructed him to step forward as soon as his name was called. Should he truly be the person she imagines, today will reveal the truth. Today, the expectation weighed on him. He would have to leave the arena as the victor. Meanwhile, the announcer offered apologies for the delay and began to deliver the next update. A special match was announced. From the western gates strode the most notorious swindler, the man who had seduced the princess, Alan Rodaruya. Jeers and shouts erupted from the stands, demanding he leave at once. Outraged murmurs rippled through the crowd, all condemning his betrayal of their princess's heart. The people made it clear that leaving this place alive would not be an option for him. Someone shouted that his sly face matched exactly what the king had warned about. Doubt rippled through the crowd about whether this wretch could even fight at all. Memories of his days at the Kanjutsu Academy flooded back. Those same cold stares, the ridicule, and the constant anticipation of his failure. Once again, the crowd clamored for his downfall. Just then, a familiar voice reached his ears. From the stage, Leah called out, wishing him luck. Alan assured her she could count on him. He was no longer alone, and a murmur of confusion swept through the crowd. Whispers flitted from one spectator to another as they struggled to understand. The princess stood by this outcast. The atmosphere grew tense as uncertainty spread over what was unfolding before their eyes. Perhaps his influence contributed to her moment of weakness. The king's anger flared. The thought of her offering him support was intolerable. With a chill in her voice, Leah replied that it was her right to choose whom to support. The announcer moved on to introduce the challengers from the Eastern Gate, the two most formidable swordsmen in the kingdom, Gallius the Strong Arm and Romera the Lightning. The presence of two opponents left Leah stunned, as duels were supposed to be strictly one-on-one. Yet the king offered only a smile, never having promised otherwise. Galeus, upon noticing his adversary, simply shrugged, unimpressed by the slight boy before him. Yet, should he truly have deceived the princess, the outcome shifts. Instead of a duel, he will face retribution. With calm assurance, the hero declared that others could say whatever they pleased. His victory was certain, and he would take Leah away from this place. Only an hour remained until the first duel was set to begin. Alan realized that whoever struck first would gain the upper hand. With a burst of speed astonishing even the most seasoned fighters, he surged forward. Romera immediately unleashed the autumn wind technique, but Alan dodged with flawless skill. Though Romera possessed impressive strength, his speed could not match Alan's swift agility. The maneuver unfolded with such swiftness that even the hero himself flinched. The rivals found themselves baffled by his actions. Romera stood bewildered, while Galeus had no time to grasp what had transpired. The spectators watched intently. Then realization dawned as a single swordsman collapsed to the ground. In a single instant, he overcame the two strongest opponents, their defeat swift and unexpected. Just one blow sealed the victory, powered by a deep and genuine love for Leah and the longing to remain by her side each day. Fury flashed in the king's eyes as he surveyed the outcome of the duel. Alan offered a humble apology, quietly admitting that on this particular day, he happened to be just a bit stronger. The sheer force he displayed left everyone stunned. With a commanding voice, Grizz summoned Curoto, ordering her to step forward for her turn. Stepping onto the arena floor, the girl glanced at Alan and admitted she never imagined she would end up as his opponent. With great ceremony, the announcer introduced the commander of the royal guard, Curoto Strobayanov. Her arrival stood as the team's final trump card in this match. The outcome of everything hinged on this battle. Realization dawned on the hero. This would be the final showdown. Unease prickled through Leah as she watched them. The memory of Curoto's formidable strength and dangerous prowess lingered in her mind. Her body holds the tension of a drawn steel wire, while her sword carves the air with flawless precision in every motion. Unable to remain a silent onlooker any longer, she recognized that her moment had finally arrived. Rising to her feet, Leah shouted for Alan to keep fighting, her unwavering belief in him shining through every word. The hero gazed at her with heartfelt emotion. Meanwhile, his rival calmly declared that he had disgraced the family, insulted the princess, and would pay for it with his life. She will unveil his true, hideous nature. The announcer signaled the start of the final battle. Curoto unleashed the Supreme King style, launching a full-force assault. Alan recognized her fighting style as strikingly similar to Leah's. Swiftly dodging her attack, he caught the sound of her furious cry. "Never underestimate me." The blow landed with force, yet Alan launched a swift counterattack and leaped high into the air. His movement displayed such remarkable skill that even his opponent had to acknowledge it. She noted his impressive reflexes. Still, that alone would not be enough. Determined to outpace him, she decided to move faster. With keen eyes, the hero observed, struck by how her combinations unfolded like a masterpiece. Every motion served a purpose, from the positioning of the feet to the final sweep of the sword. Grace took shape in the form of a steel blade, flowing with every precise movement. Curoto pressed the assault, her strikes swift and relentless. Her fighting style revolves around dominance and destruction. Yet the hero managed to dodge her strike with remarkable agility once more. Each blow she delivered landed with impressive force, challenging him to hold his ground. Clearly her training had been nothing short of rigorous. Courage pulsed through him as the assault intensified. Just when her attacks reached their fiercest, the hero vanished without a trace. Just as suddenly he emerged, executing the one-armed Sakura Blossom technique, the Sakura Mirror. Slash forced Curoto onto the defensive. The spectators could hardly believe their eyes. Curoto herself, retreating under pressure. The king grumbled that this was nothing more than a test, insisting that the true battle for the master's title still lay ahead. The girl admitted, though it pained her, that his skill with a sword was remarkable. He calmly inquired if her hatred for him ran that deep. She explained that while she had trained many warriors, only a select few ever reached the ranks of the strongest. She asked if he had endured a decade of grueling training. In his mind, the answer stretched across millions of years. She continued, noting that despite lacking natural talent, he constantly strives to surpass his own limits. Such determination commands respect. Yet her words carried a chill as she declared he could go no further. This was the limit. The harshness in her farewell struck with unforgiving clarity. Spinning around gracefully, she ordered him to pay closer attention. A rare gift defined her, and no force would ever be allowed to threaten the princess who had become her very reason for living. Memories surfaced of the days spent training together in the castle, side by side, when they were both just children. The two were nearly the same age. On one occasion, Leah struck her, sending Curoto tumbling to the ground in tears. The princess rushed to her side, concern etched across her face, and gently asked if she was all right. Wiping away her tears, Curoto offered heartfelt praise for the princess's strength. Back then, Leah declared her dream of growing up to become a skilled swordsman, determined to protect her homeland. Curoto replied quietly, saying she didn't even deserve to stand beside them. Leah, however, disagreed. The princess explained that true strength could not be gained alone. Only by joining forces could they truly grow stronger. Known for both her strength and kindness, Leah made a solemn vow to protect those she holds dear. For that reason, Curoto would never yield. Anyone daring to harm the princess would be mercilessly destroyed at her hands. The hero now understood this perfectly. Activating her combat form, Soul Dress, she declared with cold certainty that this would be his end. Whispers rippled through the audience as their commander unveiled the aerial form of Soul Dress. The true battle was about to unfold. Realization dawned on the hero. The woman had transformed the stones into birds. Wielding a long sword and commanding the very air, she struck from afar. He chose to move closer. But Curoto saw right through his intentions and promptly warned him that his plan would fail. A gigantic owl soared into the air. The speed of its attack took Alan by surprise, yet he managed to deflect it just in time. The girl announced her intention to play for real this time, and began gathering energy to create an explosion. Smoke swallowed everything from view, leaving the hero blind to his surroundings. Once more, his Misty Moonblade technique came into play, allowing him to skillfully deflect the oncoming strikes. Curoto acknowledged his cleverness, yet she was already planning her counterattack. Explosions echoed through the air, and Alan shouted in disbelief, wondering if this was some kind of cruel joke. Never before in his life had he dodged so many times in a row. Amidst the chaos of explosions, his movements resembled a genuine dance. Yet, time slipped away too quickly for him to launch a counterattack. Curoto shouted out with a mocking laugh, warning not to even try. The force of her new technique unleashed an explosion so powerful, it nearly reached him. Displeasure flickered across his face as he remarked that this had clearly gone too far. Pressing her foot firmly against the ground, she worked to steady the force of the impact. As the smoke cleared, Curoto observed that although he could have gained the Soul Dress, the course of the battle had shifted dramatically. She inquired whether he had finally realized that all his efforts were in vain. The so-called talent he possesses amounts to nothing. The Soul Dress will forever remain beyond his grasp. Serving as the princess's protector is a role he simply cannot fulfill. It made more sense to surrender. Deep down, the hero understood she was right. Victory would never come this way. A new path had to be found. With no other options remaining, accepting the blow and seizing the chance became necessary. Regaining his true form was the only path forward. Longing to return home with Leah, he dropped to his knees and bent forward, bracing himself for the coming blow. The force of the explosion engulfed him, while Curoto shouted that he was reaching his limit. The roar of the explosion faded into silence. The arena froze in suspense. Worry filled every face. The strike had landed dead on. There was no way anyone could survive that. Caught in the very heart of the blast, he could not escape its force. Even Curoto felt a pang of regret, having warned him beforehand. Suddenly, a gleam pierced through the smoke. Emerging, he unleashed the power of the 8th Yatagarasu blade and intercepted the attack. Blades clashed in a shower of sparks. Shock flickered across Curoto's face as she wondered aloud if her opponent was some kind of immortal. Calmly, the hero replied that he had felt every blow. Recognizing her advantages, he stood his ground without wavering. Driven by fury, she resolved to end it all with the devastating strike of her 50th sword. With a sly smile, she remarked that he must have underestimated her ability to block his close-range attack. At that very moment, a burst of light erupted around her, blinding him completely. Darkness swallowed everything before the hero's eyes, leaving him blind to the world. The blow approached, inevitable and unstoppable. A jolt shot through Leah as she sprang to her feet, clapping both hands over her mouth to stifle a scream. Perhaps it was all over. Yet as the smoke dissipated, he remained standing, leaning forward to inspect his wound. The injury proved shallow. Luck had simply favored him. Curoto burst out, demanding to know if he somehow ate iron for breakfast every day. Alan, entirely unruffled, calmly asked her to clarify what on earth she was talking about. Now it was his turn. Still, she gave him another warning not to underestimate her. Summoning her avian army once more, she commanded the birds to obliterate him. Birds burst into flight nearby, but the sound had become a familiar backdrop. With her attacks growing weaker, a rare opportunity emerged, one he could not afford to let slip away. Curoto seethed with rage. Spells flared, detonations roared, yet every effort proved fruitless. Despite his wounds, her target refused to fall, steadfast and unyielding. Suddenly his blade shattered into countless fragments. Perhaps every sword in the arsenal possessed a hidden flaw. Rising to his feet, the king let out a hearty laugh and declared loudly that only a fool would notice something so obvious just now. As I mentioned before, if you were paying close attention, the king reminded everyone that victory would forever elude him. Alan muttered with contempt, noting how disgraceful it was to stoop to such depths. Meanwhile, the host declared that the sword had shattered with a single blow, questioning whether this signified defeat. With calm assurance, Curoto replied that she serves the princess, and would, without hesitation, cut down even an unarmed opponent if it were for her highness. The audience fell silent for a brief moment before bursting into shouts, calling him a hero and urging him to stay strong. Encouragements mingled with warnings, reminding him that now was the perfect moment to stop before things took a deadly turn. Amid the chaos, someone declared this had been the greatest fight of the year. Amid the uproar, Alan directed his attention to his rival. It struck him as odd how much concern she showed. Did she truly expect him to give up just because his weapon was broken? Life had never come easily to him. Every battle had been a test, each one demanding everything he could offer. Yet this was the path he was meant to walk, the fate woven uniquely for him. Leah stood on the balcony, holding her breath and silently pleading for it all to come to a halt. Facing the challenge without a sword meant certain doom. The desire to stay by her side burned within him. He longed to grow stronger together, sharing every hardship and triumph along the way. Unable to hold back any longer, she cried out, confessing her desire to stay by his side forever. Alana felt a stirring in his heart as her voice reached him. He offered his gratitude with conviction, newfound strength blooming within him. Turning to Curoto, he declared his intent to fight on. Determination lit his eyes as he vowed to defeat her and rescue the princess, even if he had to do it with nothing but his bare hands. After a brief pause, her voice rang out clearly so everyone could hear. She acknowledged him as a true swordsman. Moreover, she bowed her head in respect for his courage. Her determination sparked a sense of pride. With newfound energy, they sprang into action for one final push. Thoughts tangled in confusion, his mind racing to keep up. The pace demanded more, urging him to push even faster. Summoning her aerial forces to tear him apart, she watched as Alan powered through, his fists smashing obstacles aside while he raced toward her. And then, at that very moment, an explosion erupted. He halted, surprise flickering in his eyes as he asked why she had blown herself up. With a calm voice, she explained that he had won. She was surrendering. The arena fell silent. A gasp swept through the crowd, while Leah let out a joyful cry. The king, on the other hand, was overcome with fury, unable to comprehend how this could be happening. The host, clearly unsettled, announced Alan as the winner. Curoto formally acknowledged her defeat. The princess and her companion stood triumphant. Relief washed over Alan, the tension in his muscles finally easing. Noticing his exhaustion, Leah rushed to his side, concern etched across her face. She asked if everything was all right. With a gentle smile, he assured her there was no need to worry. He was perfectly fine. Following the battle, he and his opponent were escorted to the medical team. However, after a thorough examination, not a single scratch was found on him. Despite the certainty that his body was covered in wounds, the skin remained unblemished. Despite his outward composure, a deep ache gnawed at him. The core of his very soul had been injured, a wound impossible to overlook. With unwavering resolve, he addressed the king, insisting that the monarch had completely misunderstood the nature of his relationship with Leah. The king, however, replied curtly, making it clear that he had no intention of hearing any further explanations. The protagonist assumed the conversation had ended, yet at that moment something unexpected happened. Anger flared within Leah, unable to hold back any longer, and she demanded that her father hear her out to the end. She pressed him further, asking if truly nothing could be done, since the swords had been switched. The king paused in thoughtful silence, then suddenly declared his verdict. The young man had faced the trial with honor and emerged victorious. From this day forward, the kingdom would recognize him as its strongest swordsman. Such courage truly deserved a reward. Even more significant, he gives his blessing to their relationship with Leah, affirming it as love. The news leaves everyone around utterly speechless, yet Curoto couldn't help herself and brought up their old master-servant relationship. Leah quickly interrupted, reminding her that father had just defined it differently. According to him, this was love, and there was no place for any talk of masters anymore. The king clarified that his approval extended solely to platonic affection, finding any other type revolting to even imagine. Alan quickly agreed, while Leah quietly remarked that there was no need to speak so loudly, as everyone could already hear everything. The king reiterated his warning: should Alan make even the slightest attempt to touch his daughter, an entire army would be dispatched in response. The message could not have been clearer. With that, the conversation came to an end. Tomorrow marks their return to the academy. The king has ordered Curoto to prepare everything accordingly. As everyone began to disperse, the king struck the throne in fury, determined that Alan would remember these words. Next time, he would plant explosives and tear that man apart. Curoto shrank in on herself and apologized. Her actions as the head of security had been inexcusable, and she braced herself for whatever punishment might come. The king inquired about the turn of events, curious as to why she chose to destroy herself right before his eyes. In response, she quietly explained her reasons. Sadly, there was no other way. Had she pressed on, certain death awaited her. Grizz erupted in anger, demanding to know what she meant and insisting she explain herself more clearly. She described how, for a brief moment, Alan's true spiritual form revealed itself. A blonde figure with terrifying features stood before her, a monstrous being radiating unrestrained fury. The entity lurking within the young man surpassed every terror she had ever witnessed. Its presence was a constant, unsettling shadow in his soul. The king paused in thought. If she spoke with such certainty, perhaps it was indeed true. He decided not to interfere for now, but a deeper understanding of this mysterious power became essential in his mind. The features of this creature brought to mind the dragon Fafnir. Grizz speculated that perhaps it was a modern method for sealing entities. However, the girls sensed that it was something entirely different. The king stared in disbelief, struggling to comprehend how such overwhelming spiritual power could reside within such a frail and insignificant body. Yet, in answer, Curoto offered only a silent gaze. A distinct resemblance to the dragon Fafnir caught her attention. Had she been mistaken, disaster could have followed in an instant. Grizz shrank back, unable to believe what he was seeing. Yet, after a moment, he asked if it was true that Leah herself had said there was love between them. Curoto gave a quiet nod in confirmation. The king lost his composure, realizing the girl had orchestrated everything. She cast a subtle lure, turning his own daughter into the perfect bait. Now, a fresh wave of trouble had arrived because of her. A curse escaped his lips, frustration burning in his eyes. How much did she truly know? Yet, an idea took shape in his mind. What if this boy never left this place? Urgency filled the air. Curoto received instructions to summon 3 royal guards. Without delay, he set off to attend to important matters. The chancellor would take charge of the kingdom during his absence. Curoto nodded in acknowledgement, fully grasping the situation. In her mind, the image resurfaced. Its shape bore a striking resemblance to Fafnir. Was this resemblance a mere trick of her imagination? At that moment, the protagonist trudged onward, every step weighed down by exhaustion. Rest, however, was a luxury he could not afford. Memories of Grizz's reaction resurfaced. The way his anger flared upon learning about his daughter's boyfriend remained a puzzle. Concern etched across her face. Leah hurried to his side. Exhaustion weighed heavily on him, his features drawn and weary. Sensing her worry, he offered a quiet apology. He assured her that everything was fine. Gratitude shone in her eyes as she thanked him once more. Yet, guilt lingered within her, for she knew all this had happened because of her, and she struggled to find a way to repay him. Most troubling of all, her father now believed they were together. It would seem odd if they didn't act like a couple in love, wouldn't it? The protagonist admitted she had a point. Delight sparkled in her eyes as she realized they shared the same thought. Meanwhile, he, a bit embarrassed, hesitantly inquired what people in love usually do. A sly wink from Leah signaled she had a brilliant idea up her sleeve. Curiosity sparked in his eyes as he asked her what it was. She invited him out on a date, and moments later the two of them strolled leisurely down Arondo's main street. Leah shared with delight that it had been ages since she last visited this place. Her spirits were soaring, and the reason was clear. Changing schools was no longer on the horizon. Outside the shop, she pointed eagerly at a dish of potatoes with butter, and ordered 2 servings with enthusiasm. The vendor's face lit up with delight, and he readily agreed. Recognition flickered in his eyes as he identified the girl, Princess Leah, if memory served. With a note of surprise, he inquired about the moment of her return. She explained that she had arrived just yesterday due to urgent preparations. Those nearby, overhearing the conversation, recognized her and greeted her with warm smiles and words of respect. Leah had earned quite the reputation among the people. A woman exclaimed her gratitude to the heavens that the princess was alive and unharmed. Her gaze soon fell upon the young man standing beside her, and curiosity sparked in her eyes as she wondered aloud if he might be a school friend or perhaps something more. Alan hesitated, uncertain how to respond. Denying it would spark rumors, while admitting it would make their relationship official. Meanwhile, Leah cheerfully remarked, "A boyfriend, I assume?" Applause erupted from the crowd as cheers and congratulations rained down upon them. Among the voices, someone called out that he would be their future king. Alan felt a surge of unease, realizing the situation was spinning out of control. The vendor handed them potatoes drizzled with butter and offered a warm smile, remarking that their princess had truly grown up. Tonight's meal, he assured them, was on the house. With a firm voice, Leah announced that they were on a date and asked everyone to leave them alone. The protagonist offered heartfelt thanks, recognizing her timely rescue. With a sly wink, the shopkeeper waved off the gratitude, suggesting they simply enjoy their time together. Once the crowd had dispersed, Alan quietly inquired whether Leah truly wanted everyone to believe they were a couple. With steady confidence, Leah affirmed that it was the truth anyway, and confessed how much she enjoyed it. She mentioned, almost in passing, that it was her father who had insisted she return only after every task was completed. In Alan's mind, that only confirmed his impression of her father as a rather self-absorbed man. The princess suggested they avoid dampening the mood with talk about him, and instead savor the delicious potatoes before them. Alan agreed, suspecting she still nursed some resentment over his earlier cold greeting. Upon arriving at their destination, Leah paused and gestured toward a magnificent building, the kingdom's most celebrated landmark. Before them stood the Royal Museum, its grandeur impossible to ignore. The protagonist observed with admiration how the structure stood before him, truly leaving a remarkable impression. Leah welcomed him inside. Alan admitted it was his first time visiting a museum. Her curiosity sparked. Teacher Leah decided to give him a personal tour herself. She gestured to the right, where the masterpieces of Henry the Great awaited. Alan nodded in agreement, taking in the abundance of exhibits. Leah remarked that the kingdom possessed a rich history. Soon after, they found themselves standing before a painting depicting a towering mountain. An unusual aura surrounded her, prompting the boy to ask about it. Leah explained that both the artist and the date of creation remained a mystery, a mystical painting preserved from ancient times. Although she didn't meet the exhibition's standards, for some reason, no one ever removed her. Whenever she asked her father about it, he always dodged the question. With a thoughtful tone, Alan remarked that she truly seemed unusual. Curiosity sparked in Leah's eyes as she wondered aloud if he felt the same way. As they continued down the hallway, he pointed out that they had nearly explored the entire museum. He wondered what would come next. Leah paused for a moment, then remembered there was one more place she wanted to visit: the Hill of Hope. The ascent had lasted for some time. Leah announced that they would soon reach the summit. Alan found himself surprised by her resilience. Despite everything they had gone through, weariness never seemed to touch her. Rest was already on his mind, when Leah suddenly halted and called out, drawing his attention. "Look over here. This is exactly what I wanted to show you." Drawing closer to see what Leah wished to reveal, the hero found himself captivated by the breathtaking scene that unfolded before him. From such a height, the entire kingdom lay spread out below, as if resting in a gentle palm. The princess inquired whether the view pleased him, and Alan replied that its beauty defied belief. The landscape resembled a masterpiece crafted by an artist rather than a creation of nature. The girl expressed her gratitude once more, though it wasn't clear to the hero what had prompted it. She gently explained it was for standing up for her. Thanks to his determination, they now had the chance to be together. And that, she said, was entirely because of him. Everything suddenly made sense, bringing her a sense of happiness. Deep down, the protagonist longed for a moment of rest. Yet without warning, Leah shifted the conversation and posed a new question. The boy considered calling her father stubborn, but chose a more diplomatic response instead. He admitted it was difficult to say, yet assured her of one thing. The king's love for her was sincere. The princess agreed, though she quietly mentioned one drawback: her mother. She died shortly after giving birth. Whispered tales claimed her health was too fragile to endure. No memories of her remained for Leah. The chief knight revealed that after the death of his wife, the king vowed to protect his daughter at any cost. This explains the persistence and vigilance he shows now. Yet even such deep affection could not excuse his reckless antics. A duel fought 2 against 1, shattered swords left in their wake. She harbored no wish for the hero to despise her father. Alan offered a gentle smile and assured everyone that all was well. No trace of anger lingered within him. Now, he belonged to her family. The girl offered her thanks and apologized for bringing up such a somber topic. The boy reassured her that it was no trouble at all and assured her there was no need to worry. After a brief pause, she inquired whether it had been a difficult conversation. The hero expressed his gratitude for her trust, revealing that his own story mirrored hers in many ways. His father had fallen victim to an epidemic just after he was born, raised solely by his mother. He grew up under her guidance. Leah remarked with genuine admiration that his mother was a true heroine, and she expressed a hope to meet her someday. A subtle smile played on Alan's lips as he remarked that she would be amazed to see their village. With quiet confidence, Leah assured him that she would absolutely love it. If that had come to pass, happiness would have filled his heart. Silence settled between them, carrying a gentle sense of contentment. In that moment, complete understanding passed between them. Suddenly, Leah turned to him and asked if he would like to make a wish. She explained that on the Hill of Hope, there existed a magical place. Upon their arrival, the hero's eyes widened in amazement as a colossal tree rose before them. According to Leah, a legend tells that anyone who holds hands beneath its branches will see their deepest wish come true. The tree itself is said to be millions of years old. Standing beneath the leafy branches, they closed their eyes and silently wished for something dear to their hearts. After a few moments had passed, the girl asked what he had wished for. Alan smiled and told her it was a secret. The hero hesitated to share his wish, yet Leah gently coaxed for at least a hint. A smile played on his lips as he wondered if, by chance, they both longed for the very same thing. A slight embarrassment tinged his words as he repeated himself, wishing their time together would stretch on forever. Perhaps deep down, she felt the same way. Perhaps she wished for the same thing. Meanwhile, in a nearby building, a group of mercenaries had assembled. Their leader announced the arrival of a new target. One of the fighters muttered skeptically about yet another pointless mission. A fierce slap landed in response. The girl barked at him, warning not to ignore her. If he had something to mumble, he was to say it out loud. The moment to act had arrived. The next mission lay clear: to abduct Princess Leah from the kingdom of Weststorea. As the plan unfolded, one of the warriors exclaimed, recognizing the target as none other than the renowned black and white princess. Things were about to get truly intriguing. Countless rumors had swirled around her, particularly those concerning her ties to Fafnir. Everything promised an exciting time ahead. Meanwhile, the friends made their way back to the academy, ready to begin the second semester. Eagerness lit up Leah's face, for she had missed everyone dearly. Joy filled him as if it were just an ordinary day, yet walking to school by her side brought a happiness beyond measure. Noticing his gaze lingering on her, the girl quietly asked if something was wrong. Alan assured everyone that all was well. The class welcomed them warmly. Without hesitation, Tessa went straight to the point, asking if he had become even stronger. A smile crossed the hero's face. Only Tessa would say something like that. Leah extended her greetings to everyone as the new semester began. At that very moment, Rosa entered the classroom looking drowsy, but her mood soured almost immediately. The girl demanded to know where they had disappeared for 2 days. No one had heard a word from them. Leah explained that they had spent the time at her place. Rosa froze in disbelief at the revelation. Her mood noticeably soured. To smooth things over, the protagonist suggested a walk. Although this eased the tension for a while, he sensed that the effect would not last. After their walk, The group returned to the classroom. Warmth filled the protagonist's eyes as he looked around at his classmates. A month had passed since he had last seen them, and the joy of being together again lingered in the air. Leah stepped into the room and greeted everyone with a warm good morning, marking the start of the first homeroom lesson of the new semester. The principal glanced over the students, quietly noting how much they had grown over the summer. Genuine warmth filled her eyes as she welcomed each familiar face. After a brief pause, she urged everyone to listen closely, for significant events were about to unfold. In just a month, the Sword King Festival will begin, a prestigious ceremony where the finest swordsman from all the academies is chosen. Glory and boundless opportunities await the victor. Each school may send only 5 candidates, yet even first-year students are given the chance to prove themselves. Each year, a special tournament takes place for them, known as the Freshman War. The main rule requires battles to be fought strictly one-on-one. Victory could be claimed only through personal skill and the strength of one's inner resolve. The hero realized this battle would test not just the body, but the spirit as well. News came from Leah that next week, the rules for the Freshman's War would be announced along with the exact starting date. Those interested in joining were encouraged to begin their preparations. At her suggestion to raise their hands, every student in the class reached upward in unison. The principal, clearly moved, remarked that it had been a long time since she had witnessed such unity. This year, determination shines in their class like never before. Devoting the week to training promises to build both body and mind, ensuring everyone is ready for the battles ahead. During that moment, the hero crossed paths with the monster once more. He asked whether another victory would earn him a spiritual vessel. The entity confirmed it, yet remarked that someone so weak would need more than 100 million years to achieve such a feat. A faint smile played on Alan's lips, a small gesture that somehow lifted his spirits. Without hesitation, he surged forward and drew his first sword, Flying Shadow, setting the next attack into motion. The enemy didn't move an inch, remaining sprawled out while lazily mumbling about his own foolishness. The hero launched a surprise attack, summoning the 8th sword, Yatagarasu. Once again, the monster showed no reaction. Making no move to defend itself, it simply gazed back, noting that Alan had turned a shade paler. Something had changed. Without waiting for a reply, the protagonist launched another assault. This time, the opponent rose to meet him, expertly deflecting the blow and countering swiftly. Alan tumbled to the ground. "Are you giving up already?" The slightest blow would shatter that fragile body if it weren't for... The battle played out on a single side. As the hero's strength grew, the monster matched him, mirroring every advance. Together, they moved in an endless cycle, each escalation feeding the loop. No right existed for surrender. Even when faced with hopeless odds, he was bound to keep fighting, driven by the relentless pursuit of forging his spiritual shell. Suddenly, it seemed as if sakura petals began to swirl all around him. Could this be because of Rosa? At that moment, Leah announced a lunch break would last exactly 1 hour. Afterward, everyone would reconvene for the lesson. Alan's friends invited him to take a look at the student council room. As he walked along, thoughts of the cherry blossom lingered in his mind. Perhaps it had only been his imagination. Meanwhile, Leah sat alone in the dim hall, wrapped in silence and shadow. Her friends noticed her quiet demeanor and gently inquired about what had happened. She mentioned she needed to speak with them and quietly asked if they would listen to her. Everyone reassured her that she was not alone. The principal confirmed that Leah had calmed down a bit and was now ready to open up and share everything. Suddenly, Ale dropped to her knees in front of her astonished friends and pleaded for their help. The burden had become too heavy for her to bear alone. Lost in a maze of her own emotions, uncertainty clouded her next steps. The principal, with a playful glint in her eye, teased her for being mean, gestured toward the table, and then, gesturing toward the desk, Leah exclaimed at the towering pile of paperwork. With the holidays now over, her workload had doubled, and neither her secretary nor her accountant had returned yet. Reaching them by phone proved impossible for her. Apparently, returning anytime soon was never a part of their plans. It was impossible to share this with friends. The principal had pleaded for help with the paperwork. The protagonist gently reminded her that she had promised an easy job when joining the council. With feigned despair, Leah collapsed to her knees and pleaded, claiming that her older sister was already crawling before them. Such merciless demons stood before her. Alan helped her up, knowing he could not swear in his own name. The warning carried a clear message: there would be no further leniency. Leah accepted the terms. Since he was willing to assist, she agreed to take part as well. Rosa voiced her support, finding it difficult to refuse. Through their combined efforts, everything was sorted out within 2 days, with some even giving up their lunch breaks to help. The remaining time was devoted to preparing for the freshman battle and sharpening their skills through training. Despite throwing himself wholeheartedly into his training, Alan soon realized that mastering the spiritual shell in just 1 week was impossible. In the end, he simply ran out of time. The day of the competition arrived at last. All the contestants gathered in the arena, quietly awaiting their moment to step forward. A flicker of nerves danced within the protagonist, but the sight of his friends' warm smiles eased his tension. Leah boldly declared her intention to get revenge for the first day they met. Rosa chimed in, determined to settle the score from her defeat at the sacred festival. A hearty laugh escaped the hero, delighted by such fiery enthusiasm. He suggested that, as rivals today, they both give their absolute best. Classmates approached, their spirits noticeably high. With a playful grin, the protagonist teased the group, wondering aloud about the reason behind their cheerful moods. Tessa, caught up in laughter, explained that she had come seeking payback. Meanwhile, from a distance, a stranger watched them in silence. Leah signaled the start of the opening ceremony. The first-year students stepped onto the stage, greeted by roaring stands as spectators cheered loudly for their favorites. With evident enthusiasm, the director remarked that the performances of these newcomers would greatly influence the future of the King of Swords tournament. Many had already mastered the art of the spiritual shell. Now, the real battle was about to begin. Turning to her students, she urged them to prove the worth of their daily training. Drums echoed above the arena as Leah raised her hand toward the drum containing the names, signaling that the moment for the drawing had arrived. Reaching into the box, she drew the first slip of paper. The opening match would be between Alan and Razu. Just then, a voice called out to her from nearby. Razu himself had appeared. He proposed that the first match should be between the representatives of Class A and Class B. A representative from each class would be chosen. This idea caught the protagonist's attention, and a spark of curiosity flickered in his eyes. Instantly, the boy's face registered in his memory. The familiar student from Class B. A stranger burst into the classroom. Leah turned to the students and asked if everyone was ready. She then glanced over at the defenders, giving them a final chance to withdraw from the duel. No one stepped back. Announcing the start of the competition, Leah revealed that, by order of the director, the first contestants had already been chosen. Among the spectators, anticipation sparked to life. The discussion turned to the participants, both notorious in their own right. One recalled the stir Alan had caused during the Holy Festival. As for Rezo, rumors about him were equally unfavorable. Trouble was inevitably brewing. Determined to get his revenge, Rezo pushed himself to the limit in relentless training, ready at last to make Alan pay in full. Alan struggled to determine whether this was a vendetta or simply the urge to inflict pain. In truth, he no longer cared. Leah's voice cut through the tension as she asked if both of them were ready. With everyone's agreement, she announced the start of the first battle between the freshmen, Alan and Rezo. Rezo wasted no time, summoning 3 skeletons at once. Alan noticed that they had grown even larger than before. Rezo let out a laugh, as if to say he hadn't expected things to take such a turn. Alan cursed under his breath. His strength was undeniable, but immortality remained out of reach. Then an explosion shattered the silence, bringing with it a sense that the end had come. The enemy shouted with conviction that he had destroyed him completely. Reminding him of every past grievance, he declared that justice would finally be served today. Loud proclamations erupted from him about the noble victory, the sword festival, and the first-year war, each laced with threats that this time there would be no escaping the consequences. Rose caught sight of it just in time. A sudden explosion erupted. Tessa immediately cried out that someone had broken the rules. Meanwhile, demonic laughter spilled from Rezo, who seemed oblivious to everything else. Alan appeared right before him, standing there alive and unharmed. Growing accustomed to the relentless blasts, he weathered each one without faltering. Had Rezo chosen a different technique, the outcome might have shifted entirely. Only those who fight with pure hearts can achieve true victory, Leah exclaimed, marveling at the unexpected outcome of the first match. Alan emerged as the victor, and the stands erupted with joyous cheers, their overwhelming reaction catching even the hero himself by surprise. Rose observed with amazement that, despite the blast, he remained completely unscathed. Leah lightheartedly remarked that back in her kingdom, he used to have explosions for breakfast. Turning to her friend, Rosa gently explained that there was no need to feel hurt if one of them lost. This topic had already surfaced in their earlier discussions. Without protest, Rosa accepted it. Victory would be hers. The princess flushed, uncertain whether this was meant as a joke or something else entirely. Unease gnawed at the protagonist's nerves. Meanwhile, Leah began drawing names for the second match, her hand disappearing into the drum filled with slips of paper. The announcement echoed. Rosa Valencia. Memories stirred within the girl's mind, recalling the day Rosa first appeared at the academy. After a fierce battle, the girl with the black-gloved fist had approached her. A slight scoff escaped her. Emotions held no value for her. Rose let out a quiet sigh, her mind wandering as she pondered what might come next. The prospect remained intriguing. As the heiress to the Way of 1,000 Blades, any invitation from the academy was certain to catch her attention. Once more, she found herself in the arena, facing off against the main character's closest friend. Leah announced the start of the second match of the first round, a battle between Class A students. Both girls rushed into the fray, while the principal observed that Rosa launched her attack with unwavering confidence. From the very first moment, she pressed the attack with unwavering intensity. The protagonist sensed immediately just how stark the difference in their abilities truly was. A sweeping motion unfolded as he responded with a style reminiscent of moonlight and dusk. Tessa took note. It was clear the moment had come to bring everything to an end. Summoning the elegance of the Sakura style, Rosa set petals swirling through the air, filling the space with their gentle dance. With unwavering determination, she launched her attack. Leah's voice rang out, declaring Rosa the winner of the second match. Tessa felt a pang of regret for the defeated fighter, while Rosa explained that she had simply read his movements with precision. A smile played on his lips as he acknowledged to himself that, just as he had anticipated, Rosa had truly risen to the occasion. Eventually, the time arrived to announce the semi-finalists. Leah announced that following all the thrilling matches, it was time for the semi-final duels among Ardink's candidates. Excitement lit up the girls' faces as the promise of real combat finally drew near. The protagonist eagerly anticipated the spectacle about to unfold. Tessa chimed in with a playful reminder not to forget about her. The audience found themselves divided. Some rooted for Rosa, others cheered on the main character, and a handful rallied behind Leah. There were also those who begged Tessa to show her wild side. The protagonist was set to compete in the first semi-final, while Tessa and Leah were scheduled for the second. An invitation summoned them to the grand arena. Rosa admitted she had been waiting a long time for the chance to fight him. He replied that the feeling was mutual. They shook hands, sealing their agreement. The moment to begin had arrived. At the director's signal, the first semi-final round began. Right away, an assault unfolds, reminiscent of cherry blossoms in full bloom. The realization that she had become much faster flashed through his mind the instant Rosa launched into a swift assault. Blocking her strikes became impossible for him. Each blow landed with precision and merciless intent. Speed had become her most formidable weapon. Attempting to unleash the blooming Sakura lightning, she moved with swift determination. Yet the hero seemed to anticipate her every step, effortlessly deflecting each strike. Her signature approach remained unchanged. Never used the same technique twice. Sakura Night and Lightning had already been displayed. The next move seemed inevitable. Sakura Veil. As predicted, she unleashed it. As she prepared to strike, he suddenly appeared behind her. Leah observed that both fighters shared the same style, though the hero relied on brute force, his attacks verging on brutality. Silently casting a glance at her, the hero wished she would stay quiet. Rage churned within him, for he knew that if it came down to pure fencing, defeat would be inevitable. It became clear that her mastery of the sword far surpassed his own, allowing her to sweep him aside with a single stroke. Rosa's thoughts drifted back to her very first defeat. In that moment as well, emptiness had settled heavily within her. The director asked if she would turn down the offer. Rosa replied curtly. A gentle smile appeared on Leah's lips as she wondered aloud about the reason behind such a refusal. Rosa replied that she had already mastered the art of the Sakura style and had no need for any academies. What mattered most to her now was finding a swordsman named Alan Radorva. A sly smile played on Leah's lips. This year, Alan would be starting school. Now, what could she possibly say in response? Rosa's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she leaned in, eager for all the details. That was precisely why she had come. As memories faded into the present, The young woman reminded herself. Losing was a luxury she could not afford. A fiery aura shimmered around her, enveloping everything nearby. The hero recognized the strange sensation instantly. The same energy had filled the air once before. With the release of her crimson sakura petals, Rosa ensnared him in a flawless trap. Suddenly, the hero spotted an enormous tree and realized it was more than just part of the scenery. The sight of the tree captivated everyone, and murmurs of admiration for its beauty filled the air. The image mirrored her very soul. Confused, Tessa inquired about the identity of the towering giant. Leah admitted that, while it might seem a bit out of place, she found herself captivated. The principal silently registered her surprise, realizing that this was the granddaughter of that very old man. She turned to Rosa, encouraging her kindly not to feel shy. A storm of blooming petals burst forth. The hero, astonished, realized that Rosa had mastered control over even these delicate fragments. He countered with the eighth sword, a technique drawn from the mythic raven. Once again, Rosa cornered him, this time in a trap more subtle and escape seemed even less certain. Sakura petals swirled through the air as the hero successfully parried Rosa's strike. Despite his victory in that moment, the strength in his body began to ebb away, leaving him weakening with every passing second. The sheer force on display amazed him as Rosa hurled herself back into the fight, executing moves with a Sakura-like finesse and channeling fresh energy into every strike. Her power had clearly increased. The hero launched a counterattack, yet she deflected it with ease. Uncertainty filled his mind, yet determination for victory still burned within him. Each attempt crumbled against an unyielding wall. In that moment, understanding dawned. Crimson Sakura mirrored the soul, drawing its power from the cherry blossom tree standing behind her. This tree gathers energy from every direction, strengthening its body, boosting its speed, and making its petal attacks even more powerful. The hero realized that destroying the tree could sever the source of her power. Yet, uncertainty lingered about whether such a feat could actually be accomplished. He gave it a try and soon found himself astonished by the tree's remarkable strength. This isn't merely a projection. It is a fragment of another world. Unraveling its existence proves far more difficult than anyone might expect. Meanwhile, Rosa gathered her resolve and unleashed her secret technique, taking the final decisive step. From that day forward, preparations began, sparked by the first defeat. Countless training sessions, missteps, and steady improvements all paved the way for this very moment. The path before her was unmistakably clear. Surpassing him had become her sole ambition. Determination surged within, her spirit burning fiercer than ever before. The hero emerged before her, rising from the flames like a phoenix. Her confusion flickered for only a moment. Without hesitation, she composed herself and countered the hero's eighth sword with her own secret technique, Flower on the Throne. In response, he unleashed the power of the mythical raven. During their intense clash, she realized his strength had surpassed human limits. He confessed that a single passion fuels his every step, sustaining him through each day. Rose stood at her limit, her strength nearly spent. After the Crimson Sakura, she hurled herself into the fray, sparing no thought for her own well-being. The hero considered her intentions. She aimed to finish the fight while her power was still enhanced, yet even her technique had its limits. Her gaze locked directly onto him. This was her final opportunity. Pouring every ounce of determination and the strength of her spirit into the attack, she staked everything on this moment. She urged him to stand his ground, to use the flower's core and face the blow with dignity. The battle drew to a close. After leaving the arena, the hero offered a heartfelt apology to Rosa for causing her any trouble. She, however, responded with calm reassurance. Another defeat crushed her hopes. A total loss left victory seeming more distant than ever. If things continued this way, any dream of winning would disappear entirely. Rose urged him to set aside his needless worries. Their story was far from over. In fact, this moment marked only the beginning. The conversation could wait. Her words lingered in his mind, urging him not to lose to anyone until her moment arrived. Defeat by anyone other than her would render everything meaningless. In turn, he urged her to head straight to the infirmary without delay. Restoration work was already underway in the arena. Tessa remarked to Leah that the battle had been truly thrilling. Yielding is out of the question. She offered her apologies in advance, making it clear she had no intention of showing mercy. A smile played on the young man's lips as he promised to give it his all. Afterwards, he headed for the shower, taking a moment to glance at his reflection in the mirror. Strangely, pain failed to register. Wounds had always healed swiftly for him, yet this time a slow burn began to spread across his injuries. Something felt off. An unusual sensation crept through his body once more, and a single thought echoed in his mind. All of this was happening because of the spirit's attempt to possess him awakened his true core. Since then, his physical abilities have grown remarkably stronger. Perhaps his accelerated healing is another result of this transformation. Direct questions seemed necessary, even at the risk of earning a blow to the head. Worry for Tessa and Leah pressed on him, urging swift action. At that very moment, a strange sound drifted through the air. The battle drew to a close. With a trace of sorrow in her voice, the director remarked that Tessa had done everything within her power. Victory over the princess slipped through her fingers. Inspired by Rosie's valiant fight, the princess unleashed a relentless barrage of blows upon Tessa. Leah was ready to begin the final round. But both competitors were worn out, prompting a brief pause. The moment was interrupted by Leah. Approaching with determination, she announced there was no need for a break. Eagerness radiated from her, making any delay seem pointless. Her gaze locked onto his, issuing a silent challenge. It struck him that she was just as fierce and unyielding as ever. The final showdown arrived, pitting the main hero against the determined student, Leah. The allies stepped into the arena, and a wave of nostalgia swept over the hero. 4 months had already passed since the initiation ceremony. During this time, much unfolded. Each day within the academy's walls brimmed with challenges, battles, and moments of triumph. Princess Leah declared that she had waited far too long for this moment, convinced that victory was hers alone. The hero apologized, yet made it clear that losing was not an option, for himself or for her. From the infirmary, Rosa watched her friends and whispered her unwavering belief in him, promising to trust him until the very end. The battle began as Leah summoned the ancestral power of the forebearers into the light. Her revelation intensified, and in an instant, she unleashed a surge of black dragon's breath. The hero dodged just in time, narrowly escaping the scorching assault. With his first sword, he skillfully deflected each of her strikes. Once more, she unleashed the black dragon's breath. That weapon felt alien in her hands. A crack formed in her usual defenses, casting doubt on whether this was the same Leah he once knew. The carefree spirit she had always shown seemed to have vanished. A brief pause settled between them. Admitting his sense of helplessness in the face of her strength, the hero finally gave voice to his feelings. Regret coloring her words, she apologized, explaining that she simply could not let him take control of the battle. She had yet to reveal her full power and unleashed a surge of energy. The hero realized that while the projectile was massive, its slow movement offered a slim opportunity to dodge. Was it truly worth it, though? If death comes, would that be the end of everything? No. Movement remains within him still. The battle was not yet over. Thick black smoke curled around everything, veiling the world in shadows. From the look in her eyes, it was clear the decision had been made. The victory was hers. She prepared her final strike, certain of victory. Yet, with the last reserves of his strength, he managed to deflect her attack. With the Lord's spears, he expertly blocked the blow. Clearly, Leah had been training with no less determination. Never content to rely on mere talent as others did, she, like the hero, sought to break through the invisible barrier that had always held him back. With renewed determination, the princess launched another attack, her fierce cry proclaiming that this time, victory would be hers. Amid the clash of battle, the hero caught his reflection in the blade and failed to recognize the person staring back. His hair had turned white, and a new look clouded his eyes. Concern etched across Leah's face as she gently asked if everything was all right. He assured her that it was nothing serious. It was just that his hair had gone white, nothing more. Realization dawned on her. He had returned. Perhaps he truly had become a monster. This, after all, was the heart of their rivalry. Channeling the spirit of the dragon, she unleashed a renewed and ferocious assault. Leah declared the start of the second round. The princess, lost in thought, recalled her very first training session and released a weary sigh. Realization dawned on her that defeat had come from a lack of attention. With greater effort, the outcome might have turned out differently. Now it became clear to her. Carelessness was not to blame. He had simply grown stronger than she was prepared to accept. The moment arrived to leave her weakness behind and prove to the world that she could stand as his equal. With a fierce cry, she surged forward. Wild, relentless attacks surged toward him, leaving the hero struggling to deflect each blow in the nick of time. He admitted that during the clash, he still held the upper hand in strength. Yet she objected, pointing out that any talk of advantage seemed pointless when he still had not managed to defeat her. A powerful wave crashed over the hero, yet he managed to push through its force. This technique marked a turning point deep within his soul. At that very moment, Leah released the soul of the dragon. Noticing his astonishment, she declared that this was the power of Fatamir. Black flames surged from 3 directions, drawing ever closer. Yet the person standing there now was nothing like his former self. His masterful counter stunned her, genuine surprise flickering across her face. At that moment, the hero unleashed 8 swords alongside shimmering white scales, summoning a fresh surge of overwhelming pressure. Afterward, both needed a moment to recover. Leah realized she had pushed herself and drained much of her energy. Fatigue weighed heavily on the hero, each movement demanding incredible strength from his technique. She glanced at him with concern and gently asked if perhaps it was time for him to take a break. Agreement came easily as he acknowledged the truth. This power was far too unpredictable. Leah suggested they put an end to everything right there and then, while both still had their strength. Energy coursed through her body, almost setting her aflame, as she declared her next strike would be fueled by sheer will and determination. The realization struck the hero. She was dangerously close. Unless he changed his approach, he would be consumed by the flames. This time, resolve steadied him. He stood firm, his focus sharp, patiently awaiting the perfect moment to act. Gratitude filled his heart, for it was her support that allowed him to move forward. Summoning his resolve, he unleashed the 6 swords technique. With a thunderous roar, he launched his assault. Her response came in the form of a dragon's breath. Amid the chaos of battle, the hero caught sight of Leah collapsing to the ground. A cold wave of fear gripped his chest. Flames erupted beside her. Despite her shout that she was on her way, her strength was fading rapidly. Alan raced past, nearly knocking her over. The director, shocked by the sudden burst of speed, cried out in surprise at how fast he moved. A wall of fire raged before him, yet urgency pulled him forward. Drawn by the blazing heat, he kept running. His goal remained unwavering, to bring him to a halt. Yet, all efforts proved futile. The flames refused to yield to his control, and it soon became clear to him that every attempt to stop the fire was in vain. Only the greatest effort could offer a chance to save her. Summoning every ounce of willpower, he prepared himself for one final push.